Sup.
Testing. How do I sound?
Sound.
You sound beautiful.
So fantastic.
Allegedly, I died this weekend. Is what I found out when I came back. So this is a true story. Apparently, I come back. I know, fantastic. I got like 300.
True
messages.
story says a dead guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
you're gonna like it. Really, what's gonna funny? It's talking about 300 messages yesterday. Gibbs, you and I, what happened? All this stuff. So I guess somebody went to the DGG Reddit and posted a video of me and put like in Miranda, friend of the channel or some shit, and like told people I had a heart attack while I was out for 4th of July. Of course, like I'm out in the boonies, so I don't have no signal. And so I get back, and I'm like, "What is all this shit?" And now, this is really going to pack you up. They think I've been body cloned and replaced by the Mossad.
Why would they get that idea?
Because of his association with you, Hunter, obviously.
they're like, soon he's going to come out as a liberal. Well, no. And he was body
okay. Well, I'm glad you're alive. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they made a bunch of funny music that go with it. So, like, I'm pretty impressed. I now have like 4 pseudo country songs made after me. So, I'm very pleased.
Okay. Like AI? Did they just like?
Yeah, I guess. But they're pretty fucking hilarious. They're like, They're like, somebody watch out for Gibbs' fat cat Garfield and shit. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Tell him.
Fat cat Garfield.
Gibbs, how could I be more clear about my housing description?
I don't know. Let's see it, because earlier you were like, "Oh, homeowners are the devil."
Homeowners are the devil.
So if I own a piece of land,
I remember you said that.
Hold on, and I stand by it. Homeowners.
Bullshit.
So it's not that homeowners should be banned. I think homeowners largely, like when you described.
Can you help us out for the audience? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. So Gibbs. So it's. I have very strong housing beliefs. And what it sounded like here. Maybe I could just reread what was in the chat.
Oh, he's bringing up the PMs, boys. Oh,
so I said. I'll describe what I said. I mean, I don't think
I'm trolling you.
I don't know. It was basically you were saying that housing prices were
I can
inflated.
retell it. I can retell it.
Yeah,
so what happened is
this
is pretty so interesting. There was a study recently that's been making the news and it's pretty controversial, which is actually estimates the increase in housing pricing due to Biden's illegal immigrant surge that happened under his presidency, and his policies really, and the estimate is about 30%, right? So housing prices are 30% more because of that than they otherwise would be because of the rapidly increased demand from having a whole bunch of illegal immigrants coming over the border. Now, Hunter, your response to this was very similar to people who advocate for rent control. Just build more housing. What's your response to that?
How is it the same as people who advocate for rent control?
It's nearly identical.
Identical.
Walk me through that. Because I am pretty anti-rent control. I think that it's a pretty stupid policy. I was actually on Wix recently, and I argued against the idea of rent control. Some aspects of it could be more timid than others, but I think Zoran is more on the timid side, but I think it's a bad policy regardless. Guaranteed.
Well, one of the things, to put a little bit of a serious point behind what was mostly a meme point, one of the things that I do hear people who, because I'm very vigorously against rent control, like all the economists,
of course,
agree with me on this, that rent control is bad. But one of the, and I'll make this point too when he comes in, he argues for rent control. He makes this point repeatedly, which is, well, let's just build more housing, like that. Let's just have
I don't hear that
housing.
from the rent controllers, but okay.
That's what they say. They say rent control in the meantime, and then we have the government build more housing.
Okay.
The government specifically.
Usually it's government.
Okay.
And so the question is like, when you say build more housing, who are you talking about?
Okay.
Who are we talking about? What do you mean? Who are we talking about?
I mean,
building this housing.
Who's building? Developers? I would probably say developers.
Okay, so you're not on the rent control side now.
Well, and just be clear, the builders are going to want to build housing because it's more expensive, right?
Wait, why would they want to build house? Oh, because it's more. What do you mean it's more expensive?
Because if this is the law of supply and demand.
If you're saying goes up in price, because rent is high, so they're seeing the margin.
Well, because housing prices, right? So like if I'm a builder, for example, right? If I'm a builder and I can charge more, I can charge 30% more because there's more demand. But it would seem like this argument of, well, we can just build more housing. I mean, this would be the response to any price increase under a free market. So eggs increase in
Of
price.
course.
Well, just build more egg facilities. Just do this, do that.
Yes, correct. That's exactly right. I
You
think in
or
terms of
just fuck more
housing,
chickens.
I think in
That's
terms of
what
housing,
I would
the
say.
free market is largely capable, and it's largely been homeowners who have crippled the free
Homegirl's not
market,
getting those
who have been
chickens. again, and
socialists.
how's it going through
You
that?
can
in
say
terms-
that. Well, you can say that, but keep in mind that according to the implications of this study, the demographic that is hurt most by illegal immigration then are not homeowners, because they already own the home. Their
Of
housing
course.
prices are going up. It's the people trying to buy houses.
Of
They
course,
are the most
of course
hurt
I
by
agree.
illegal immigration. Yeah.
Of course, I agree. But I would say that we have two different fixes to this problem. We both agree that there's a problem. We have the Gibbs solution, which is keep them the fuck out of here. And then we've got my solution, which is build more housing for them. And then we've got the lactoid solution, which is not a solution at all, where you go, good, my homeowner, my property value increases. So hell yeah.
Well, but here's the thing. No, my position is actually very similar to yours, Hunter. I want to
Okay.
bring in at least 20 immigrants for every one American, and then I want housing prices to thus explode 10,000% or whatever they're going to increase. And now I'm rich
Okay.
because I own a house. And then if somebody says, "Hey, that's kind of shitty," hey, just build more housing.
And then he can marry a gothic.
Are we yelling
at Hunter? He's all around
Are
the
you
way
in
for
favor of
Lactoid.
building more housing actually, though, Lactoid? Why can't you actually stand on the one thing that libertarians are correct about?
Unironically, I am. Unironically,
Okay.
yes, like a
He
high
wants housing
price.
for big
Like
boomers.
I'm in favor of repealing all the
Mhm.
price gouging laws. I genuinely am in favor of, yes, let the demand and supply kind of take its course. That's the best way to operate an economy. All I'm pointing out is that for the side that's really concerned about home prices and is both selling that, and I think Kamala Harris had some proposal during her
Yeah,
during
to
her
subsidize
campaign.
demand.
Yeah, to subsidize
Which I'm obviously against, right? I think
Sure.
that's largely a stupid idea.
Are you against?
So-
But 30%, a 30% increase in, or the
I
increase in
agree.
30% of that increase in
Yeah.
home pricing being associated to Joe Biden, that's pretty wild.
So
That is pretty wild.
Lactoid.
And I think it's indicative of the fact that it's illegal to build housing in America. That's what I think it's indicative the most about.
So yeah, so Lactoid. Sorry, I want to run over Hunter. If Hunter wants to jump in and finish up, has a point to finish, then I'm sorry. I wanna...
The one thing that I'm going to say is Gibbs asked a question, which is it sounded like I was against homeowners in general.
It does sound
And
like
Gibbs
you
is
are.
like, what the fuck is wrong with me going into some undeveloped land, building a house there, and then selling that out to rent?
Yeah.
Why would that be a bad idea? And the answer is that's not only is that not a bad idea, it's not a neutral idea. That's a good idea. You should be doing that.
Okay.
That is a good thing to do.
Now, what if I like, build,
However,
like 50 homes
hold
over
on.
there?
I want to throw in one more
It's not like
stipulation.
homes.
One more stipulation, which is I think that people who do this tend to go to their city council meetings and make it illegal for anyone else to do that.
What
I
if,
want everyone to be able to do that.
what if I
and
wanted
I
to build a
think-
neighborhood and fill it full of dolls on my ranch? Just like dolls, and I wanted like each house to be individually marked out. And I purposely wanted to put out there, haha, I'm making fun of people that can't get a home. And I put it like out there. Would that be okay if I did this?
No,
And
I
then
think
it could
it's
be like
bad. I think
there'd be like a conservative like tourist attraction.
that's a neutral thing. That's a neutral thing. I would call that neutral because you build.
Conservative
You're not
tourist
displacing the
attraction.
homes
I love it.
and then making sure that no one can use
Yeah.
it, but you're building them and then no one
we
uses
could
it. So it's
call
like
it
you
the
did nothing.
American dream. Was given to the dolls before you, and like that, like put that out there. As a title.
What if I just bought housing and then just closed it down?
That would be a
So-
bad idea. That's what.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Yeah,
but wouldn't
that
that
would-
increase
Houses,
demand more? So then there'd be more motivation to build houses.
What
Oh.
artificially though? What
And
the-
then,
also-
and then, and then, and then, hold on.
Such an-
And then when more houses get built, I open up all of my houses and then drop the
See-
supply, drop the price of housing down a
problem
whole
with-
bunch.
Though the problem with
You-
arguing with
you did
Lactoid
that,
is,
right?
the swinger.
is
Like, I don't know
he
if I'll
knows that he's being nonsensical and he knows he's not
Yeah,
saying
all right.
anything, but he
So,
also
like-
knows that not enough people understand the mechanisms that are actually critical enough that like people are just gonna jump on board with his
So-
argument.
So
And
Lactoid.
it makes it infuriating to like tackle.
Lactoid. So I want to. So I saw you guys were talking something about this in the group DM, but I didn't involve myself. I was above the fray.
Uh-huh.
But
Mm.
you know me,
Right.
right? You know,
I
there's an
know.
argument. Like
You're
Pride
tough.
would like to involve himself. But now that I'm here, right? Mixing with the common folk.
Of
course.
I'm actually a little bit curious. So, friend, actually, let's put the government and private thing aside for a second, right? Like what is the problem with the argument to build more houses? Like, I'm not sure what your stance is against that.
I mean, I don't really have a stance against it. What I'm pointing out is that this is what it feels like to me, and this is what Democrats and you lefties, for those of you who don't identify as Democrats, but a lot of you lefties, what you'll do is like you will take the whenever you'll take the most free market stance whenever it seems to suit you, and then you'll oppose it whenever it doesn't. So like,
Yes,
and so like, you're right. And so you're like, look,
Wait,
you know,
obviously, sometimes the free market is
no,
it
but
works
like,
and sometimes it doesn't.
no, but like it can be over the same shit, is what I'm trying to say.
It's never what's
So like, okay, like, look, guys, you know, 2020, maybe we got to censor some Facebook posts. Maybe we got to, you know, free speech doesn't mean hate speech. We got to really start, you know, clamping shit down. I was alive for this. I remember this.
Can't.
And then it's like, well, you know, Trump with his, you know, CBS. Oh my God, right? That's a big deal. All of a sudden, no, companies should be able to do what they want. Facebook has like a, you know, Facebook, you know, they're a private company. They can have a TOS. They can ban whoever they want. This is like absolutely what they should have, like free market, free market, free market. Okay, so you're super free market when it comes to social media companies banning people in accordance with requests from the government. That's where you're free market. Or you're free market when it comes to, well, housing, the housing price increase is 30% upwards because of mass illegal immigration under Joe Biden. But then it's like, okay, well, when it comes to everything else, you're like, well, let's subsidize housing, potentially rent control. I know you're not in favor of that, Hunter, but a lot of these Democrats are. I mean, if you look at rent control favorability ratings amongst these people, let's use the government to clamp down on profits, on social media companies, what behavior they can do. I don't know. It just feels like the adherence to free market principles and this idea of like recognizing supply and demand is more of a convenience than it is a actual principle, is what it feels like sometimes.
So, hon,
sure.
Yeah,
well,
hon,
I would.
If you generalize it, I guess.
Are you surprised the liberals and the progressives don't have principles? Lactoid, of course. Come on.
No, hold on. But Lactoid, no. So Gibbs, I'll address that, right?
Yeah.
It's not a principle. Not at least not for me. I'm not gonna speak for anyone else here on the left, right? So you guys can open up your own mouths about this. But for me as a leftist, yeah, you're allowed. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Prime.
Have you ever made the argument like Facebook can ban whoever they want? They're a private company. Have you made that?
No. I have. No, and I'm totally with you, Lact, with you. I think you made a good point there, right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave that part alone, right?
Sure.
But in terms of specifically the thing that you're focusing on here, right? The free market principles. Yeah, I don't have any free market principles. You've seen me, Lactoid, on this show, talking to you, talking to Scott, right? You've seen me like move on issues, right? Like you guys will make a good case, right? About like, hey, maybe the free market's really good at handling this. And I'm like, you know what? That's right. Sometimes I agree with you immediately. Sometimes it takes me like months to do so, but I have moved plenty, right? But in all of that movement, it wasn't that like I became like a free market became a part of my core principles. No, never. Not at all.
Get there.
Absolutely not, right? It is a convenience. If the free market is good at a certain thing, then I will use that free market.
No.
I will use the most.
Let me clarify.
Right?
I see where the confusion is. What I say by convenience, I'm not talking about necessarily convenience in service of a different principle. What I'm talking about is what it feels like sometimes, and maybe guys are not doing this. So maybe I'm just shadowboxing you guys for a little bit here. But how it feels like for most of the people on the left, what it feels like when I'm talking to them is it's inconvenience for what they actually care about, but they know that I care about the free market, so they're going to use that argument, even though they don't give a shit, right? So they're going to say things like what their actual motivation is. You know, I don't think that people should be allowed to be homophobic. These fuckers should be in prison. Really, is what they want. But then they see people being homophobic on Facebook or whatever, and their argument to me is going to be, well, they're a private company. I think private companies should be able to do what they want. When they don't think this, they do not think that private companies should be able to do what they want.
They're being hypocrites. They're being hypocrites just when it suits their argument. That's your issue.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there, 100%. That like, that people do that, and they'll like appeal to you. They're like grifting, like a straight up grifting.
A little bit grifting, yeah.
So I 100%, right? So
Okay.
I can't speak for any of those people. Hunter doesn't seem like that type of person, right? He's a fucking liberal, but still, he's a good guy. We don't know anything about Riddell, but like Riddell seems pretty solid, and Ali, like, I think he pretty much sticks to his guns. So, but fair. So then, if you don't, so if we can push that aside for now, right? If you catch us doing that, then please go ahead and call us out, right?
Okay.
Call us out to our faces. But like, since if we can push that argument to a side, then is there any other problems with us saying, yeah, build more houses?
Yeah, look, if you guys are going to accept the law of the market, you're going to say, look, yeah, housing prices are going to go up, and that's just going to encourage housing developers to build more housing and increase the housing supply to match the population. There's going to be a little bit of a shortage in the meantime, and you're just going to have to put up with those housing prices. I am 100% understanding of that. I'm 100% on board.
Well, yeah, here, let me throw myself in there, because I know I've advocated for the free market, but I've also advocated for things like housing vouchers, right?
Because what's a housing voucher?
It's essentially the government instead of it's the government just pays your rent basically, or subsidizes your rent to some degree.
He wants
to why is that better than
set amount of time?
Because the onus
government
not permanent.
Why is that better than freezing?
Because the onus of the margins gets placed on the government, who can actually handle and withstand that pressure, rather than landlords who will simply just buck out of the what the fuck just happened with my?
Well, it also gives
you
more
say
control
this. I heard that argument a lot.
I'll give you the real reason why it is better, by the way, than rent freeze. It's because unlike rent freezing, when the government just pays the rent, there is still the incentive for developers to build.
That's exactly right. That's exactly why you would want to do it.
Yeah. Because if I'm a housing developer and my goal
I
is
still
to make
get my money.
I'm a rational actor, right?
Money.
I don't care if the money comes from the government or if it comes from tenants paying their rent, as long as I get paid.
It doesn't dissuade supply at all.
Exactly, right? But if you freeze if I'm a developer and I hear
you're lowering the margin,
this area has a frozen rent, I'm not going to fucking build in this area because I can't charge rent.
But if the government subsidizes it, you're like, I don't fucking care where the money's coming from.
Right.
Just give me the money.
But there's obviously a reason.
Really quick. There's an I'll give the anti reason to not like it, right? From developers' perspective, is that like if like the rent is being subsidized, then like some of these people like don't care about their homes in the same way, right? And will like take care of those apartments less.
Yeah,
you hear this from
they're not paying for it,
right? But that's the anti-government help side. So I just want to say I'm fair. Prime is fair, but go ahead.
It also costs a lot of money too. So that's
that's the one thing that I hit pretty hard in that debate.
It does cost a lot of money.
I recognize that it's possible that a lot of local governments wouldn't be able to withstand these pressures. Yeah. I've said that. I've said this multiple times, but I said if the government can't, why the fuck do we think that landlords?
I'm pretty sure that's why Section 8 is federal. I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 100%. Which is why. So that was my argument. I said if the government can support it, we should do. But this doesn't feel like
absolutely can.
This doesn't. But I agree that the free market. When I say like I'm appealing to a free market, I'm really not appealing to a free market. I'm recognizing the mechanisms that exist within an economy and seeing when and where the government should step in. And I do think as 100%. A default, probably, I would say probably as a default, I'm a pro-capitalist guy. Like I would probably say that. And I'm sure I have different people who disagree with you here, but there's a lot of places in which the free market doesn't function. You know, like having a private, obviously I could point to like firefighters and police officers is like a very obvious example where we don't want privatized military is just wandering the street. I think that healthcare has a lot of problems. Like you can't really hospitals.
I do want to get we got you. I want to get Ali in. Please go ahead, Ali.
Okay. So then I agree that you build more houses, supply, demand, all that. We're all in agreement there.
Yep.
So the issue right now is we don't know if we're going to be building in the future. We're not building in the future right now. And like to your point, it's illegal to build in certain places.
Yeah.
So for the people that can't afford their rent, why wouldn't the best solution be like, yes, make it legal to build, but then temporarily, like while these people are waiting for this to be built, freeze or chill the rent, have it be known that it's a temporary thing so that you don't scare off developers or investors, because the issue is like it is clearly just supply.
You're still
the
scaring me
investors
off.
put in
you're still scaring them off
Right.
because they can't anticipate whether or not you'll do it in the future.
Well, hold on. Also, on two things.
You've
Also,
established
Well, it's not just that. It's not just that, but also
So-
people follow trend lines. And so
Yeah.
if there's a drop in like
Okay.
in like REIT profit, for example, that's going to trigger some people to sell and potentially drop the line even further.
fair.
My question
there's
is,
also-
why are
hold
we
on, there's
against?
one
Why are
more-
you
there's
against
one-
housing vouchers?
well,
Like
there's two-
I've
there's
said
two more
multiple
things.
times.
Okay, so I'm against housing vouchers because I just want you guys you've made the argument that like the cities can't handle the
Some cities can't.
the money. Some cities can't, right? Well, like
Yeah.
so like I just don't think you're gonna get housing vouchers. That's the issue, and I feel like
I've said that the landlords
yeah.
can't withstand rent freeze.
I think they can.
Yeah,
I
that's,
think
hold on,
they
that's,
can.
that's a good point.
I
That's a
think
good
they
point.
can.
Hold on. Like, what do you think the
Okay.
margins are on
Wait.
this? Like, Ollie, like, because you're sitting there talking about this. Okay, let's
Genuinely.
say you freeze. Let's just do $1,000 rent freeze. Bam. And I have an apartment. I have a duplex. Okay, so there's two people, like maybe four people, 8 people living in a duplex, right? And so, okay, I'm paying the taxes on this, right? They're up. Property value went up because it's in a neighborhood where everything's developed, but my rent freeze has been stuck because we're doing it. So I got to pay $1,000. Now it's actually costing me $1,500 to maintain this place now because property values have gone up. And your water heater went out. Well, that's $384 minimum, right? And I go in there and I got the most dog shit, whatever. Well, you probably don't want the most dog shit ever. Why am I paying this nice duplex, right? And so it's like, okay, do I go get the more expensive one and put that in there so it lasts 20 years, or do I go get the cheap ass one so it's in there for like 2 or 3 years and I replace it again, right?
Yep.
So
I mean,
correct.
I feel like
You're
and these
saying
things
you
are
own
like,
a duplex, your property values go up, so then you want to charge the renter more because
Right.
there's development being purchased in, or there's
Yes.
there's development in your neighborhood, right?
and the
Hold
expenses
on, real
goes
quick.
up,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
expenses on the property
Okay.
goes up.
That's an
Okay, fair.
don't ignore that point. That's a critical part. What Gibbs said. It's not just like the property value goes up. There is costs associated with that. You're paying more in
Yeah,
taxes,
your taxes.
and
Yeah,
people are
fair.
charging you more when they come and maintain the house.
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
what-
Contractors
so
are
what-
charging you more money, so the
So then it
overall
goes back
expenses
to-
go up, but you're not bringing in more money.
Okay.
And if I'm
And then
not making more than 7% of my return on investment, why even get into
But
housing? I'll just
Fair.
put it in the stock
Okay.
market.
I'm
This is-
under
this is
just-
also
or
fair.
you
I think
convert.
that's fair.
Worst case
That
scenario.
cost
Hold on, real
mitigate
quick.
from the rent
Worst
freeze.
case scenario, they'll realize that housing isn't profitable, but I still want that land because I recognize the land is valuable. So they'll convert it into like restaurants or businesses that aren't
Yeah.
rent capped, and then that just
Fair.
shrinks the supply already even more.
Yeah, that's another
So
point.
just so
That's
I can
what was gonna do, yeah.
I want to see if I understand this correctly. I own a duplex.
Yeah.
There's development happening around my duplex. My duplex now I have to pay it's in higher property value, more taxes.
Or there's
Now
not
I pay
development.
more, huh?
It could also be it's ultimately driven by demand. So if there's not development, but there's just more people that want to live there relative to the house supply,
Right.
like San Francisco is a great example of this, where they have dramatically constrained supply because they have very strict building codes where they maintain row housing, right, instead of
Fair.
build big multi family housing, and so the houses there are absurdly expensive even when there's not new development.
Well, I was also going to add this to what
Wait,
Hunter said.
are you
Hunter-
guys
Hunter- hold on.
arguing
What other
against-
thing? What else? He said
Are
one
you
last
guys
thing.
Let go
arguing
Gibbs and then
against-
Riddell. All right.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
want to
just last-
finish, but yeah.
yeah. Last thing. So the other thing Hunter brought up right
Well,
here
straight
at
to
the
you,
end
Riddell.
is like how these things are like growing up, right? And then they're basically these expenses, all this shit. The other thing is also with zoning, a lot of these people can't convert it to a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
They're just going to let it get condemned,
true.
That-
and then
that
the
part,
city is
yeah.
going to come
Yeah.
in, either tear it down or whatever, and then
Or
you
let
have a
it
whole
become a
new
slum.
problem. What if I have like
Sure.
a bunch of dilapidated houses, and now they're going to crack dens, right? You don't want that happening either. And like, there's all sorts of other problems that come with the condemned housing, and there's a lot of these places, especially in lefty controlled areas, are going to be much more strict on the zoning laws. I mean, this is just the thing. I've tried buying.
I know,
property-
Loki. This is
Yeah.
one of the big things this is the big problems with Democratic policies.
Right,
that
and I
genuinely
mentioned
red
previously.
cities do much
Yeah,
much
I
better.
mentioned
Texas
previously
does
that I was going
much
to buy
better
property in
zoning.
Detroit and try to rezone it and build like a production facility there.
So
I was,
free market.
I was trying to expand, and I couldn't do it because the city council would not work with me at rezoning on anything, like at all. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to take my business elsewhere. And so I took it to some like little small town. And it's like just like, why is that cheaper to build something somewhere than buy something that's already established in the area because of zoning?
I want to. All right, let's let Riddell in.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like the only reason why this is a talking point is because of Mamdani, to be honest. I don't think anybody in reality really believes that this should be a permanent solution. I don't think anybody's advocating for that from what I'm aware of. And Mamdani's utilization of it is a momentary fix to, obviously, you talked about it before, increase housing supply. So in the interim, when it comes down to the conversation, is can you mitigate the potential cost rises that you guys were referring to in that time to ensure people get more homes and have a living situation. And then at the same time, you're building enough homes to eventually, resupply the housing supply and then get things rolling again. So I don't know to see how that will work. Mamdani is trying a very.
That's not true though about the Mamdani thing. Do you remember the guy who was like, "Let's"?
What do you mean? What part did I say?
This is the key part, the beginning part, the whole your whole the idea of bringing this up. Do you remember?
It's not an idea. That's what he said.
This is literally there was a guy who ran for president was from New York City that was the rent is too damn high party, and he literally had the crazy beard. He was on the Democrat.
I don't think that was a serious candidate.
But hold on, but the point was because he wanted to bring up rent control, and rent control has been an issue, specifically in New York, for decades with developers. So when you're saying this is just like a new concept with Mamdani,
no, that's not
you're lying. Like
I said, the reason why this issue is streamlined is because of Mamdani's
First off, it's Mamdani. It's Mamdani.
Mamdani. All right.
If you remember that fucking
Riddell, can I
line he gave to, but I would. Could I? I'm gonna throw myself real quick in there. I'm gonna say I understand that that Mamdani is trying to treat this as a temporary issue until housing gets built, and then he's gonna essentially disallow it, essentially get
I thought it was only a 2-year
freeze.
thing.
It's a 2-year thing. I'm saying it's a bad temporary solution as well. It's not just I recognize that they're treating
economically
it like a temporary solution as rather.
But the issue is we're
calling
all of the solutions bad solutions because we can't do the housing vouchers.
Why not?
We can't do the housing vouchers.
Soviet-style apartment blocks would
there's a
be a
lot of
better
cities
idea
who
than
can't
rent
afford
control.
it. We can't do the rent freeze.
Genuinely, yes.
So it seems like the only people who like everything gets put on is just the renters. And if we're just disenfranchising the renters and kicking them out, like the last conversation you had, you were saying most people are only homeless for like a year or two, and I guess they'd have to deal with it, and then they get back to unhomelessness.
Wait, okay, you're putting whatever. I'll bite that bullet, okay? Because what specifically I said, what Ollie is saying that I said is I'm recognizing that some cities can't withstand giving housing vouchers. I recognize that rent control is a completely economically illiterate position. I also recognize that building houses is the only way forward, and to massively increase supply, we have to stop giving this idea of rent control. Now, what this essentially means is that for the next 1 or 2 years, depending on how fast we can actually fast track and break down all of these zoning regulations, which if we have an actual fucking political movement behind it, we could. Right. Well, every single time I'm like, why don't we just do this? You're like, it's going to take too long. It's not going to take too long if we don't have actual political will, which you keep stymieing. But if we had genuine political will and we could get this done in like a year, we fix housing forever. And you're like, but what about that year?
Well, no.
Wouldn't there also be homeless people then? Yes. So I agree. Hold on. There would be homeless people there for a year. I agree. And then from then on, the fucking genuine every 30% increase in housing prices, there is a 5% spike in homelessness. That to me is a very real issue that I am genuinely trying to contend with. That it seems like these LARPers over here, unfortunately, sorry, I'm going to say it, just try to deflect from and go well, can't we solve this? And then give solutions that we've been over. It's like I'm saying, hey, what if we fucking walk to the park? And you're like, but walking to the park would take 5 minutes. What about a jetpack? I'm like, well, actually jetpacks don't work and they don't exist. And you go, well, why do you keep erasing every good idea that comes along? I'm like, I have a good idea.
My issue really stems from you're saying that a rent freeze stops developers from wanting to develop in that land, but then you also on the flip side, you tell me that if we build more apartments and more housing, that rent is going to be cheaper, which would then stop developers from wanting to develop in that land since the rent is cheaper.
Yes. Correct.
So then why would they want to build a bunch of? So they're never going to want to beat the demand, correct? Because it's not worth it to them.
This is basic market regulation, where essentially the prices increase. The developers are like, let's get in on this. They increase margins. It goes down, and then it goes down. It sometimes hits a point where it's no longer profitable, and they stop building. But it's not like those developers just eject the housing market. It's still a problem.
What's the difference between what's the difference between
restaurants? Why would you build in hungry places? But they're gonna eat, and then
right. The idea is when housing prices fall, fewer people, because it's less profitable, fewer people are going to want to get into building housing, which is good because those people should probably go fulfill other needs. At the end of the day, all an economy is about meeting people's needs. And so you got a bunch of people that need a place to live. That's going to, the price of that's going to be really, and there's not enough houses or places to live. The price of those remaining houses is going to be really high. Once the vast majority of the population has a place to be, yeah, you're going to see housing prices fall, which is okay, right? As long as those people are going into productive ventures elsewhere.
Yeah, but so then if developers would probably be fighting against building more houses, they're like, well, I can just have my rent be high now, the demand is high now, and I can just charge whatever I want. If we stop rent freezes, I can just up the rent until these people.
We went over this last week. We went over this last week. You wouldn't want to make just 2 hamburgers, even if you could charge $10. If you could make 10 hamburgers and then charge $4.50. Yeah, you do make more money with the more things that you own, even if the overall price goes down.
But the temporary rent freeze would scare developers, but not the worry of in the future their rent is just going to be worth less.
It would as well, but they recognize the demand and they're like, okay, well, it seems like clearly this is a profitable venture. So if I'm the first one to do it, then it's
why isn't the rent freeze a profitable venture?
Because they're literally the goal of it is to stymie margins. Literally the goal.
But hold on, there's also people that haven't developed it. So say I'm a developer, right? And I go and build shady homes, right? And it's got 1,000 apartments, right? I might have built it, and then what I'll do is I'll turn around and sell it to a big trust who's gonna have thousands of these little shady homes partners, right? And so the developer might make the money on the front end, but what you're also shutting down is the middle person who wants to be the rental management company for 1 million different people. And if you have nobody buying this at the middle part, then you're not going to have any of these being developed. That's also going to hurt the market because that's the second part to this too.
I mean, I would say I don't really have a strong stance until I see its implementation, and I am interested in kind of more revolutionary type policy if it can work in a system that currently exists under the framework of capitalism, of course, under the framework of capitalism, so that what you just said means nothing to me. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, I am curious to see if the ways that Mamdani is going to mitigate the cost, because of course, all of what you're saying, even though it's temporary, is ensuring that the rising of costs from the extra things that you guys are bringing up is going to hamper and negatively affect the people overall. But if he can help a lot of these landlords with mitigating property taxes, mitigating the rising of insurance costs, then maybe in that time frame, it won't be as bad to ensure that, of course, people are getting the amount of homes that they need to live in, because it's very clear the incentive structure is not necessarily the amount of money being made, but the amount of people getting a home to live in.
Riddell, the issue that I have with what you said is that you're taking what I'm saying is theoretical. Mine is not theoretical at all. This is not a revolutionary idea. This happened 3 times under de Blasio's leadership. This happens all the time in New York. This has been tried countless amount of times in America, throughout the world, and has been checked under economists and studied countless times. I could show you so many studies. This is one of the most studied phenomenons ever.
Let me give you a concrete example. A concrete example in Argentina. So it was in 2020. There was a rent control law put in place, and then it was repealed in 2023. A few months after he repealed the rent control in Argentina, rental supply increased 180% and real rent fell 40%.
By the way, just to be super clear, real rent falling even a little bit is fucking crazy.
40%.
Because it usually increases. Yeah. Keeping it steady is a huge accomplishment. Dropping it 40% is an accomplishment of a lifetime. That is one of that is what I'm searching for. That's
and in the 3 times that it happened in New York, the rent freezes that you were saying, what was the result?
Supply dwindled. That developers
for how long?
I don't know. I could pull up
because I would assume it bounced back, or New York didn't continuously it
does.
Down,
rent
right?
Hold on. Rent in New York is one of the worst places. It's like San Francisco and New York that has some of the worst housing.
Yeah, so when they put in the temporary rent freezes, I'm sure it's to soothe whatever it is at the time, whatever they need to fix, they fix the issue and then they remove the rent freeze.
I keep saying this. It doesn't soothe the issue. It doesn't soothe the issue. They either recoup the cost.
Things worse temporarily, but then it gets better afterwards.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't get better afterwards.
So is New York better or worse off than before?
It's worse off. It's worse off. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's worse off because of these rent control policies.
I don't dismiss what you're saying, and I am very interested to maybe have a very in-depth conversation about it. But in order for me to truly engage with something like this, especially since this is not my area of expertise, I don't research it often, is I would have to know the factors that correspond to what is taking place now.
Absolutely.
Is there a situation where Mamdani or the other people were trying to mitigate costs with different factors regarding taxes and insurance? Was there a situation where the leadership was trying to get more money from other areas like Mamdani is trying to do with his tax plan? Did it have the people wanting this to be a thing inside their situation in their city as something that will benefit them, of course. So I would have to kind of know all the different ways it was implemented, and then of course the overall intent on what they were trying to do in that given situation for me to engage with this properly.
The intent is, I think, pretty obvious. The intent is
I'm talking about the examples you guys were giving. I don't know the intent of those institutions or those countries or the past cities.
The intent is always the same. It's
the intent of rent control.
Let's stop that from happening. No, for price controls in general.
Yeah, hold on. It is the same. It is the exact same motivation for like NIMBYism, which is
number goes up.
There's voters. Yeah, there's voters
Argentina
here.
And New York
I can give them something. No.
Well,
that's
yes.
The idea.
What's the context behind Argentina, and maybe it'd make more sense why it dropped 40% versus in New York. It doesn't seem to drop 40% when you do the rent
because they keep no. It's the opposite. It's that when we pause. Okay.
I mean, the other thing is like,
maybe the real rent doesn't drop 40% in New York.
Maybe if I do this in the opposite.
No, because they keep implementing rent controls.
Hold on, let me try something here. Like, so, okay, we also agree that like farming in America is a problem, right? We need more agriculture to like keep prices down. Would y'all agree? That's a general sentiment. We don't need to get into the specifics.
That's not the issue with farming.
Sure. But... Okay, sure. It is something. Okay, there's a lot of issues with it. But all right, we need ag. That's something we should encourage, etc., etc. What, like, now there's a reason why they're zoning. They're just talking about NIMBYism, right? What if, say, in New York tomorrow, Papa Gibbs wanted to say, I'm going to put, I don't know, Papa Gibbs Shady Acres Farms right here instead of a building complex, right? And so I take out and I tear down a building and I put a farm there. Now, why would that never happen? Well, the reason that never happened is because these people have the NIMBYism kind of shit going on. They have the not in my backyard. They have the zoning and all these sorts of things, right? Because in New York, land's at a premium, right? Especially in the city, and they're going to do. So it's kind of when y'all say these things, it's like, oh, rent control affects this. It's like a web. It's not just rent control. There's also the developers. There's the trust that build them. There's the zoning issues that go into this, and you have to look at all these areas and the aspect. And so when you go, I'd have to look at this case by this specific what's going on in New York. Well, New York. This is why I think it's unfair to just use New York as an example and say it's Mamdani or whatever.
Well,
because it's because
that's just literally what's happening right now.
Yeah, I know he leads the charge, but this is a nationwide conversation that's happening in many, many cities. And so when you're sitting here saying this, yes. And so when you say it's a case by case basis. What would be happening in like Corpus Christi, Texas, or Detroit? It's not going to be the same situation where Corpus Christi's got a fuck ton of land and New York City who has zero land, right? Like it won't matter if I build a farm in the middle of Corpus Christi because they can just go up 20 miles down the road and build it because it's a widespread open area that's not been totally developed. Versus New York, you're just building on top of each other. So like all these things are factors you got to take into account city by city basis. That when you're sitting here going, well, I can give you a one size fits all prescription, and they're using this as like y'all's template. That's just not how it's going to work.
I will also say there are very specific examples that I've said where rent control isn't the worst thing of all time. In fact, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. I used Vienna as an example. Just hear me out, Lagzor. I'm going to give this example. You're going to be like, you know what? Who fucking cares? The real issue with rent control is you do not want to do it on new units because then it prevents people from establishing new units. In Vienna, they do it pre-World War II. Houses that got built fucking forever ago. So if you tell new developers you're going to have 80 years of profit, they never think that long term. You could probably rent control those and make that extremely explicit and not see a ton of problems. Now, I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm not going to be like screaming from the rooftops about how bad that is, largely because they build 4 times as much as New York does. So like, yeah, I'm not gonna like.
Why would I? But like, I get what you're saying. But like, it's more. I guess a more limited type of rent control. So I guess it's not as bad. But like, it's still bad. It's still bad in the sense that like,
I agree.
If I have old buildings and I lose the financial incentive to maintain them, why would I maintain them?
I 100% agree with you. But I would also probably say that it might be okay and good to have like extremely, extremely, extremely cheap housing for people who genuinely can't afford it. Like I had a place down when I was like a college student, maybe 8 years ago, when I was broke as fuck. I've never been more broke in my life. I was making shit. I was making absolutely nothing. And my rent, I swear to God, was $250 a month. And even that I could barely afford to pay. And it was never maintained. And it was low-key awesome. It was so good for me in my specific point in time, even though I probably got fucking like some diseases living in that awful fucking place. I think that it's maybe okay to not prioritize maintenance in some capacities and to some degree. So, obviously, there's going to be some.
So we're not conflating the argument. So when I was surprised when you brought it up, I got misconstrued because the initial conversation was rent freezing. Are you now saying that rent control in general is bad?
Yes, rent control in general is bad. Yes, rent freezing or rent stabilization, either or. Obviously, rent stabilization would be less bad than rent control, but that's just because rent control is bad. So the less you do of it, the better it is.
Yeah.
So you don't think there's any circumstance where the government should be involved with rent prices consistently increasing?
No. Well, sorry. They should be vastly increasing the amount of housing production that occurs to lower the rent. That will lower the rent.
Yeah. I was able to find one thing from 1993 study.
Lower the rent.
It estimated that the rents for uncontrolled apartments in New York City were about 25% higher had there not been rent control within New York City.
Mm-hmm. And this has been corroborated by like so many fucking research.
All economists, even left-wing economists, are against.
I mean, look at me. I'm
the rents would have been 25% higher.
Because of rent control.
Figure out exactly.
Overall rent was up 25%.
Rent freezing, I think, for the most part, people would agree. It's just in this situation, we're seeing its implementation if it's under a process where it's temporary and you can mitigate it with the different way of Mamdani is doing it. We'll see. But rent control in general, in terms of the government being involved to ensure that the landlords are not taking advantage of the tenants, I don't know. I don't know if to say that it's always bad is
why not instead of just forcing them, why not build enough supply so that their negotiating tactics
their negotiating
power. Their negotiating power is severely lessened. Because I'm not saying landlords are like they're like this protected class that I don't care about harming. I'm saying let's actually lower their negotiating power to such a degree.
Who's building these houses?
Developers.
And the developers want to lower their own negotiating powers?
No,
well, because the developers not always the same as the landowners.
If you see some, this is like saying, why would I build a McDonald's where everyone wants a McDonald's? Once I build the McDonald's, no one's going to want the McDonald's anymore. Well, sure.
No, that's like building. No. You're telling 10 people to build 10 McDonald's in an area where someone wants a McDonald's.
No,
you're not building one building. You're telling developers to build a bunch of buildings, and then the rent is going to drop.
Well, Ali, the developers are buying the buildings, building the buildings because they're buying like trust owners, like Lamar's building all the buildings here, but like First Key owns all the homes.
No, I am asking 10 people to build 10 McDonald's where people want 10 McDonald's. That's the distinction, where every person gets one McDonald's. That's why this doesn't work. Okay. Obviously, that sounds absurd when it comes to the restaurant industry, but that makes a ton of fucking sense when it comes to housing because there's not a lot of overlap.
Well, but also what I'm trying to say, and this is an important thing, is because I'll keep bringing up who's negotiating power. It's hurting two groups, right? It's hurting both the developers, who some of them are going to be the homeowners, but there's also hurting like the people that are going to be the ultimate landlords who have 50,000 properties, and they could take a loss for a few years on some until eventually they make money, right? Because it's like a long-term investment, right? And so when you're sitting here saying this, a lot of these places are building, the developers are building on projected market, right? Like San Antonio is growing at this rate. If we build 200 homes and make this subdivision a thing, this person will go in there and buy this area and then we'll resell it in net property management, right? Or they have that negotiated ahead of time. But so it's generally, at least here, it's not the same person building and maintaining it. I think that's the big key part of this as well.
I want to move. I feel like we're going in circles with the rent control part. I do want to interject a bit here. In terms of housing, Lactoid previously stated he knows what my housing plan is.
Something communist. I'm not exactly sure on the specifics.
Something.
Sure
property. You're going to the gulag, boys.
Is it destroy private property?
Free re-education camp housing.
I am not. I'm not.
I mean, look, I'm saying that wouldn't be helpful. No, look, that's okay. No. So for me, right? I don't have an aversion to government building housing. It's silly. It's a silly thing that we have in this country about this, right? And
Sure.
and I say I say silly, but actually that doesn't really encapsulate this, right? This was a planned outcome. So like people think about government built housing, specifically in America. They think about government built housing. Oh, that's so awful, right? Like I remember like either news stories or movies or TV shows that I've seen where it talks about how bad government housing is. And in the US, yeah, government housing, like like in terms of like projects and stuff, have often been bad. But that was literally by design. Literally the government in our country, we just did not invest in those in that housing, right? And in fact, those housing developments in the larger area was designed to fail, right? And in some cases, like specifically so designed to fail in terms of like the services delivered to those areas, in terms of like their access to public transportation or lack thereof, right? And the idea that we would just put poor people in these places, right? Just concentrated poverty. Up and down, these were designed badly. But like, in other countries where you talk about government built housing, they're like, oh yeah, it's fine, it's great. In fact, they're sought after because you could just decide to invest and decide to refine the process and decide to like deliver services to the area, so it's a desirable place to live. All these things are within the possibility, right? So like there is no there is no reason within my worldview as to be against it. Like, if you're just a free market, type of guy, then obviously you'll disagree. But in any case, right? So, like I am not concerned with the supply and demand, right? As it applies to developers. Like one, I would want to create a marketplace where more developers were around to build. We've had a lot of consolidation within the developer space, right? The housing builder space. There's like a lot less of them now than there were before, which is a problem.
Wait,
if there was more competition, there's less. I think I've been pretty clear. There's less
you're
developers.
saying there's less competition in housing? Listen,
okay. There are less developers now, right? Housing builders than there were previously. There's been consolidation within that space. So in terms of producers, I'd want a lot more competition there. And whatever government mechanisms I could pull to make that happen, and there might be a few. I would pull those, right, to get more competition, have more players within the market, and some of them may have more incentive to build in places where others might not. But also, right, like if the market for whatever reason isn't responsive to demand or not responsive fast enough, yeah, the government could just build the houses. Simple as that. Just do it yourself, because housing. This is the more communist thing. Yeah, that's a fucking human right. Housing's a human right, absolutely. And sorry, shelter. Well, shelter specifically. Sorry, you get a box at Walmart. Yeah,
yeah, but it's illegal to put it in most places.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely.
Because of fucking regulation, government regulation.
So there's that.
Just saying.
But then my next thing, and this dovetails with that, is that like.
Tell you what, I'm pretty pro. So
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting, like what gets the focus oftentimes, right? And in which circles. So I don't know the veracity of this study that our friend Gibbs showed us, right? And I'll just assume that it's true, and but yeah. And in fact, that makes sense, right? It makes sense that like if there is an increase in demand, there'd be an increase in pricing, right? Makes perfect sense. I won't push back against that. But like, what is the focus here? Because that's just one reason why.
The focus
goes up, right?
The problem is this wasn't the reason why. Here's why it's controversial. Not because like people like you, that makes common sense. More people, we need more housing, price go up. Like, that seems pretty simple for us. It's all the lefties and liberals that told us that illegal immigration had no possible chance of causing any sort of house increase in any of these places.
If you fucking
hold on. It might not be Hunter. I'm not saying it's Hunter, but there have been many panels that I know Lactoid and I've been a part of, and some of them on here we've heard some lefties say that shit. Go, oh, it's not the illegals' fault the prices go up. That's just bullshit.
Hold on, and
it's argument. I'll say this.
It's not, because we should just be fucking building for them.
I agree.
Be building when the demand increases.
Sure. I mean, listen,
I won't speak. I won't, because I don't know you guys that well. I won't speak for anybody. So here's my perspective from the people I engage with. The typical talking point from the people on the right is that immigrants coming up are ruining wages. The report you brought up saying
that is true.
That was not happening. That was not happening in the report that you brought up.
Sure,
that was
not the focus of this report.
That was completely debunked. And they also say in this report, which I only can briefly skim over because you just threw it recently, is that this was an unprecedented moment because, as Hunter said, they weren't ready for the amount of people. But the biggest solution that they say repeatedly in this report, build more housing. So ultimately, when it comes down to the situation, it's not a circumstance where you could just like blame the people. It was after a unprecedented moment in American world history with COVID and the border being completely shut down because of Trump's executive order. So
yeah, listen, that was a very good propaganda spin. They should hire you. You're good. But two, listen, it's not
nothing
just the one
propaganda.
It's not the. It is, yeah, the problem is, once again, y'all are like saying something that's like partially true. Yeah, they said this.
This is a report you sent out.
I know. I understand that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I can read. So here's the. I know.
Then why'd you say it was propaganda?
Because the way you're framing. Hold on. The way you frame that report is propaganda. Because once again, we've sat here for months, years, and we've heard a million times how many times the illegal immigrants, they ain't causing the prices to go up.
And that's true.
Lo and behold, we just see that it is true. And then y'all go wages. Listen, I don't want
that's the main talking point.
Wages. This one might dispute the wages claim, but there's about 50,000 articles that we could go to talking about, you have people that are paid a lower wage, it lowers overall wages. Even Democrat fucking economists will admit this. And like when you're saying they don't matter, hey, listen, brother, I can do this. If you want to come down to my ranch right now, we'll go down to C&J where they're paying 30 people $2 an hour, and then you can see how much I have to pay my guy that's legal, and you tell me it's not going to impact wages in the region. And if you tell me I'm wrong,
so should I consider this report or not?
I mean, you should.
Or not.
Every report has
you're picking
facts.
and choosing right now.
I'm not picking and choosing. You're sure. You know what I am picking.
This report.
Actually, I am. You're absolutely.
But all these other reports confirm what I say.
Point to different issues. Hold on. Whenever you try to sum 15 things,
Gibbs, he doesn't know you. You can't argue like you argue with us.
Sure. If he wants to spin 15 things into one gotcha, good job. But whenever
there's no gotcha here. I said I wasn't speaking about you. Then you replied.
Sure. Yeah, because
so it feels like you are offended by what was just said.
I am offended because what you said is idiotic.
And that means it applies to you. That's not my fault. That's your fault.
It applies to me because what you said is
I said I didn't know you. Wasn't speaking about you. I'm speaking about the people I know. That's what I said.
And once again, I gave you credit. It was a good spin, but it's an idiotic take because we're not taking all these other things to
spin.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so
you can't understand the
people. I want to respond.
Okay,
it's called propaganda.
So the real answer is
I'll let Lactoid. Sorry, not sorry. Hunter, go. I apologize. I'll let Hunter go, and then
there's a lot of.
Do we all look the same to you, or something?
True.
Yes.
Gibbs, here's what this reminds me of. This is like me and my wife talking, okay? And my little kid, okay, he keeps getting like bruises and shit like all over him, and I'm like, wait, this is because you keep taking him to the park where he keeps falling down, and she goes, that might be the case. That might genuinely be increasing the amount of bruises that he gets, but also you keep punting him from the balcony. So I actually think that is maybe more of the situation than the other part. And maybe there is some truth to the fact that like maybe he's getting bruises at the parks, but maybe the real culprit, the real actual culprit is the person punting them off of the balcony.
What if it's 30% of his bruises though, Hunter?
Okay, we need
70%.
I have a lot pretty significant.
What?
If it was 30%, if it was 30% of his bruises in the park.
No. But then the housing market does. Wait, okay. Oh my God.
I mean, hold on.
I am saying, obviously, in an ideal world, first off, immigration does drive wages. Okay, Lactoid, you should obviously be on my fucking side.
At that point.
When you say drive wages, what do you mean?
It increases wages
Oh.
for all involved because it
No,
stymies
not for all
it-
involved.
Absolutely zero.
Totally
See
depends
what
on the
I'm saying?
industry.
This is my point right here. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Okay.
No. This is like empirical. Like you can. There are studies on this. This is empirical. It depends on the.
Fine.
It depends on the. It depends on
Fine.
like
Fine.
white collar
Immigration-
workers tend to not
Fine.
be like white collar workers
Fine.
tend
There's
to
more.
actually.
There's some more context to this.
lot more
that is-
nuance,
that
yeah.
is required.
Yeah.
Sure. More
Go ahead.
nuance. However, immigration largely leads to a more beneficial economy because it
In terms
also
of GDP,
increases.
yeah, for sure.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
We can
Thank
talk
you.
about
Yep,
cultural
100%.
problems, but in terms of the economy, it obviously increases. Now, when we talk about housing prices going up, that's obviously the fault of the local regulations not allowing housing to be built for these immigrants coming in. So obviously, if we increase the amount of the amount of demand, then the price is going to increase. Duh.
Yeah.
But why not just supplement this with immigrants coming in? Let's build houses for them.
So what I like to
Agreed.
You're touching, Hunter, as to where I wanted to go, right? Is that like it's where the focus is, right? There are downstream effects, right? But there are also upstream effects, right? Like yes, at the end of the line, if you have more people coming in to a market, right? Like prices are going to go up. Indeed, right?
Right.
But like if it's also a constrained market because of the policies that our friend Hunter was talking about, right? Well, then prices are definitely going to go up. But like the big thing might be like the fact that the market is constrained,
the fucking
right?
market. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't constrain the market, right? If it's constrained because there aren't as many developers, right? And they're not building as much, right? For whatever reason, right? That might be a problem. Right? If like we've allowed a massive consolidation within a market, that might be an issue, right? If you have massive buyers, people with capital here, right? Like massive buyers buying a whole a large amount of that supply, right? Or buying either like through multifamily homes or single family homes, right? They come into the market and they throw down cash to buy a house, right? Where like regular couples trying to start their lives cannot do that. And they're like, yeah, we just take it as is, right? No inspection. We'll just take it as is. Here's cash. Yeah, when that happens, that might drive prices up. But in the end, it seems the focus is, and I'm not, Gibbs will accept this because he does fucking hate the immigrants. But like, this is not aimed at you, Lactoid.
I like immigrants.
Okay.
We just want legal immigration.
He's Mexican.
Sure, buddy.
I am Mexican.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm talking about doing massive immigration reform. We need as many Mexicans as we can get.
Okay.
Everyone believes it, dude. I promise.
Gibbs, you are a beautiful human being, and for so many reasons. Like I just really mean that.
And we get some Colombians in
like,
there too.
But like for others, right? So again, I'm not gonna put I won't put words in anyone's mouths here. But like for others, it seems the focus has to be on the poor person at the very end of it. Yes, poor people came into a constrained housing market, right? With massive with a supply that's been massively held up, right, by a well capitaled feud, right? Like, yes, in that situation, they did contribute, but why is the focus there? That's my issue. You can respond, Lacto, if you like.
I also disagree with some of the things you said, which I might want to.
I guess my general perspective is just like when large purchasers come in and they're buying housing, what they're trying to do obviously is make a profit off of that housing, and the way they're doing that is renting that out.
Okay.
Hello?
Sorry, there was a woman who appeared on the camera for just a second.
Oh, for Gibbs?
Yeah.
Just cleaning out the room, needed things.
Alrighty then.
Sorry,
you dog.
I apologize.
So, you're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm not gonna be able to top that, but yeah. So,
sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I was distracted by boobs. But go ahead. So, what did you say again?
I wish you hadn't asked me. Okay, yeah,
honest.
shit, I missed it. Where was I? Yeah,
I can.
So, I think that when you have like businesses coming in and buying up housing units and then I guess renting them out to people, this is still going to have like an effect on the overall housing supply, because again, if you increase rentals in an area, this is also going to drop housing prices, because if it becomes financially sensible for people to rent instead of buy, they're going to rent instead, and if the rents are super cheap, the more people are going to rent, causing fewer people to be buying housing, causing the housing price in terms of the actual houses to be sold, that also decreases, right? At the end of the day, the only thing that really reliably controls for any price of any scarce good ever is going to be just increasing supply in order to meet demand. That is going to be the only thing.
If it's like, I would agree if there was a bunch of different landlords within the area all competing with one another.
There still is.
Stop, please. Stop, please. There is what I'm talking about in certain markets. This is not happening in every market, but yeah, in a lot of major markets, there are some major players coming in and buying many houses, right, or apartment buildings or whatnot. And these individuals aren't competing with themselves. What they'll do is they'll create a bunch of subsidiaries with different names, but they're owned by the same company, right? This is all extremely well investigated. We know this is happening.
It's
not. Yeah, it absolutely is.
It is.
It's not. Okay, well, the two most. Okay.
Sorry, Juan, please. I'm not going to finish. I'm going to finish my point, right? So yeah, that absolutely does constrain the market and distorts the market. The markets that I generally don't care about because it's not a principle of mine. But like I can understand what it does to it. So like if you have a massive amount of consolidation there, yes, that'll be a big issue. But even if it's not, we can understand that there's two markets, right? Because we bounce back and forth. So like maybe we should like try to do a better job distinguishing this, right? When we're talking about like the rental market and then like the housing unit market, right? Because like part of the problem people will say is that there are people who just can't get a starter home, right? They're trying the best, but they just cannot get a starter home. That could be affected by like massive buyers within that area, right? Or it could be everything else we've talked about. It depends on which area. It's more context dependent there. And then for rental prices, I mean, if like there's only a few landlords, in that case, that'll be a big problem. But so go ahead, Hunter.
Okay, so it's completely untrue that the housing market isn't diversified. 1/3 of all landlords are mom and pop landlords who own fewer than 10 housing markets.
And the other 2/3? The other 2/3?
Okay, wait, hold on. I came from an apartment. This developer that I currently live in has maybe 20, 30 units. Okay, they own this apartment building. They own none other. So that's also part of the two.
I know a bunch that hold on, have the opposite.
I have fucking data, Ali. I know that you've got your biases, but mega investors own 4% of housing stock. 4%. It is an extremely. This isn't fucking airlines where there's like 6 that you all know. Most of my landlords have just been not buddies of mine, have been like people that I know, and I'm in their basement apartment. Like, this is an extremely common situation for a lot of Americans. Now, obviously, there are some mega investors, there are some large businesses, but they have not gobbled up all of the other underlying
in certain neighborhoods.
I'll tell you why this doesn't matter, because there's no national housing market. No, there is no national housing market.
Show me a fucking city where this exists then. Tell me the city.
Yeah, don't worry. So like there is no national housing market. Specifically, we were talking about like, hey, like markets in these desired areas, right? Within those spaces, that's what we were talking about. Not like nationally. Yeah, we don't have to say nationally. It doesn't matter, because you can't just live anywhere when you're, unless, well, I guess if you're like working for a virtual company, right? You can work remotely, you can. But other than working remotely, you have to.
Do you have any data for this at all?
Don't worry, I'll pull it up 1 second.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, that's what we're talking about. So like don't give us that BS. All right, so go ahead. If anyone wants to jump in, I got to pull stuff up.
No, I would like to jump in. I just posted some graphs. This is from Fred, the St. Louis bank. I've posted this before. This is one of the reserve banks. This is basically what makes up our central bank. The study actually that was posted by Gibbs earlier was, I believe, from the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank. So
Yeah, it was.
our central bank, how it works is it's not like it's a central bank, but there's like different components of the central bank, which are all these various Federal Reserve banks. When you look at overall homeownership rate in the United States, there's this perception that it's going down, when in reality, like it's not. If you look, depending on when you look. So yeah, it is down from the peak of 2004. But like our current home ownership rate is like significantly higher than it was in 1986, and it's like even higher than in 1960s, right? When everyone's talking about how cheap the homes were in the 1960s, our current housing, the current home ownership rate in the United States, which is percentage of all occupied units that are owned by the people living there, 65.3% right now. And then if you go back to 1966, it's 63.3. So it's up, right? Overall. If you look at homeownership, I also posted one specifically for New York. If you go back to 1985, it's 50% own their homes, and if you look at right now, it's 52%, 52.2. So no, there's not this. I've seen the data that Hunter's referring to in terms of these institutional investors, and I'm not saying these companies don't exist, but what I'm saying is that when you look at the actual percentages, it doesn't appear like they are dramatically reducing the diversified nature of housing, either across the country or even specifically within New York.
Question for you, Latoy, based off this rate, because I'm not familiar with it.
Sure.
Does this rate signify the amount of people that own a home based on the amount of people that are not living in a home? Does that make sense?
This is percentage of, so this is like homeownership
homeowners
rate,
versus renters.
Homeowners versus renters is how this is measured. So
yeah, you ask a person, do you own the home that you live in? And
right.
67%, I don't know what number it is, 65% say, yes, I own the home that I live
Quarter
in.
one of 2026, 65.3% of all Americans in America, 65.3% own the home that they live in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As opposed, and then here's the thing, right? You go back to the glorious age of the 60s. What are we looking at? 64, 63, all the way down to 62.9 at 1965. There is a glut. You're right, and that glut is in 2004. That gets massively reduced in the housing crisis in 2008, but then it's starting to creep up again. I get it. Like data is like it's. A perception nuanced. I think is so much more powerful sometimes than like what the actual stats show, because median income is like true inflation controlled median income is also going up. So the purchasing power, like we are as young adults, like we are on average, we have more purchasing power than our parents.
We're living like kings.
We are.
Wait,
but we perceive as though like there is this sort of nostalgic view, and I think that with the left, the right kind of has this nostalgic view when it comes to the social kind of mores of the time of the 1950s and 60s and 70s, right?
True.
But I think what the left does is they also have this nostalgia, and they have this nostalgia of like, well, everything was so much more affordable back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Look at the housing crisis.
Go
try to buy a TV. Like, yeah, but when you look at overall like food prices, when you look at overall like just the availability of anything, going back to the 50s and 60s and 70s. Economically, the current generation is just better off.
Can I throw in
and when it comes to housing supply or the percentage of people who own their own housing, it's not like these institutional investors are coming in. Yes, I understand you can point to me specific examples of where like these specific institutional investors come in. They can pay cash when the married couple can't. That I'm not denying that happens, but I'm saying is if that's happening now, was it happening like much larger in the 60s and 70s and 80s?
Yeah, where were you?
I'm going to throw in some more nuance to this conversation. Housing costs have still dramatically increased over the last 50 years.
True.
So that like there is cause for concern and looking at the ability to buy a home over the last 50 years. Now that is also supplemented with the fact that we're also earning more. So it's like but even real housing costs have increased even with regard to inflation. So like housing is still a genuine concern, and it's one of the largest polls for inflation. Like whenever you analyze the CPI, the like housing rents are almost always what's dragging it up.
Sure, and healthcare.
Yeah, that's true.
But so, I mean, I think for the most part, when it comes down to this conversation, it is not only the wants, especially with the kind of vision of what they perceive America should be. And of course, perception is going to matter, especially with a media landscape that's constantly telling you how you think, how you should be thinking.
And
but also
social
the
media,
idea,
just to be
and
super...
social media and media in general. I agree. So of course, that's going to happen in this current landscape, especially with the idea that we should be an improving country. Because, I mean, I don't make the case that we're in the worst. I try to make people like understand the context. Like I did the same thing for California when people were talking about the homelessness stuff there, even though the rate has been declining. Ultimately, though, the idea is that one, they want to ensure that homelessness with things, especially that they not only perceive, but see is actively declining, considering we're supposed to be an improving economy. And then the second part about it is that a lot of we're not only talking about the people who don't have homes or don't own the homes, and we're also talking about the people who are living in a circumstance where they feel like the way that they're spending their money or the way that they're handling bills is unmanageable, and it's not producing a joyful experience or joyful life. So, I mean, I think that's also something you have to consider when you're talking about like how people are dealing with this current issues, which is why we are advocating for these different solutions to ensure that we are, you know, helping people have more affordable home or other utilities that we talk about so they can live an experience that they're supposed to be told about as a joyful American experience, an American dream.
There's a lot of like,
speaking of the
issue.
Are you going to stop running and answer that question about the vote blue, no matter who in the back?
I'm happy to pivot to that conversation. Look, my number one topic of all time is housing. So I would like to stick to housing, but if we pivot to Plattner, I'm happy to talk.
All right, that's fine.
Are we pivoting?
You're not going to get away.
I want to ask one more. I want to ask Hunter a consistency test really quick before we move on. Are you in favor of price gouging laws?
I don't know. I haven't seen. I would actually like to see some economic studies.
I
have been recently actually very mobilized against unions. Speaking as a fucking math teacher,
the more you learn about economics, you're like, yeah.
Believe what the teacher unions have done to the economics of teachers. It's completely fucked the supply of teachers, and it's really
this is glorious. I love hearing these things.
I don't
like price gouging laws bad, rent control bad.
I would need to see price gouging laws because
I can send them to you. When we think about it for a second, Hunter, it's the exact same logic, right?
Well, no.
When it comes to rent control, it's like
we're incentivizing people to actually go to fucking New Orleans and give people water.
Right. Yes, you're incentivizing. When you don't have price gouging laws, the factories are going to kick up production. More people are going to want to bring shit down there to sell. And when you think of
maybe I could see it.
If you don't do this vote blue, no matter who, we don't want.
Most economists are also against price gouging laws.
Yeah, and that's also a thing that I think left-leaning people really need to like really recognize. Honestly, economists lean left, genuinely. Like they sure.
A lot of things.
Well, like if you see unions like specifically as like a left-right barometer, but like most of them recognize that like housing should be afforded to the maximum amount of people, and whatever, have a lot of I think leftist ideals. But anyway, sorry. I would like to see about price gouging. It makes sense. Maybe it's bad. Yeah, maybe it's bad.
I also want to put something out there just in case.
I don't want to.
Potential perception, then we can move on to Plattner. Potential perception is being made. I am not like pro the government controlling prices. I just think that it's worthwhile when we're talking about like issues like this, especially in situations where there is potential creative policies that are being implemented, to see how it could be utilized in this kind of evolving economy and evolving system. Because before in the past, there has been things that have been introduced that people outright said, oh, that's socialist, we shouldn't do that. And then it ended up being a good thing. So I'm just not willing to just disregard the idea altogether.
Wait, hold on. That's not my position.
I'm not saying that's you, but I'm saying people don't. Socialist. I don't want anybody perceiving that I'm a communist. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in favor of a lot of like left-leaning or very like what a lot of people would call socialist. I think Medicare for all is a really good idea.
Sorry, before we move on off of this, right? Yeah. So, Guardian, the Guardian report: a fifth of California homes are investor owned as state's affordability crisis deepens. Report says new figures show that Golden State's rate of investor owned homes is 19%, with mountain regions up to 83%.
Yeah, but how many?
1 in 5 homes in California is owned by investors, new data reveals, in the latest sign of an affordability crisis that shows no end in sight. The figures, which come from data tracker Butch Data and were analyzed by the Orange County Register, show that California's overall percentage of investor home ownership sits at 19%.
Okay,
the rate is higher.
We'll find a stat that I asked for.
So anyway, this man is crazy, thinking that like he's going to control me. I'm going to finish my point here. The rate is higher. Who the fuck do you think he's talking to? It's crazy. The rate is higher in the state's mountain regions, such as Sierra County, which has an 80% share of its homes owned by investors, compared with coastal Ventura County at just 14%. In 7 California counties, Sierra, Trinity, Mono, Alpine, Plumos, Modoc, and Calaveras, investors owned more than 50% of homes. California's most urban counties, featuring some of its most prized and expensive real estate, had lower shares of investor-owned homes, with Los Angeles County at 15%, and San Francisco, San Diego, and Orange counties at 16%. And it goes on from there.
Right. So, do you want me to respond to that?
You want to? You can go ahead.
Yeah. So specifically, what I was referring to isn't just how many investors own homes. Obviously, homeowning is an incredibly lucrative position. It makes a ton of sense that a lot of different investing companies are doing so. I'm asking how diversified the market is. So if you look at 17% of investors, I'm asking for one specific company and their market share. Those investors are made up of different subsidiaries.
Well, it's also, I just posted from Fred, another thing from Fred.
Sorry,
overall homeownership rate in California is also up.
But I'm not telling. That's not what I'm talking about, though. Like, right? Like,
why
homeownership can be up, but then rents. One, like I said, there's two different things. One, rents can be up, and also prices can be up for multiple factors. One. Sorry, I don't know. So rents can be up, and home prices can be up, even if there's more home ownership. That doesn't actually deal with what I'm talking about at all. Okay.
Well, no, hold on. I guess my question for you is, I would think that it does have something to do with what you're talking about, because if you're talking about like, hey, I thought what your concern is that housing, these institutional investors are coming in, they're buying up these houses, and these married couples, they just can't compete. Like, they can't pay cash, they have to go get a mortgage, right? And so I thought the concern was, well, the housing supply is getting bought up by companies, and your average Joe can't buy a house anymore. But if we look at the rates, and the average Joe is, as a percentage, more likely to own their house than in the 60s and 70s and 80s, like the golden age of American homeownership or whatever. I think that would be relevant to your point, right?
So, like, that's part of my point. Like I said, I give you multiple reasons, right? So yeah, in some of those reasons, it's because in some of those instances, it's because they're being outbid, which is a thing that I think you even admitted that was happening, right?
It can
previously,
but it's obviously not happening to some like large enough degree to actually affect the numbers.
Okay, so I'll leave that alone. But the point is that that's happening. But like,
I don't think that's been demonstrated, but I do agree with Lactoid, because causation, like this is just, you're just pointing out correlation. But
no, I'm not. If it was happening to such a degree to offset the percentage of owner occupied units, then you would necessarily have to see the.
I agree. Yeah. I'm saying
because it's a percentage. It's
whatever.
Not an overall.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? That like it is possible that it would drive up, like drive down relative to what it would be all else equal. Does that make sense? And we can't demonstrate that.
You're saying
whatever.
That,
I agree with you. Just move on.
You're saying that like if we ban the institutions from like investing in houses, then the homeownership rate would be even higher.
No, it could be even higher. We haven't demonstrated that in this argument, but I wouldn't say that would happen.
It's possible, but again, it's okay. I will concede it because I cannot demonstrate otherwise. It is possible. That being said, which is a fair point, but that being said, I thought like this has been described to me by everybody as sort of a newer issue, and then if this was happening to such a degree that is like changing the ratios, why are the ratios better now than they were in the 60s? What in the 60s and 70s and 80s was stymieing home ownership?
I 100% why were there more renters making this claim? Need to grapple with that.
Yeah, why were there more renters in the 60s than there are now?
And I agree with the assertion that this isn't a problem. But yeah,
I don't think it's been demonstrated to be a problem.
I agree.
Well,
at least not statistically.
Okay, I would agree to that then. Statistically, it's not a problem.
But what do you mean, Riddell?
Well, in the reality of a situation of homelessness, the expectation is that you would want to decrease it every single throughout the tenure of a growing economy. So it's like ultimately, I know it can be deemed idealistic, but with people being more aware than they have been in the past with everything that we spoke about, of course they're going to be louder about the issue, especially added upon all the other extra expenses that have been forced upon them due to our current consumer economy. So I don't think it's that
feels weird to say that they should be louder when the problem is better.
They should. Well, they're more aware of a situation that is not
okay. Maybe, good. Yeah, maybe. And I just want to be super clear. I want to be super clear. I also think that housing is a human right, and homelessness is one of, to me, a driving issue for me. It's a policy issue that can be fixed, and I advocate every fucking day to fix this issue. I think that this is unacceptable in the greatest economy that has ever existed, and we absolutely have the resources and ability to fix this issue. I think, though, sometimes we're dogs sniffing at some fucking scent that we've already checked out 1,000 times. And it's like, we actually do have solutions that can fix this problem. And can we just stop fucking going over here? Because the answers aren't over here. The answers are right here, and they're super fixable, demonstrably true, and like unquestionably science. Here's another thing, is that like, this sounds like such a denial of science sometimes. It's like economists are so fucking clear on the mechanisms that can fix these issues, and then we don't listen to the scientists, and we're like, yeah, but they're economists. How much really are they scientists? They're scientists. Yeah, sorry.
Wrong, so. I agree. Economists aren't scientists. I don't know if
I want to say one thing.
Keep with the science denialism, Prime.
One last thing.
It's not science denialism. Economics is real. That doesn't mean it's necessarily a science. Like I don't know about that.
What is science? That's a debate. What is science anyway? 100%.
I'm not saying it's not even it's a bad thing or anything. I'm just like, I'm not sure if it's a science, but okay. That's
100%.
So real quick, I wanted to say, I also agree that homelessness is bad. I just
less so than I do.
Less so generally than you do, I'm sure. But I also get really concerned as to the way like the changing definitions of homelessness, where like when I think about like a homeless person, like the kind of image that comes to mind is like somebody's out in the street and it's raining.
Yeah, they're not like, sleeping in their car, sleeping in a motel or something.
Well, yeah, but even sleeping in their car, I might even be able to accept that, right? As long as it's not like an RV or something. Yeah. But the current way we count it is like if you're staying with family, that's technically homeless. If you're like living with roommates and like under certain cheap like arrangements, this is also considered homeless. Like, and it starts getting pretty ridiculous.
Wait,
where, like, if you're,
I don't know about that.
Is
under the HUD? Look under HUD homelessness.
Yeah. If you're staying with family and they're only going to keep you for like a month, and then you're going to end up being homeless, well, then you are homeless if you don't have a permit.
You're imminently homeless, in my opinion. Like you're going to be homeless.
You're going. Okay, sorry, you're going to be.
You could be evicted. You could be evicted. You could also like you could be foreclosed upon. Anybody could become homeless. That doesn't mean we're homeless now.
Yes.
But living with your family when you're not expected that to be your permanent living situation is still homeless. Like,
what do you mean by homeless?
Especially if it's a stated temporary stay. Like if you're staying with your friends crashing on their couch for 2 weeks, like, oh well, you're not homeless till next week. Yeah, sure. Okay, they are inside a home, but like,
I mean, I just want to say two things. One, having a home ain't no right. And then 2, I'm also thinking homelessness is bad. Like, that's just wild shit. Next, we're gonna be getting told, hey, one basic human right is getting enjoyment out of life. Like, this is the path we're going down. Like, I'm sorry. Like, listen, the homelessness needs to be solved, but it's not because it's a right. Like, that's crazy.
I need to fact check something Lactoid
I thought
said.
shelter was a
I think that that what he said was technically true, but really kind of didn't really engage with what is the correct accuracy. I just looked at HUD's definition. Category 2 homelessness is imminent risk of homelessness, but you need to have residents will be lost within 14 days of the date of application for homeless assistance. No subsequent residence has been identified, and the individual or family lacks the resources or support networks needed to obtain other permanent housing. So technically, you could be living at your family's house, but if they're kicking you out within the next 14 days, or you will be losing housing, and there's no place for you to go, you are considered category 2 homeless, and I think that's fine.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
If I'm just reading this, I can send the link, by the way. Sorry.
So Hunter, about this Graham Plattner thing, are you
still
back? You still? Well, I mean, your private's okay with it. It's up to him. But I want your answer.
I'm sorry. I'm having an issue here, right? And you guys can laugh at me, and I'll accept it. But like the largest private equity tracking website, there is like there's a large database, right? I can't look at it. It just won't load for me. Like those
it's Mossad.
It's Mossad. But like those trackers, the robo tracker things, right? Like to keep them out, right? Like I keep hitting the thing and it won't load for me. I can't look at it.
You got another browser?
Every website that I don't think it's my browser.
What website is this? What are you checking out?
It's 1 second.
Might just be down right now.
I don't know. I think it's there. It's just like I can't load it. You try it. PEstakeholder.org. And like all my search results like keep going back to it, right? Like other articles.
They don't want you to know, Prime.
I can't get to it. I've been trying to. I'm so sorry, guys. I do apologize.
It gave me a bunch of like things about how to save cookies and shit. And
I found it. I got it.
But yeah,
are you able to open it up?
Yeah, maybe open it up.
I'm on it.
Okay, then it's a me thing, and I'm sorry, I don't know why.
No, it's all good.
I thought it was my VPN, but like
it's they recognize that I'm not going to put a flashlight onto what the actual situation is, so they allowed me.
Okay.
Prime with his investigative eyes. They blocked him. They knew that he was a leftist who was going to be critical of what was happening.
I do apologize because I actually wanted to like examine that and
no, sure.
Talk. The only other thing I have right now, we can move on because everyone wants to move on. But there is a article that talks about how a New York hedge fund owns nearly 3,200 homes in Clark County. This is Nevada. Nevada? I'm pretty sure it's Nevada.
Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada. No, okay, Nevada. Nevada. Actually, right. You're right. You're Nevada.
Thank you.
A large hedge fund based out of New York is the single largest owner of homes in Clark County at nearly 3,200 units, according to the county's property records. Pretium Partners, a hedge fund and manages over 55 billion in assets, is the owner of Progress Residential, a home rental property management company that, as of the end of February 2025, owned 3,190 homes in the county, as per officially confirmed data. But that number could, in fact, potentially be higher, as typically real estate investors make it difficult to track their dealings by buying properties under the guise of various limited liability companies, which I said before, often with different yet similar names. For example, according to Clark County records, at least 5 of LLCs that have purchased property contain the word Progress in their name. When contacted by local media for the true scope of their stake in Clark County, Representative Pretium refrained from giving an exact number of homes, but claimed that is fewer than 4,500. Okay, so the report claims it's 3,200, and then like the company says it's fewer than 4,500. So yes, it apparently could be more.
Where?
But we don't know.
New York City?
No, Nevada. It's the
Nevada.
hedge fund is located in New York City. Yeah.
Okay. So So here's what I find really suspicious about the data that you gave. It's really hard to contextualize how many 4,000 units is. How many did you say?
It's 3,200 is what the
okay, cool. Can we round to 4,000? Is that okay?
4,500.
I'm happy to round to 5,000. However much you want.
Sure.
5,000 units sounds like a lot. I just looked up how many housing units there are in Nevada. It's 1.37 million. So 5,000 does feel like a drop in the bucket and not a problem at all. It's probably less than 0.001%. So I'm not concerned about that.
Studies indicate at the end of 2020, approximately 50% of Clark County's housing stock, nearly 25% in North Las Vegas, was owned by investors. So these are more than one.
No. You keep saying by investors.
I know. Hold on. I know that. I was literally about to say that. Hey,
okay.
This doesn't disambiguate as to which one is like which, right? But like within these, so what they'll do, they'll buy up like tracts within a housing or a neighborhood, a neighborhood. Whole neighborhoods can be have been bought up, right? You can say, well, they didn't buy up that other neighborhood. Sure, fair enough, right? But within this neighborhood, they own the houses there, right? They own many of the houses there, and then within that geographic area, it can be a quarter, it could be 20%, it could be less. But in the overall, when you say, well, let's look at the entire county, right? They're like, well, there's millions of homes there, but like in these areas, like they can drive up the prices, which they have. We've seen them do that.
Wait, but I still haven't seen any indication of any one investor.
Sorry, no, I've never said it was one investor. Whoa, I've never said that.
Well, then why would there
multiple?
Why would that be monopolistic? Why would
I didn't say it was monopolistic. Hold on, did I say it was?
Okay.
I've never said that.
No, I agree. I'm confused what the issue is. Then I'm confused what the issue is.
Yes, because there's been consolidation within the housing market. I've never said it was a monopolistic. There was one player that was doing it all.
Okay, fine. Oligopolistic. Is that better?
Yes, there's consolidation within the market, right? Consolidation within the market between a few big players in key areas, and they drive and that drives up housing, either housing or renting prices, depending on which one we're talking.
Here's the issue. You haven't demonstrated that at all. What you have demonstrated is that 25% in a specific county is owned by investors, but that investors is plural. In fact, those investors could only have small homes each individually and then are still competing within each other. You haven't demonstrated that they're all under the same bracket. Now, you keep saying, well, it's really hard to track. And it sounds like your evidence is a lack of evidence. And that, to me, is not enough to go off of.
I mean, they're already trying to put out a bill to ban a lot of these investors.
Yeah, and that bill is fucking dumb, and it doesn't exist in reality, because everyone just wants to point to BlackRock because we're primed to just like point to a company and go, that must be the issue. And the issue is actually just 60% of the country not wanting to drive up property values because they're homeowners. That is the issue.
I agree with you that
there's more nuance
of the homeowners.
But
yeah, I agree with most of the homeowners are like individuals, but at the same time, this is something I wouldn't say it's not an issue, something you do want to mitigate.
I feel like
are you saying it? But there's a difference between saying it's not an issue at all versus it's not the main issue. I agree, it's not the main.
How is it an issue at all? How is it an issue? What specifically is an issue? What is the issue?
Well, as described from what Prime Kai said. The concern that a lot of people have been put out there regarding these hedge funds that are buying up these homes is the willingness to potentially drive up the prices.
Wait, okay. How would that drive up prices?
How they drive up prices?
Yes.
I mean, they have ownership to the homes themselves. I can't really tell you directly.
Okay, so there's really two mechanisms that people often cite, and I don't know which one we're claiming here. The first is that they're taking units off of the market to drive up prices. That is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my life.
Or they're just charging more.
They're charging more from monopolistic properties through oligopolistic. Sorry, I'm going to say monopolistic, even though I recognize it doesn't have to be one player. It doesn't have to be Amazon. But like to some degree, they're monopolistic and they have way less competition within each other. And I haven't seen that bear on the market. You haven't shown me any stats that they make up a significant part of the market where they wouldn't have any competition. And I would love to see stats like that, but I still haven't.
Wait, so are you saying that it is, I'm not saying you're saying it's a good thing, but you're saying it's okay for them to buy up these amount of homes and
it's
determine
100% fine for an investing company to say, here's the most profitable market. We're going to start investing in here. And everyone like I can go it's an investing company. I can go into BlackRock, buy some fucking stocks in BlackRock, have them manage my money. They're going to invest it in housing and they see incredible returns because of course you do. It's fucking housing. I don't see the issue there.
Would you be concerned that if the increase of housing supply does happen, then at that point they'll also buy up the homes as a result?
I don't understand that question.
Build more homes that are being created in America for the people.
Yeah.
But they are being bought by these investment companies.
Who fucking cares? No, like genuinely, why would that matter?
So are we fixing home ownership or just like people living in homes?
I want to make sure that there is enough houses for people. That will drive down prices for all renters. That is it. I don't fucking care who is profiting. Maybe it's an investing company. Maybe it's a mom and pop. As long as it's not concentrated, as long as it's diversified enough, which it seems to be right now. And if it's not diversified anymore, we should. That's what antitrust regulations are for. I'm happy to start capping some of these market shares, but right now it doesn't seem to be an issue. So why are we talking about this issue?
Well, because of course people have. This is also in line with the idea of people being dissatisfied with institutions and big companies.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that you're primed. I understand that we're primed to dislike certain companies because a lot of companies have done fucked up shit. But that just the being primed to do that and then just seeing them as the bad guy in every problem is not fucking helpful. In fact, it's actually actively bad.
This is the 100.
But in a circumstance where you can ensure that if you can't build the proper amount of homes in the requisite amount of time,
yes,
and you can ensure that these homes that these investment companies are letting go of and then utilizing those homes as a response, wouldn't that be a good temporary solution for the issue of homelessness right now?
I'm super confused. Say that one more time. I don't know what you're advocating for here.
Investment companies, and this is all based off like intuition without like intrinsic.
Okay, sure. No, that's fine. That's fine.
So investment companies own all these homes. Of course, we're advocating for building more homes.
Yeah.
That is a lengthy process, which will require, of course, finding the right companies and working with different.
We don't need to find companies. They're fucking knocking on the door, begging us to build. By the way,
I'm just like applying all the factors to ensure which companies are doing it, what laws are we kind of advocating for or tearing down, all that stuff. It's a process, of course. And then in addition to the amount of time it's going to take to build those homes, and obviously having the workforce to build those homes, especially with the workforce dwindling, ultimately, it's going to be a process and it's going to take a certain amount of time.
Okay.
In that same amount of time, with the bill that's put in place to ensure that these investment companies can't buy up the current existing homes.
Which I'm not in favor of. I think that's
right. So in the meantime,
couldn't
we use these homes for the people instead of having it be something that is controlled by these investment companies?
Are you saying that the government should buy the houses from these investment companies and then loan them to homeless people?
No, it's more so that the government is capping these investment companies in terms of like their ownership, how much they own, or how much they're raising the prices of these homes. That's what like the main focus is to ensure that they're not like taking advantage of the residents.
I'm not understanding this.
Why are they builders? They're not going to get ownership.
They take advantage of the residents and the tenants. So, in this circumstance, like,
no, you could buy off. I
think he's proposing
the government
rent control. Just so you're aware.
Are you saying that the government should buy these houses that are currently owned by investment companies?
No, I'm saying what is being put in place right now is to ensure that they are not doing the things that we're suggesting in terms of raising prices or taking advantage of the tenants. In this situation, especially since in order to build homes, it's going to take a certain amount of time. Wouldn't this be a good temporary solution? Or
no, but what is this? I don't know what your solution that you're advocating for is. I'm really sorry. I'm trying to understand.
Well, we're talking when it comes down to home ownership and people buying homes, it's all about affordability, right?
Okay.
So ensuring that homes are not being raised in prices from these investment companies is one of the big concerns that are being put out there.
Okay. I don't know what solution you're advocating for. I don't even know what the question is. Laxwood, are you getting it? Are you able to translate?
I think what he's saying is that you cap whatever percentage of total homes that can be owned by, you could cap the amount of
by investors,
by what the type of investor is. An institutional investor is going to only own, like, hypothetically, I don't know, 5%.
so that people can own the homes instead of investors buying up the homes. These homes go up in price because investors are buying the homes, which is going to inflate the price of homes.
Basically, what it seems like, the most charitable way to read this is you're advocating for some kind of like cap and trade system, where like institutions are limited to like 5% of the total housing supply.
Sure,
and if one institution wants to buy, I mean, I'm guessing he's probably okay with that too. But how I read it was like a category of investor is limited on the percentage of what amount of the housing market they can own. That's how I'm understanding his point.
I think that would be an issue where it's a severe percentage of the market that I don't see. So like that seems like a reasonable solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And if the problem were to exist, I would say let's implement that solution. But I don't see that problem existing. And
they already see, this is where I'm kind of like confused on your pushback, because I understand that people should be focusing on different things. But if this is already a bipartisan bill that both sides have agreed to limit a potential problem, I don't think it's the main problem. Yeah. I don't get the need to push back against it.
So here's the thing. You keep pointing to this bipartisan bill, which
yes,
I don't know if we're talking about road to housing. I don't know which specific bill we're talking about, but there have been a number of different bills that have been put forward to sort of cap the amount that investors can invest in. Yeah, I think that it's a bad bill. I understand it's bipartisan, but that's because there is slopulous on both sides who just go, oh, well, whatever fucking, if most people can get behind it, we should implement it, even if it's a bad idea. And I think that that's what's happening. It sometimes happens in government where bipartisan bills are bad, actually. And I think this is one of those cases.
Okay, what exactly makes this bill bad to you?
It's a solution that is not, there's not a problem. There's not a problem.
But that's not making it bad. That's just you thinking that a problem doesn't exist, and therefore a solution being implemented.
Okay. Here, let me say this. Let's say mega investors, I think they've never reached more than 4%. If we're capping it at like 5%, okay, we are limiting the amount that mega investors are investing into the housing stock, which will decrease the amount of supply that exists in the economy. It is not a problem sufficient that will drive down prices. However, it will increase supply. So it is a good thing that investors are investing in a housing stock. I find that a good thing. And preventing that, even though it's like not a crazy big deal, it will do that to some degree, and that's bad.
So are you saying the reason why I'm not going to put the reason, I'm not going to make it a very clear causality, but one of the reasons why homes are not being built is because of cost?
Why? No, it's regulation. It is regulation.
Right. So if it's
illegal to build housing,
why are we worried about the need for investors to be able to pay for these homes being built?
I think anything that can demotivate supply being built is a bad thing, considering we are 3 million units under cost. I would say that the focus should be zoning regulations, or
I agree,
or land value taxes, or infill exceptions for environmental regulations. There are a lot of things that I could point to way before I would start going to investor caps. But it's not the biggest deal that it's being implemented, but it fucking drives me crazy when it seems like when we're pretending like that's a solution to a problem, to the problem, because it's a solution to no problem. The problem doesn't exist. And like, yeah, you could put those words on a piece of paper, but like the fact that we're cheering for it, I'm looking around like, we didn't do anything there. It's not like it's not the biggest deal, but the fact that we're pretending like we're solving the issue does irk me, because there are actual solutions to the problem.
Well, I will say, generally, I probably agree. And I think maybe some other time we can kind of deep dive the bill, because I haven't looked into it in-depthly.
Do you know what bill you're referring to? Is it Road to Housing?
Yes, it's the Housing for the 21st Century, the one you were referring to.
Housing for the 21st Century. I
it's apparently it got passed, and Trump just has it on his desk right now. So we'll see.
Oh yeah.
We'll see if it gets signed. Or
there's some nuance to this. Yeah, There are some good things, some bad things about this bill, but I think it's still probably good.
I don't think it fixes the issues, but I am curious to see if the cap in and itself is going to be something that is worthwhile for when increase of housing supply is eventually being pushed, hopefully, especially for like a democratic platform.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes to Road to Housing because I actually took it down. It's been a while since this. I did a debate on it like 3-4 months ago. Actually, Prime did a debate. I'm going to repeat what I said back then. Mm-hmm. Institutional homeowners are capped at 350 single family homes that they can own. And if they own more, they have to sell their homes they built to single homeowners within 7 years after the building is constructed. This is insane. I'm just reading my own quotes verbatim. So it sounds like I'm reading something I wrote 4 months ago. This is insane because the owners can't make back their investment in 7 years. This won't be built then. Why are we targeting built properties rather than older ones? That's my question. Like, this is just it's a terrible idea. It's going to disincentivize more houses from being built.
You know what's also a terrible idea?
What's that?
Your love of Graham Plattner.
Yeah, can someone explain to me what Graham Plattner did? What did Graham Plattner do?
Allegations.
I want to make one more point before we move on to Graham Plattner.
No, we're not going to move on to Graham Plattner. We got to get to the larger debate.
Topic. Oh, there's a larger topic? Oh, that thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So
why talk about the relevant thing that's happening today?
If I could real quickly. So I linked to a couple things, Hunter. I'll make this super quick. I think that category 3, which is the newest category that I was partially thinking of, that is, I think, too broad. But the main thing that I was thinking about is really broad is the way that the Department of Education defines homelessness, which is much broader. And it is quite literally anybody under the age of 25 who is sharing housing due to any kind of like economic hardship.
Sorry.
So
I'd have to look at
that. Is pretty crazy.
I'm gonna. All right, so maybe I'm having a revolt here. It happens every so often. I mean, sometimes I hang the leaders, but other times I just like acquiesce. So we'll see. Do you guys want to talk more about the Graham Plattner situation, or do you want to?
Lie.
That would be more fun.
Topic number 1 right now.
Yeah, that'd be more fun.
Want to talk about? Okay, so I want to do a official one. Gibbs, Plattner, and I'm talking about Plattner the rest of the time here.
Do you want to talk here? Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that. I do want to talk about your thing though at some point, but I think it would behoove us maybe to do Plattner.
Okay, Lactoid.
I mean, I think war in the Middle East is kind of an evergreen topic, unfortunately, which is part of my point here about this memorial. So it would be pretty good, I guess, next week if we. If people really want to talk about Graham Plattner, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just going to be saying "I told you so" the whole time, so you guys can. That's going to be my whole point.
I want to know what happened.
Okay, Ali just wants to know what happened. Right, he's just having fun there. Okay, great. Riddell, Plattner, I think you said.
Yeah, I definitely think you got to talk about Plattner because I think it kind of goes beyond the Plattner conversation. The reactions from certain pundits is also very important.
Okay, gotcha. And then Hunter Plattner.
Yeah, I think. Well, one, I don't know how fruitful of a conversation is because we might all just agree. I'm gonna say that we might just all agree, but if we don't, I don't know. Like if we run out of time, we can. If the conversation doesn't actually, anyway, go ahead.
Because I do want like a full conversation about the topic I came up with because I think it's a good one. But we can just punt it to next week. All right. We've done it many times before. It saves Prime work, and Prime likes that.
Sure.
We'll just punt it till next week then. Yeah. But okay, so I myself haven't seen the new allegations. I just know so my understanding, and Gibbs can lead this because I'm sure he has the most information, friend. But my understanding is that from headlines that I've seen is that he was accused of sexually assaulting a woman, and
breaking into her home.
He's denied it, and then he put out this statement that he's looking for a path forward, which is not a good statement to make at this point because then it looks like you did something. If you're saying you didn't do it, then there's no need to have a path forward.
He's been saying he didn't do it.
That's a specific phrase That's a specific phrase you use, right? When you did do something, you're like, oh, we gotta like to, recenter ourselves. I think it's a bad idea, just straight off. But okay, so we'll let our friend Gibbs, because he's most enthusiastic about this, can lead us.
Yeah, I mean,
do it, Gibbsy.
You said most.
I put the article in the Discord if you guys want to read it too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, you said most of the things that I was going to say. I mean, the only real thing I would add is the only reason I even found out about this is because I may or may not been on the sports betting sites. And they all of a sudden I saw like my politics ticker go off, and it was like, this guy's changed. Oh shit, 38%. And like today or whatever, like he's gonna drop out. I'm like, that's crazy because like a week ago he said he wasn't, and then like everything that happened today, he got accused of this. It's pretty wild claims. She seems like a credible witness, and then he said all the things you just said, right? All the keywords. So yeah, my real question is like I was hearing a lot of vote blue no matter who, and now like.
Yeah.
What? Are you going to Joe Biden this candidate? What's happening here? Like, I'll answer for your crimes, Democrat Party.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to be super clear that when I say vote blue, no matter who, what I'm really asserting is that anyone who generally puts them, I have not seen a circumstance in which I judge the policies of a blue candidate versus a red candidate, and the red candidate looks better. So from a purely harm reduction standpoint and from a purely policy-based standpoint, vote blue no matter who. Now, that is unchanging. That is true. And if I were in Maine and Graham Plattner doesn't drop out, which I would encourage him to
You're going to vote for Graham Plattner?
I probably would, but wait, hold on. Just shut the fuck up. You voted for Trump. How many fucking sexual assault allegations?
Amazing.
Those are all fake.
Oh, they're all fake this time.
Hold
on. I'm willing to acknowledge that.
Where's Trump's Nazi tattoo? Where is it? That's what I thought.
For real?
It's not there.
Oh, where did he tell a Nazi group to stand by?
First of all, he supported it. He supports Israel, okay, which is the Jewish state. It's the Jewish state.
I mean, Israel is a Nazi state, so
and Graham Plattner hates Israel. Coincidence?
Bullshit. You don't mean this either. Okay. Look, let me finish my statement. Here's what I would do. I would probably vote for Graham Plattner, but I would never judge anyone who voted for Collins. I would say this is the most difficult political decision between a blue and a red candidate I have ever seen in my lifetime. And I'm not going to judge anyone who votes red, even if they have the exact same predilections than I do, because it's close and I might vote red and I might vote my conscience. But like my conscience is pulling in two different directions. I think Plattner is an awful, terrible individual who has mildly good politics. And I think Collins is probably, it seems like kind of a nice person. Probably maybe a good person who has mildly bad. Well, yeah, I know. She's quite moderate. If I were to compare the politics of these two candidates, I would say that Plattner's is better.
I just want to go on record saying Hunter has done something wonderful here, guys. He has openly declared that moderate makes sense, mildly bad politics is National Socialism. I'm glad that we now agree that the Democrats think that is moderate, okay policy.
I still don't think that he's a Nazi.
I think here's what I think. Here's what I think. I said this multiple times before, and I think all it does is just simply vindicate this statement that I've consistently been making, which is that, like, if you're a moderate, there's almost no incentive to be a moderate Republican. At least if the mentality goes along the lines of what's been saying, what kind of Hunter's position here, because you have Susan Collins, who is arguably one of, if not the most moderate Republican, who has voted against Trump multiple times, and who's on all the big issues. This is very true. She voted for, I believe, she voted for Obama's pick, and I believe she also voted for
5% of the time.
She voted against the repeal of the ACA.
Hold on, she's not as in line with the Republicans as Trump as the other Republicans, but she still is quite in line with Donald Trump. Okay, she's probably she's probably like an 85% voting record with Trump.
90.
Most Republicans are at 90 or something like that. Would you concede with that?
I'm guessing that she's probably in line on most of the shit that's not super controversial. That's my guess.
Okay, but I bet every other Democrat still blows her out of the water.
Yeah, but
is that fair?
Most of the shit is but here's the thing, most of the shit that any politician is going to do, I would put this when it comes to Biden or Obama as well, think most of the shit that a politician's going to do is not going to be on like the ultra controversial side. What people really tend to focus on is like the 10% of the 5% of the shit they do that's like really ultra controversial, where it's like, oh shit, like this is a big deal. And when Susan Collins on multiple of the high profile things votes against Donald Trump, when she again, like as compared to almost all the Republicans currently, is very moderate. And I think if you found a Democrat with an equal record to her, but with a Democratic president, I think it'd probably be fair to consider that person to be like a moderate Democrat. Like, who was a Democrat from West Virginia? Joe Manchin.
Manchin.
Yeah, Manchin. I'm willing to bet right now that Manchin mostly voted with like the Democrats, but on like very key issues, he's strayed. Yeah,
I agree.
And
so I would put Manchin better than any Republican.
Sure, I get it, but like, look real quick. You take the most moderate Republican. It would be like if we were Joe Manchin runs against like somebody who's equally as problematic on the Republican side. Like, I don't know. I feel like that one is like shit. I mean, Joe Manchin's a pretty fucking appealing pick at that point.
Of course, and I think Collins is not a pretty appealing point. I've said this multiple times that it's pretty damn marginal. Also,
Okay.
I just want to put it out there. So, like, according to this count that I found, and I'm sure you'll find others that say something slightly different, right? But it says that she voted with Trump 96% of the time. So, yeah, but that doesn't negate what our friend Lactwood was saying, though. Just put that out there.
Yeah, like 2 bills, she said nah, but everything else, yeah.
I really need to reject something Lactwoid said.
Multiples of one.
Something Lactwoid said is really not true, which is because of my position, it disincentivizes moderate Republicans from running. I don't fucking live in Maine, and people in Maine have different dispositions than I do. Okay? Every politician is going to appeal to their specific corner of the country. That's why Joe Manchin won in West Virginia, and he could never win in New York.
Just to be clear, what he's saying is that the disposition of Maine is the vote for somebody that had the symbol of the SS officers that were beating people into the ovens on his chest. Go for that guy, while he also suspiciously hates Israel. Totally guys.
I'm talking about the mentality. Right. I'm talking. I understand that
50% of America hates Israel right now. Let's not be suspicious.
Okay, let's not turn this into Israel. I understand. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Hunter, I'm not saying you live in Maine. What I'm saying is that the mentality of like blue no matter who or red no matter who, like that no matter who, to me is concerning, right? Because I think you get in these situations where, in the same way Joe Manchin pushed the Democrat bills to be more moderate, even if he didn't vote against them, because they had to work with him and they had to make their bills more moderate in order to get his vote. Yeah. People like Susan Collins operate the same way. And the existence of people like Susan Collins moderates the Republican Party.
Of course.
But what this demonstrates is that when we go with the blue no matter who, it states that here is a moderate member of one of the parties that's going to moderate the output of whatever party they're associated with. And we are still going to pick one of the more extreme people on our side in order to moderation be damned, right?
Okay.
And you can have this position, that's fine. But it feels to me like I don't like the position. And it also feels to me like pretty hypocritical towards almost everything that people have been saying about Trump since he first started running. Like,
sure.
Like moderate Republicans should vote again. Like, fucking, I still hear Connor's voice ringing in my ears about how like moderate Republicans need to unify against Trump.
I'm with you. And like,
as well.
And I want to be super clear. The argument that Graham Plattner cannot be elected simply because he ruins every argument that we have against Trump, because in a lot of ways he's doing the same shit that we said was inexcusable for the presidency. That is a fair argument and one that definitely weighs on my mind. And the blue no matter who isn't like a law that I've constructed for myself and then I follow unquestionably. Blue no matter who is a recognition of every election that I've seen where the blue guy is unquestionably better than the red guy. So I go, it seems like there's not really a question. Now the blue can shift. By the way, DAC is a fucking crazy Democratic candidate where I would see, okay, yeah, maybe this blue no matter who maybe actually needs to start getting rejected once we see crazier and crazier candidates. I'm not holding to this fast. It depends on my current understanding of the Democratic Party. And if the Democratic Party shifts to a weirdly fucking to a weird party that I don't recognize anymore, then I'm going to stop saying blue no matter who. And Plattner is showing this transition. DAC is showing this transition, but I'm not seeing that transition in a ton of other places.
So it doesn't feel like blue no matter who then.
Yeah, then you're bullshitting the entire time.
Yeah, it's
like,
blue. It's blue as long as they're not too crazy. Is what kind of what it sounds like.
It's blue if I agree with them. Yeah.
Yes, that is the opposite of no matter who.
You guys are.
That's not what no matter who means.
Hold on. You guys are so fucking dumb. Okay.
Yes, we're the dumb ones.
Good sir.
Okay. It's like this. It's like this. Do
Do
you think war crimes should ever be followed?
Do I think what?
War crimes should ever be tolerated?
Oh, yeah. There's no war crimes.
Sometimes.
Well,
okay. Is there anyone who's going to say no? I would say no. I would
No.
say war crimes are always a bad idea.
War crimes.
I mean, hold on. War crimes are always a bad idea, but in their certain
Great.
circumstances, they should be tolerated.
Okay.
like,
Fine.
doing
Would
war
you ever
crimes or-
advocate for a war crime?
Maybe.
Shut the fuck up, Gibbs. We know your answer.
Gibbs on
no
Tuesday
Gibbs
advocates for war
Lactoid,
crimes.
You would have to give
Can
me
you
like
just
a
work with me for a second? Could you just work with just like
no, I'm not working with you because I'm demonstrating right now like the nuanced way that I approach politics, brother. Yes,
Okay.
I will say that I am generally predisposed against war crimes. I can imagine there being certain circumstances in which I would agree with war crimes.
So I'm just going to give my perspective, okay?
Not no war
War
crimes no
crime-
matter what. That's not my position.
I would say war crimes no matter what. And
No matter
the reason
what.
why I would, yes, the reason why I would is because it denigrates how specifically war can function. You can't fucking shoot someone who's going to who's going to give up, who's waving the white flag.
You can do what you want.
Because if you do, then no one's going to fucking give up. And we can't have a world like that. So you cannot kill someone who's waving the white flag. That is a war crime for a reason. You can't do that. Okay? That's how I view it.
Yeah.
But what if
Stops
what
the
if
world
a
from
new
blowing
war
up.
crime that comes up and it goes, don't shoot people?
Oh.
Okay, well then I'm going to say, well, I'm going to change my mind on war crimes now. But that's not because I have this belief that war crimes should be avoided at all costs. But that's because of what I know what the fucking war crimes are. And if they start shifting, I'm going to change my perspective and my prescription on how war crimes should be followed because they've shifted. That's actually not that's not
But sure, but that's different. Like if you say no war crimes, no matter what.
Yes, and I say that. I believe that right now.
Yeah.
But if some fucking loser, if Trump's like, what about no shooting people? In war crimes?
I get what you're saying, but when you say no matter who, because there's new candidates that are always cycling in, and so when you say who, this is with understanding that we're getting new candidates in every single fucking election cycle, right?
I'm looking at fucking 2,000 candidates, and I'm saying they're batting 1,000.
Yeah. The best
recently has it been marginal.
The best analog would be like, you should never, you cannot commit war crimes ever, no matter what the war crimes would be. That is the more analogous to blue, no matter who, because the who is obviously talking about future candidates, right?
What the fuck do I think about the 1830s? Okay, do you think I should have voted blue back then, or do you think I should have voted for Abraham Lincoln?
No, I'm giving you a pass on like retroactively back when like the parties had wildly different like prescriptions. But correct me if I'm wrong. Your position is that as things stand right now, as long as a Democratic candidate more or less pulls the Democratic Party position as it stands right now, you are voting for them no matter who they are.
Yes.
Okay. That means
unless it's Graham Plattner,
no matter who.
And I would vote for Graham Plattner. I already fucking bit that bullet, but I would rather he drop out.
Here's the test. This is the test. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Could Graham Plattner do anything in his personal life? Like if it came out tomorrow that he was eating babies' intestines, would you be like, okay,
of course,
okay,
of course.
And so the Nazi tattoo. That's nothing, and then there's this. That's not enough.
Do you want me to go through my specific positions? Because I'm not defending Plattner. When I vote for someone, it's harm reduction, and I recognize that Trump's policies have done such severe damage to this country that I'm weighing that against.
This is unreasonable.
I get that. Hold on. One last exchange. I get that. And that statement of I'm doing some kind of utilitarian harm reduction, that really, really resonates with me because that was my logic voting in the last election as well. I get that. But
went well for you.
It's working okay.
Going great.
Yeah.
Compared to what it would have been, whatever. Utilitarianism, right? Sometimes there's some negative aspects too. But
there's not. It's just 100%
to me, like when the statement of vote, like if I was to go around chanting "vote red no matter who," to me this would indicate a almost tribal affiliation with the party, and that's it's no longer about you could absolutely point to comparables on the MAGA side. People who are like, I'm going to vote MAGA no matter what, no matter who.
Obviously. Wait, hold on. I have a question. What if you genuinely think that there is a genocide happening in America, and that genocide is, I don't know how many, 2 million babies every fucking year are being aborted and killed, okay? It is a harm reduction stance to say vote red no matter who. And as much as I fucking despise Donald Trump, at least I know he's going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And I know that if I get a Republican in power, then yes, they will be against abortion. And they take that principled approach because they recognize every single time a red versus blue stands up against each other, the red will be more anti-abortion than the blue. And I'm a single issue voter. So of course it's going to be a principled approach, and there might be some fucking weird Republican who comes out of the woodwork and is actually like, I think abortion's cool and not a problem at all. And you go, well, I got to change my mind now. But I was saying vote red no matter who, and it was a principled opinion, and it wasn't tribalistic at all. It was a form of harm reduction the entire time.
No, the difference is, though, when you look at the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party, right? Like, so the Republican Party, even at the national level, you go all the way down, is much more like open to the public, right? We don't have any super delegates that are going to come in and knock somebody out. We have the open primaries. It's like 3% or something.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to tell you. Listen.
Okay.
I'm about to tell you.
Sorry, Gibbs.
And so when you're saying all these things don't vote red no matter what, like that's not what we're doing on the right. We're going in there. They have more options because it's not this like force-fed candidacies, right? We have to go in there. You can be like, oh, I don't like this guy. This guy's a nationalist. This guy's whatever. And like that's literally how Trump got in there. He's a populist, right? That's a whole new faction that formed and took over. And versus when you go to the Dems, it is absolutely true. Or versus when you look at the Dems, you look at Bernie Sanders, for example, screwed out of it. So when you're sitting here saying y'all have like a machine, and you're saying vote for this machine no matter what, that's how you get somebody corrupt and a dictator in the long term. Because you're sitting here going to vote this system no matter what, whose the option is. And you're literally going, this guy's got moderately bad option. He's probably even, why is he not lying? He's got a Nazi tattoo on, bro. Like, why do you not think he's going to be like, okay, and then flip? Or even be way worse. It's just like, he's saying what he needs to get elected, and then he's going to do crazy shit.
Yeah, I think he's fucking psychotic. I think he's a deranged individual who has a complete lack of responsibility or a complete lack of awareness of his whatever. I'm not defending him at
Joe Manchin was pro-life, by the way.
Yeah, and but compare him to the Republican outlook. He was much more reserved in his abortion takes.
He voted for a 20-week federal abortion ban. He was.
Okay, I would have to look into it, but I would bet that. Okay, fine. Then maybe Joe Manchin would change up the calculus a little bit if you live in that very specific sect of West Virginia, where that is the only case in which that happened.
That's what I want. I want people to be focusing on like the nuance. I want people to like educate themselves on learning which candidate they feel actually represents their best interest when it comes, or whatever utilitarian calculus. Because perhaps to give you credit, perhaps like when you say blue no matter who, it is this like highly structured kind of a belief of like yeah, blue no matter who, but the no matter who part is like in a massive asterisk at the end, which is no matter who, as long as they're like within this set
it's
category.
Slogan. It's
sure.
a slogan.
No.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is a lot of people take that slogan to mean like just walk in, vote.
Yeah. So hold on. We got it. Okay. All right. Okay. But like we can understand. Like I got to back to it here, right? Look at the position you put me in, right? I have to back to it because I'm actually fucking like for 2 years I've been dealing with these blue no matter who people, right? 2 years I've been criticized for not voting for Kamala Harris, right? And the response is
should be.
Actually blue no matter who. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm not of that, right? Like if you don't meet my moral standards, I'm not going to vote for you. Period. Done. Right. And so I've actually dealt with these people, right? And I've done it right here on this channel, on other channels. I've done it in front of large audiences. I've had this debate, right?
Right.
And I have to go down the fucking the trail of hypotheticals, right? Well, okay, well, if this person was to do this this horrible thing to a person, would you vote for them? They say yes, right? Literally, it always gets down to okay, right? If there is comparing Democrats and Republicans, if the Democrat and Republican both say they're going to abuse children, right? But the Republican says they're going to abuse 10,000 children, and then the Democrat says they're going to abuse 9,999 children, right? Which one you vote for? They'd say, yeah, I'm doing harm reduction, and I'm going to vote for the Democrat. Like that's what blue no matter who is. So you might not be saying that. Okay, I can accept if you're not saying that, but that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's what they said.
I would reject.
I do want to say something.
It also leaves out third parties, by the way.
I'm kind of having
completely
issue
non-functional
with
in
both
America.
arguments on this side now. I would say I think the vote blue no matter who sentiment is kind of nonsense. I'm being honest. I don't see the idea of holding yourself to this kind of absolutism claim. I just don't see the need for that. We understand that for the most part, Dems clear Republican. Sure, you don't have to hold yourself to allegiance to the party.
I'm not.
And I also, I know, I'm just saying in general for the statement, because that's what the statement means.
Yeah, but
it means you'll vote. No. Regardless of the context, that's what the statement means.
The context does matter because hold on. I want to say this.
That's how people treat it.
Okay, fine. When I say I love America, okay, I'm proud to be American. Okay.
Right.
Well, what if they literally annexed every country and then went to world war with everyone and then bombed everyone and then massacred their own people? What about that?
Hold on. America no matter what. No. America no matter what. America no matter what. That's my position.
No. Fuck America if it does
right?
That.
Okay.
So America no matter what. Doesn't matter what they do. Doesn't matter what America does. America no matter what.
Okay,
I think that you can look
understand.
Okay,
wait,
Hunter. And when they are fighting United States versus China, and they are constantly having competitions with each other, going United States no matter what, because it's fucking compared to China.
We can understand. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do this whole back and forth. Hunter, we got it, right? But what you have been saying is not vote blue no matter who, right? It's vote blue as long as they're within my moderate sphere, right? That's what it is this entire time. And I can acknowledge that you never met the other it the other way, but that's what we've all been dealing with, right? Like these other guys, they've seen me debate, again, there's debates of other people, right? And they've been in debates themselves with these vote blue no matter who peoples, right? Okay. They've been in conversation with them, all of them. They know what it is, right?
Okay.
Lactort is different, but sorry, not Lactort.
I'm gonna concede
Hunter is different. I did it again. I do apologize. I didn't do it on purpose.
It's I swear to God, this is bullshit. This is racism.
Hunter is different, but let's we got it. Let's move past that because you're just gonna keep saying that. Yeah, I don't actually believe that. Okay, we got it. Let's just move past it.
Well, I do want to know my hold on. I do want to know my other point because there's two things that I wanted to bring up in terms of this conversation. First thing, I think this is really semantics, and I think the slogan is stupid. And sometimes the left puts out stupid slogans. It's a dumb slogan.
Sometimes.
Yes. The second thing that I'm going to put out is ultimately, I agree with Hunter's assessment, though. When I look at elections, I do look at it from a harm reduction standpoint. Now, of course, I do want good candidates overall, and I do preach for good candidates when I'm looking for them, researching them, telling my audience about them. But ultimately, there needs to be a consideration of the larger implications on who's being voted in and what they're going to do to the country, by extension, the world, because America has that type of influence. So I agree with that, but I just don't think you need to attach yourself to the slogan. When I talk to people, I go just never vote MAGA, never vote MAGA. And then,
but what if pro-abortion, awesome fucking candidate started liking Trump? What about that? Huh? What about that?
What, a pro-abortion?
Yeah. What if there was a MAGA candidate who actually disliked Trump? What about that? What about that?
Well, that's not MAGA.
I fucking agree.
But that's not MAGA.
So you're saying vote blue until the Democrats aren't Democrats anymore? Is that the argument?
Yeah, I would fucking call Plattner barely a Democrat.
But you literally have to.
You just said his policy was
MAGA.
You said he had good policy, so he's got to be a good Democrat.
No, stop. I have not said that. I think Plattner has moderately better policies than Collins. I have said it is by far the closest election. By far the closest election. I've said that multiple times. I don't agree with Plattner's policies. He is not my ideal candidate, even if we only look at his policies. If we ignore all of the horrendous things.
What makes him not a Democrat just in his policies? Because you said he's barely a Democrat, assuming based on his policies.
The Democratic Party has really become a lot more of a populist machine than I am comfortable with. It is moving, as whether or not you like it or not, to the Ali and Prime positions. Maybe more Ali than Prime.
There's an Ali and Prime guy now. You see what he's
doing?
I
think that
on YouTube now.
Well, wait, why? Why, Hunter?
If you look at if you watch Prime's if you watch Plattner's like speeches and the way that he
you can't tell the difference between the two of us. Are you having trouble? Sorry, go on. Nice. I'm messing with you, Sandro.
Well, it is.
No. But I do stand by Prime and Ali, but I think more Ali than Prime. What?
Why are they going more populist?
Because they think they can grab you up, and they can't, because you're predisposed to be anti-electoral.
Yeah, they're trying to get the people. They're trying to get the people they lost last election.
Yeah, because they think they can grab you and they can't.
I know.
It's just
so
a winning
completely
message,
misinformed.
though. I think it's
so.
I feel like they could.
That's why the blue no matter who thing would have worked for you if you are in the if you agree with the populace. But you don't agree with the populace, so you're just going to continue to lose because the populace are the reason that you lost the election last time.
No, I disagree with your assertion.
No, hold on real quick. Ali is actually, I think you just this might be a problem with your argument, like a kink in your armor, Hunter. If your argument is the Democrat Party is shifting more populist because they want to win the votes of the people that didn't vote, wouldn't this be an argument for not voting blue no matter who in order to persuade the party to vote your way?
Hold on. Obviously. And I'm obviously saying that if the Democratic Party starts shifting in a way that is completely antithetical to how I understand them, I will slowly stop. And by the way, I never really adopted that policy. And
what if they go DSA?
Yeah, then I'm going to fucking drop.
Then you're going to drop. Okay.
Yeah.
Who are you going to vote for then?
Yeah.
I don't know. I might wait. Hold on.
You go for a Republican at that point, or third party?
I have always.
I believe in independence, by the way.
I've always stipulated.
What's too far though? Like what exactly is too far? Because
I said DSA. That's why I said specifically DSA. That's why I said specifically DSA because there's a couple people coming up
national socialism is fine. It's not too far.
Well,
I mean, this is a real question. You're voting for a guy with a token.
God damn it!
I mean, we'll answer them because this really what is.
No, that's his only scandal that low key makes sense.
Here's the actual position. Everybody's vote should always be in play. That is the real position. This is what Bill Maher recently said in his interview with J.D. Vance. I thought it was a great statement. He said his vote has always been in play. He's evaluated at every election. He just decided the Democrat was better, so he voted for the Democrat. But the
abstained vote was the smartest vote.
But his vote is always going to be in play.
Yeah,
I think my vote is always in play. This last election was the first time I voted Republican. I voted third party the last two times prior. Yes, and depending on who the candidate is, I could vote Democrat potentially, next election. Who knows?
My concession that I'm going to give is that I don't believe with the harm reductors in totality. I think that if you have someone who is killing 2,000 children and someone who's killing 1,999 children, I think you have a duty at that point to vote third party.
That's what they thought about Biden with Gaza.
I understand. And I disagree with their assertions on Biden. I think that he did far more good towards the Middle East than they claim.
Did he support Israel?
We got to watch a year and a half of him not doing as good in the Middle East as you guys claim.
He sponsored a genocide. Oopsie poopsie.
I understand what your positions are. I think he held Netanyahu to far more of a line.
We are the United States of America. We should have them literally on the leash.
I agree.
He did a good job of holding him accountable.
But here's the thing, Hunter. You're doing the thing right now. You're doing the thing right now. You're saying, well, but look, obviously he's better than Trump. But again, what you just said was there. It's not a pure utilitarian calculus for you. There is a certain level of bad in which you say,
that's why I'm saying.
But for them,
he judges us for our level of bad, but not for his level of bad. He's the controller of what level is acceptable.
So you actually agree with their logic on how Prime and Ali chose not to vote. You just think that they were wrong on their calculus.
No, I think I'm wrong on their facts. I think
that's calculus. Is what I meant. Yeah.
Sure. But it's not that I think it's like, well, mine has to be closer and theirs has to be pretty far away. It's that I think that we actually have a similar intuitions for how close the parties have to be, but they believe far more in the uniparty than I do.
Sorry, hold on. So
Does that make
let's
sense?
see which part is wrong, right? So like the part, the fact that I that drove my vote is that Biden, right, and then Harris supporting him because she said she wasn't going to change anything, right? But Biden sponsored a genocide. Did that or did that not happen?
You're gonna have to be really clear here.
Perceived I'm not genocide. Going to... Just say perceived genocide. And
no, I'm not going to say perceived.
I'm talking to Prime. I'm talking to Prime because no one agrees to genocide. So it's like
I just fucking did.
So, okay, he did. So okay, go ahead. What was your question, Hunter?
What is my question? You were asking me a question. Am I crazy?
But then you responded. You were.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Hunter, re-ask the question, Prime. You asked, did he not sponsor a genocide? And then your response,
did he not
was,
sponsor a genocide? And then
no, I would not say he sponsored a genocide. No, I would not say he sponsored a genocide.
Why don't you think he sponsored a genocide?
Because I don't think that. I think that the situation is far, far, far more complex than you guys let on. I think that you guys, yeah.
Okay.
It's literally just people being murdered, and we just need to take away the weapons, and then everything is gonna be fixed. And fucking.
So hold on. Hey,
Hamas is just gonna give up their weapons, and they're gonna say, "I forgive you."
I don't care.
Jews.
Stop. Hey, don't get distracted. Tell me what was more complicated that I don't understand.
Sure. I feel like that there is a fair conversation to be had about two situations. Here's how I saw it, and I still see it. Either one, Israel wouldn't be able to commit to win the war against Hamas in such a decisive factor without the United States, or they are able to complete it without the United States. I want to take each of those situations individually because I'm actually not sure. Let's say they can beat it without the United States. It doesn't fucking matter what we do then. It doesn't fucking matter. We're not sponsoring the genocide. Okay, we're not sponsoring a genocide because you can say we should retract those weapons, and they're still able to decisively win the war. I find that unlikely.
No, we'll stop. We'll stop there, right?
I find that
because
unlikely.
Now he's redefining words, right? I say sponsoring genocide. So no, we'll take. So look. I hear the dichotomy you're about to do, right? Like, hey, like, okay, maybe we have a more responsibility if it was. Was it but not for or whatever, right? It's a lawyer thing.
Yeah.
But like, if it was. If not for the interference of the United States, then this thing wouldn't have happened, right? Then that's the one option. The second option you're about to get to, let's toss that aside for now, right? Now, then you're like, okay, but what if they could commit mass violence without that support, right? And then you're like, well, if they could do it without your support, that means you're not sponsoring. Sponsoring does not mean that, right? Sponsoring means like providing weapons, right? Like supporting a genocide, period. That's all that means.
Okay.
That's all that claim has ever meant, right?
Then I don't.
Right there. Okay. So then, but then you're like, oh, clearly that, I mean, but if Israel could do like mass mechanized violence, right, without the United States, I guess our hands are clean. And then he says, he follows that up with, and then there was nothing we could do. Right. Then we have
that was part of that was the premise that we accepted for the hypothetical. So yes, I would have to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, that's that's awful.
I agree that it's an unlikely premise. I agree it's an unlikely premise.
Bankrupt, right? Okay. And so it's first of all, again, it misunderstands like the proposition, like purposely so. Right? Like not understanding what the word sponsorship is. You understand what the word fucking sponsorship means, right? I have to explain that to you, but yet here we are. Right, so you understand that, but like a liberal worm, right, like a Zionist cuck, as soon as like it comes to your political daddy, as soon as it comes to your political daddy, all of a sudden, like Prime has to roll out the fucking dictionary for you because you don't understand what sponsorship means. But hey, Ali, it's too complex for us, right? We don't understand. We're the ones who don't understand, right? And then he pulls this shit. What a surprise! Go ahead.
So here's what I would say: the most likely situation that would occur if we just pull weapons from Israel is that Hamas would genuinely overtake and massacre Israeli citizens. I find that to be. I think that we can look at the behavior. We can look at the behavior that it was exhibited on October 7th, and we can look at the behavior that was exhibited through a number of different circumstances involving Hamas, wherein they would disguise themselves as civilians. They would hide under hospitals. they would repeatedly revoke war crimes that I have immensely. Part of the conversation that I had last time is that those are unacceptable, regardless of what is occurring to you. You cannot disobey war crimes. And Hamas has repeatedly flaunted that. So has Israel, by the way. I do agree with that.
During the genocide.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes. But Hamas's big issue is not their mentality. It's their capability. And we have to recognize that. And the moment that we start go ahead.
So basically you're saying, so before that was a hypothetical, right? The thing that I just criticized.
This is what I think would happen.
And this is what right now you really think. You really think that actually is the case that, like, if not for the United States, right, Hamas would have defeated Israel militarily, right, and slaughtered them.
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay. But then, which would mean that, like, with U.S. like going for with your logic, right? With U.S. support, the Israel was allowed to win this conflict decisively, right? And then do the genocide, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I think that that's an extremely...
So even under your broken ass definition, we sponsored a genocide, correct?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
You know what?
So then...
No.
Gibbs, it was more complex. I didn't understand it.
Why is that nuance not necessary? Why is that nuance not necessary? Genuinely. Why do you just get to say a fucking word and then go, oh, well, clearly Joe Biden is evil and needs to be fucking hung in the head?
Hold on. Yeah, no, it's easy, right? Because supporting a genocide is evil. Simple as that.
What about, hold on. Do you agree with my premise?
What?
No, your premise is stupid.
So why the fuck are you? Okay.
I had to correct you because your premise is so stupid.
No. So don't accept my conclusion. Don't accept my conclusion.
No. I went along with it. I went by your logic. I did a by your logic.
Great.
And
so
I went
by
along
by my logic, they also prevented a genocide. By my logic, they also prevented one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also dumb, right? Like,
cool. So by my logic, it actually makes sense. It actually makes sense that
Hamas is not more capable than the IDF. It's amazing, Gibbs. I know you because you don't support me, right? But you know that the Hamas more powerful than the IDF.
More powerful than the IDF.
That's crazy. Another stupid premise, right? But again, hey, Riddell, I didn't understand the. See, it was too complex for me. See, I didn't understand, right? But he did. He understood it, right? And so he tells us, right? Sponsorship isn't sponsorship, right? And in fact, it's like it is the decisive factor to support.
They prevented the other genocide, the other way around.
Yeah, they're the
oppressed peoples.
It has to be that, right? And then he's like, IDF was just seconds away from being completely destroyed by Hamas. Amazing. Prime didn't understand. It was too complex for Prime. Prime has been setting this for years.
It clearly is. It genuinely clearly is. It's way too complicated for your little brain to understand.
Hold on, let me just ask you. I kind of like a guns guy.
Let me throw a wedge in there too after.
Well, no, I just
I can give my take.
I'm kind of a guns guy, real quick. All right. Now, maybe I'm biased, but I would like to sell weapons to Hamas. Maybe for the sole reason that they're shooting fucking pipe rockets over and putting a pretty good
sugar bombs. They have to ban cookie imports.
Is that what October 7th was?
No. Thank you for bringing up. They used gliders.
Why are we talking about October 7th? Oh my God!
They walked over and through a gate.
Just hold on.
It was literally just they walked through a gate and they literally just started massacring and raping civilians. But the rape didn't even happen actually, and they literally didn't even kill any babies, despite all reports otherwise suggesting so.
The 40 beheaded babies again.
Right. It's all just a fucking. It's all just a conspiracy.
I don't think we should undermine either situation.
I want to give Gibbs a chance.
Hunter, I just want to run through this. So, Hunter, I'm like probably the most pro-Israel here. But when you say they're the most capable thing, I just want to make a few comparisons. When you got pipe rockets, you mentioned October 7th. I'm so glad you brought that up. Part of the reason why it was so great for them, right, was how innovative they were. They threw some gliders together on like go-karts and just flew those bitches over this high guarded, like super high-tech defense grid they built, and then slaughtered a bunch of civilians. And they were very good at like the
army was nowhere to be found.
This is something now when you compare that to the Israeli equivalent, that's an F-35. Can you tell me which one of those is going to be more capable, like in the long run?
Israelis.
Right. Okay. So then, how the fuck would Hamas be more capable with
if the United States gave up their fucking weapons.
Okay, cool. Let's go back a few years now. Then I don't know. Remember the
WCraft,
6 Day War? All the shit, you know. Where do they get all their weapons from them? Like back then?
I'm gonna crash out so hard.
Yeah?
You guys are like
every other time. What's the excuse? Because it wasn't always the United States giving them weapons, you know. So like we've given them a lot of weapons from the start, but it's not always been our weapons. Sometimes they use repurposed old Russian ones. Sometimes it just seems like they're more capable. Maybe can you just say they're more capable? The Israelis are more capable. Because it's not like they can bomb us if we stop funding them tomorrow.
Okay, so the distinction is
okay.
Which one is more has more military capabilities in that like who has
they have millions more people.
More people, more armory, more whatever.
More defense.
That would be
yeah. Obviously, with the United States support, it's so obviously Israel. Mm-hmm. It's so obviously Israel.
Okay.
Now, were we to suddenly revoke our support, then I'm actually not sure because we gave a shit ton to Israel. They would be enormously crippled to such a degree that they would now be on a fighting chance with Hamas. I don't know. That's a good fucking question. It's a good fucking question. But let's also throw another wrench in this. Let's throw another wrench in this. And this is something that I know Ali is gonna fucking scoff at. I can already feel it. Hamas is way more likely to just fucking not care about combat, about genuine rules of combat, about how wars should function, about genuine ways that we should be instigating against each other.
The militia group building pipe bombs using sugar to make their bombs. Yeah, they're going to engage in different types of warfare and probably worse types of warfare than the sophisticated army. Except though, when we see the retaliation from the sophisticated army with the millions of dollars in defense and the American support,
which by the way, they eliminated 80% of buildings. Obviously, I would say they're decisively defeating Hamas. And they're engaging in a genocide with the U.S. support.
Without the U.S.
So then if you're saying they're engaging in a genocide with the U.S.'s support, then why do you scoff or look down at like someone who doesn't vote for the party that is supporting the genocide?
Yeah, because you genuinely didn't listen to anything else I said. Because I said that last bit, and then you go, "See, he agrees." The whole time.
But Hunter, what you're saying is
no. I listen to everything you said, but like you're saying that it's more complicated. But at the end of the day, we are the strongest country in the world, the largest country, so on and so forth, with the other country, and they're not listening to us. Why should we continue to support them if they're not listening to us and they're doing a genocide? So if you are Joe Biden and you see a year and a half of something happening,
the real thing is that the thing I've been the most fucking vindicated over is how much restraint Biden invoked into Netanyahu, now seeing what the hell has happened under Trump, who doesn't give a fuck about what Netanyahu does. Let's go and vote. Hold on.
90% of everything that happened under Biden.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? The fucking Iran war? The war that we're currently engaging in? All the bullshit.
We're talking about Israel and Palestine. Why'd you switch to Iran? He's talking about Israel and Palestine. Why'd you switch to Iran?
Are you for real?
We're talking about Gaza specifically in the genocide that's happening in Palestine.
To throw a wedge in. Biden has given more
regarding Israel than Biden.
Biden has given more money. I mean, like, this goes back to that thing where you can like quibble and you could point to like, well, specific.
That's due to amount of time.
No,
really.
Sure.
Well, hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Right. So like the difference is like, okay, so what I'm getting is that overall, I mean, Biden really all the way up until October, he's signing agreements of military support up to, just under $18 billion of additional support to Israel. You're right that Trump hasn't been president as long, but this is one of those things where. That's 18 billion is a lot of fucking money.
I agree.
Trump hasn't hit that level yet. I'm seeing,
but has capitulated to his demands far more than
he gave him like about like 8 billion.
It's 2 years.
You're looking at the specific monetary
fucked over the Palestinians.
You're looking at
2 years of the genocide under Biden, and it's becoming 2 years of the genocide under Trump. Right. So like it happened in 2023, right? So 2023, 2024, Biden's president, and then 2025.
That's when most of the casualties happened, by the way, just so we're clear.
I want to point out another flaw.
It was off the cuffs of like October 7th at the end of the day, and I really hope we're not diminishing what happened. Ultimately, I think it's okay to criticize Joe Biden in terms of being harsher, especially as time went on. But if we're comparing Trump to Biden, Trump is way worse in terms of capitulating.
But you're missing what they're saying. Riddell, you're missing what they're right. I understand. The miscommunication here is they are seeing it as like, so before Hunter agreed that like if you have one candidate that says I kill 9,000 children and then another candidate that says I kill 10,000 children, that in that specific scenario in a vacuum, to give him full credit to the hypothetical, that he just wouldn't vote. He just shouldn't vote. What they are saying, what Ali and Prime are saying is that is closer to what the comparison is than what you guys are selling. That Biden's given $18 billion to Israel, and the majority of casualties happened under Biden, and he was supportive of this, and he was supportive of what they call to be what they say is a genocide, and during like a very formative period during the genocide. That's their position. Now, even if you convince them that Trump is worse, even they're going to say, yeah, Trump is worse, but like the comparison.
I understand that it's the 3,000 versus 29.99.
It's relatively marginal compared to what Biden did.
I understand.
Yeah, ultimately, I actually do not agree with like some of the premises that Hunter was saying in terms of how he calculates whether or not you should vote. That's why I said I'm purely in like the greater good, and I do think we're honestly in a very unique time in American history where I think the MAGA administration is very bad. And I would say ultimately when it came down to it, yes, that's me. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, I understand.
Nothing gets past lactoid.
I ultimately say I understand why people have like a moral inclination of what is happening, which is why I don't condemn anybody for that, of course. And I've criticized Biden in regards to this as well, of course. But if we're looking at the situation that was put in hand, where a ceasefire was put in place and it seems like things were going to die down, and Joe Biden would have been way more aggressive in the ceasefire deal than Trump was ultimately, as we've seen when the moment Trump became president again, bombing started happening again, and he was more than willing to keep on letting things happen and continue the combat to ensure that Netanyahu has as much leverage as possible, then gave him a ceasefire deal that completely side with Israel against the Palestinians.
Hold on.
The point of this bringing this up is not to say that you guys are the worst person in the world. That's not what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. But when I'm looking, that's the calculation I'm seeing in real time. So I'm like, I don't think Trump would be the best situation. I think it will be more harmful in the long run if he retains presidency. So that's what I would be telling people, that this guy is going to be very dangerous for the people and moving forward. So that's
okay. So like I heard this argument a lot the whole time leading up to the vote, that Biden would be better than Trump and Kamala would be better than Trump. It's just the issue is that like all these ceasefires we talked about kept getting broken under Biden. So it's not even so much that like it's a Biden fault issue or a Trump fault issue. I would say it's like America not being able to control its supposed lapdog, right? Because even when Biden has his ceasefires, the ceasefires get broken. And when Trump has his or doesn't have his ceasefires, those ceasefires get broken, and Israel doesn't listen to them either. So like the issue is that you're like, well, why don't you vote for the Democrats? They seem to be better at it. It's like, well, they're not better at it. No one seems to be good at controlling this group.
Well, I mean, at the same time, Biden was also willing to obviously put pressure.
But Biden wasn't even going to be the president. It was going to be Kamala. And then I have to sit here and think about if Netanyahu's going to respect Kamala.
You're so fucking sexist. It's crazy.
Oh, I really don't want to make this.
Am I sexist?
Yes.
Is it me that?
I don't think.
Why the fuck would they respect a woman? What?
Hey,
no.
You're the one that's supporting voting against Susan Collins, a woman.
Wait.
By the way,
it's not why they would respect a woman. It's why would they respect?
We're sexist. Yeah, I support Susan Collins.
That was thrown into the candidacy 100 days before the president because the old president that was running was demented. It's like. You can't have that be the person of respect during a time of a genocide. Sorry.
Can we come back to one thing? Because we haven't talked about this enough.
And nobody respects women more than Trump. So that's why.
I don't know. I want to talk about one thing down here real quick. So earlier, Prime and Ollie were insulted with the logic game here earlier, and I just want to point out that Hunter's logic is that based off capability. And the idea that the capability of Hamas, who's got about 40,000 fighters and pop rockets and gliders, is going to be able to beat the Israeli army if we stop funding them tomorrow. And I don't know what he didn't specify a time in the future. So I guess at some point in the future. But if we stop funding them tomorrow, their military still has about 465,000 reserves and 169 to 505K.
Okay. So you're
active,
invoking
and all of our
first
tech
hypothetical,
and all those
which
stuff,
is that it
and
wouldn't
including
matter.
hold
and
on,
it would still be
yeah.
able to slaughter.
Even without the United States helping them
Okay,
tomorrow.
cool. I fucking
so-
went over this
but you-
hypothetical and I found it unlikely. But
Oh,
I'm
right.
saying that
Why?
it doesn't actually even
Well, the-
fucking matter what we do then, right?
Mhm.
Because they're
Doesn't
still
matter.
able to unilaterally genocide these Palestinians, right?
If anything,
Well,
it makes
then
it
would
worse.
matter, 'cause then we would
We're
step
just
in,
backing
right?
the bully.
If we're not backing them, then we would step in. We'd be like,
Yeah, people
oh, don't
would
do it.
Which
is not my argument for the record. This is just-
Viable, like
this is,
generally,
this is-
Hunter, I'm
people want us to
probably
be the
more aligned
police.
with what you got going on, but like, I just don't think that's a good argument because one of the biggest issues people have
Take
is
that flag down from your
America-
wall.
America is helping fund this situation. That's like their biggest argument. So ultimately, you can't make this like a certain type of equivalency of like whether or not we pay them. The genocide would keep on happening if you believe it's a genocide. The fact that it is happening, that their funding is happening, is what people are pissed about.
Yeah, but yeah, I understand they're going to be pissed about it. That's what like.
Well, but I
that's
mean,
that's
like, who
something that's
cares
so-
if they're pissed about
That's
it?
something that's so aggravating about these conversations. You're like, well, don't you understand that people are going to not like that we're funding Israel?
They're
Of
not going to
course.
vote for you then.
Hold on.
And if
Fuck
you
you,
lose
of course.
their calculation.
Oh, okay,
They're not
gotcha.
morals. They're not gonna vote blue no
What
matter
you're
who.
appealing for is just listen to the retarded people in the country. Because don't you
Your
understand
voters?
that if you don't really think about this,
All-
you don't really
your
think
voters
about
are
it,
If
retarded
you don't
now?
support genocide,
So the voters are retarded now. Are you the only smart voter?
No, I'm not the
Are
only
you
smart
just
voter.
right? Are you just
Of
right?
course, I think I'm right.
I'm
Yeah,
also
so
a smart
the other
voter.
people think they're right too. So just because you think they're retarded doesn't mean anything. So
Holy
maybe they
shit,
should
Ollie's
listen to
onto
the
something.
retarded
Maybe
voters.
Everything is so it doesn't actually matter if our policies are good. We should just do what the voters want us to do, and then do those things. And even if they end up panning bad, and we knew that it wasn't panning bad, we did the right thing. because we did what the
You just
voters
said. I
wanted.
mean, of course it's gonna. People are gonna think it's gonna suck that we're supporting a genocide. Of course, it's gonna suck if people are homeless for a year or
Of
two.
course.
You don't just because you don't care about these people.
I
right?
do care about
and
these
you,
people.
And you think the opinion of people who care about these people is
Fucking-
dumb.
This is such
Hunter,
virtue
Hunter,
signaling.
I
It's
think-
virtue signaling.
Hold on,
because
hold on.
I care about these issues too, but you get to say, but my policy, the way it works in my head, would actually just fix everything. Why
Well, your
you-
policy
why
does
did you
nothing,
think
and
of
your
that?
policy does nothing but perpetuate the status
Let
quo.
me
so-
bridge the gap.
No,
Let me
wait,
try to
hold
bridge
on,
the
hold
gap.
on.
Tell them,
Hold on, hold on.
Multiple times. Multiple times.
me-
We
let
can
me
check
try to
the
bridge the
record
gap.
on this.
Hunter,
Hold on,
let me try to bridge the gap.
Hold on. Multiple times that we could check the record on this. Whatever. I posted this on Luke Beasley's. I was a writer for him, and I posted this really long post about the fact that I could not fucking believe that Joe Biden hadn't made a statement about the fact that Israel was forcibly displacing North Gaza into the south. I couldn't fucking believe that there were only like 30 Democratic senators who were screaming about it, and it wasn't everyone. I was screaming that from the fucking rooftops. I was like, this is abhorrent. I'm horrified by what Joe Biden has done. I am nuanced about this situation, and I do recognize that there are a lot of problems that Biden did. I am not just simping out for the president. But this uniparty bullshit just muddies the water for what could be a genuine, substantial conversation.
Yeah, sorry. Did anyone say uniparty here other than him?
Can I
He's
respond? Can I
he's
respond?
advocating for the
I do
uniparty
think
by
something-
wanting to vote for
There's
Plan-
something important
Plan
that
One
needs to be
Garden
addressed in
Hospital.
this conversation. I do want something to be addressed in this conversation. Hunter, I do think you care about people. My only issue on how you're kind of framing the conversation is there's two very important things when communicating with voters, in my opinion.
Okay.
One, informing the voters, because a lot of them just don't know this stuff
I
because
agree.
they're doing their own thing. And two, convincing the voters. So at the same time, when you're talking to voters, you
They don't
got to
believe in earning the vote.
articulate things in a way.
Hold on. You don't
to
believe in
help-
earning the vote either, Ollie. You just fucking go. You just
Well,
go.
hold on,
"Why
hold
don't
on,
people
hold on.
listen to me? I'm actually the only one who knows anything about the audience. Actually, I'm the only one who knows what the
But-
average man is like.
Hunter,
I'm the only
the-
one living in a city. I'm the only one talking to other people. I don't.
I
talk to other
actually
people.
don't think I've
Hunter,
ever said that.
The important thing about what I'm saying
I don't
is
think
that
he talks to other
when
people.
you have this knowledge, you can't dismiss the
Specifically.
voters. Even though I don't have like this high opinion of them knowing knowing politics, of course. I do think that's a governmental education problem. But ultimately, if you do know this, you have to be able to talk to the people and articulate and give them a rationale on why what they're perceiving.
Here's the radical position. Here's the radical position.
Your radical position doesn't matter when it comes to elections, though.
Listen, here's the red pill. Here's the red pill. I'm not a fucking politician, so I don't
That
need to
doesn't
do
matter.
their
I hate that opinion. I hate that opinion.
You're a pundit,
I don't
though.
care if you're not a politician.
I am. I'm
If
a pundit.
you
And
are
I
talking
politics,
politics, this is something you have to do.
That's what I'm doing.
You
And
can't.
you're bad
just
at educating and
dismiss it.
convincing.
I am bad at convincing you, but there's smarter people
Yeah.
out
The
there.
person who you need to convince,
Hunter,
yes.
you're
The people who
smart.
are already on
You
your
can't
side are going to
just
agree with you.
watch it.
The people who disagree with you are the people you need to convince, yes.
So, okay. So,
okay, I'm not capable
I
of
don't.
nuance, sorry.
So I don't.
That are supposed to be convincing
Okay, so
voters.
I want to move past this. I don't care about him convincing anyone. I don't care about it.
He
I care
can't. I
about
don't
the
care if
claims
he can.
he makes, right? Like he talks about how things are more complicated, right? He talks about how
Everything
you just
needs
don't
nuance.
understand, right? You know, things are too complex for Prime. He doesn't really get it, right? And then he brings up the beheaded babies. He brings up the beheaded babies. Like, yeah, that's a real thing that happened. All the reporting, okay, right? So Lamond did a massive
Real quick, did
report.
rapes happen on October 7th?
Rapes happened on October 7th. It wasn't systemic in the way that it's been claimed. I have we can go over that as well. But
How would rapes be
absolutely
systemic?
did happen.
And how could it not?
Sorry, hold on, no, don't distract, because I'm talking about the babies right now, right?
Okay.
You talked about.
I said babies couldn't be killed.
The beheaded baby.
I'm the one who said beheaded
Okay.
babies, and then he
Correct.
kind of just
Okay.
like, bleh.
Okay, fair enough. That was the
accountability.
40 beheaded babies. Just put it out there. If he didn't say it, then I retract that. But the 40 beheaded babies.
You can go on your thing. I actually don't know what I know that there was mixed reporting, and I was really unclear about where it landed.
Like almost completely debunked,
Yeah,
right? Like, so
same.
you can look into Lamond's extensive reporting on this, right? I gave you an archive link. It's a very long report, and they go over this. There are like NGOs who made this claim, right? But then later on, right, the Jewish outlet, I don't understand Jewish, Israeli outlets come in and say like, oh, this NGO is just trying to solicit donations, and they have no proof to what they're saying. And then there are newspapers who make quotes. That quotes are later retracted by the person it was attributed to. And then there are soldiers who are saying, oh yeah, I saw it, but then like it doesn't show up in their like GoPro, Army GoPro, whatever the fuck footage, right? Like, and then there's the reservists, the reservists who were making claims, who they're completely unsubstantiated, right? And then there were the volunteers. They were like volunteer, like medical responders or whatever, right? Who didn't actually have any training, who have like made many misidentifications, period. So I just wanted to address that. But if you didn't make that claim, right?
Yeah, and I also want to say, I want to verify something that Prime said. I mean, I did genuinely 10 seconds of digging right then, but it does look like what Prime is saying is correct, and that there weren't babies beheaded. I don't think that should I think that unfortunately gives a lot of credence to October 7th denialism, but I do 100% agree that these claims were fabricated. At least as far as the small amount of research that I did. I'd be happy for anyone to show me sources, but I haven't really looked into it extensively. But yeah,
okay,
I hope that's
okay, that's fine.
W-
Then I'll leave that part alone.
I think you say the Israeli propaganda machine is more capable than Hamas one right there. Is that?
I think by far. I think it's easy. All right. Look, we don't have to like die on the point was to talk about Grand Platinum. We can move back to that.
Sure.
Well, I think that's actually key.
Well, they got on him for vote blue no matter who, and then we started talking about abstaining votes.
Yeah. Okay,
It
so
was
then
related.
on that. So on the note, then, right? Like,
some degree.
what did I say? Right at the start of this, I said, "Hey, raping children. A Republican promised to make one more child than a Democrat, right? And then vote blue, no matter who says they'll pick that one. And then
Yeah, and I find that really stupid.
Okay,
I remember, I
then
think it
you
was
talk
Hutch
about-
said that he would vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he was.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Hutch did
Over
a
Hassan.
bad
but
bullet.
then,
He did a
but
bad
then you
bullet.
say-
He did a bad bullet.
Well,
but then, okay,
I
can
think
you-
that's pretty stupid.
And that's
Yeah.
another
So
Mossad
then-
plant, so it all makes
I think
sense.
he learned
Then-
from that. I think he learned
then-
from that.
Wait, what
Okay,
would you
that
vote for
was-
Epstein? Would you vote for Epstein, Hunter?
I would not vote for Jeffrey Epstein, mostly because I
But-
believe that we shouldn't vote for corpses.
but then that's
if he was alive.
Only
If he was alive.
mostly.
Mostly
over Hassan. What about if it was him or Hassan?
him
That
or
was
Hassan. I would vote for Hassan.
That was the.
Wait, am I allowed to shoot myself? Am I allowed to shoot myself?
both third
No,
party.
that's what.
Okay,
There's
you're allowed to not vote. Yeah,
You can vote
actually,
Republican.
you're allowed
just
to
don't
not
vote.
vote. That's the thing you can do. Yeah, amazing.
not voting.
No,
I figured
no,
that out.
no. I pick
Um,
Hassan because
It's
Epstein
close,
winning.
but I
is
think
crazy.
I would do Hassan.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So like, so
But I might vote third
I-
party. Like, don't.
I bring
don't
up-
really
Imagine
Yeah,
that.
vote
You,
blue
hold on. You
no
took the
matter.
side of good, saying,
Okay,
"Hey, these are our
let's pull
choices."
it back. I bring up this idea that Bubble Navajo people, right? As long as one less kid gets sexually abused by the Democrat, they vote for him. And then the genocide gets brought up, right? And then you're like, well, Trump has done a better job at managing the genocide, right, than Biden has. Right? I mean, most of the deaths, as far as I understand, happen under Biden any which way. But let's put that aside. What you're saying is that, yeah, but like Trump was better at managing the genocide than Biden was. I mean, they're still supporting the genocide. Both of them have supported the genocide, but one was better. How is that not the same logic that I just pointed out before?
So
Like, why does ours get scoffed at, and then that one, like when you say one less baby killed, you wouldn't vote? How is that not the same thing?
So it's going to be really clear. I'm going to be really clear about what specifically I'm scoffing at. Okay. If you're, because Ollie, I will hold your fucking feet to the fire. I have scoffed at the things that you've said. And the things you've said is, remember when the fucking DNC didn't have a Palestinian speaker and then they mocked, they
When
laughed
they were in
at
Detroit?
yeah, and they laughed at
they
laughed at the activists
protesters
outside.
and they plugged their ears when they were outside.
I will mock that. That's a stupid fucking reason, especially because at that conference they were largely pro-Palestine. Like
but at that same conference,
speakers,
but at that same conference,
speakers.
no, at the same conference they had Israeli speakers,
Yeah,
right? And then at the same time when they brought Kamala Harris, well, I forgot who she brought. Was it Bill Clinton that was talking about Judea and Samaria out in Dearborn too?
I'm pretty sure that was dude.
So it's like, well, yeah, it doesn't seem like it seems like if you're going to pander, right? You have two people during a campaign run, the Kamala and the Democrats who come to Detroit, and Trump who comes to Detroit, right? When Kamala comes to Detroit and and the DNC comes to Detroit, there's no Palestinian speaker, but there is an Israeli Jewish speaker. And then when the DNC is walking out, they're plugging their ears to the protesters, right? And then when Kamala comes and brings Bill Clinton, he's talking about Judea and Samaria, as we know it as the West Bank, right? Which is supposed to be Palestine. But no, we're getting lectured on that versus when Trump comes down, right? He goes to a cafe in the middle of Dearborn, has all the Arabs in his face yelling, talking, whatever it may be, lies and panders as a politician should, right? At the time, right? Which says, I'm going to stop the war. No, this is wrong, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, I mean, yeah, you can laugh at the people, but at the same time, the politicians who are supposed to earn the vote and know how to do politics came and did politics
and you
wrong.
really think that's why Trump won and fucking Kamala lost?
Well,
in Michigan, I think that's a large part of it. I know when I bring these up, it's not like the only fucking issue. Obviously, I don't think it's the only issue, but in certain regions, in certain areas, yeah, that's a bigger issue.
I think
than
you're
others.
blinded. You're blinded.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
I think it helps in the face of like people not being able to afford their shit. When people assume that Republicans are better with money, that their lives are going to be better. That's just the assumption, man. I'm sorry.
I agree with you, and it's a stupid ass assumption.
Well, that's too bad. That assumption costs you the votes. You can say it's stupid all you fucking want, but it keeps costing you the vote. So then I don't know.
I'm saying
we didn't cause housing prices to go up 30%. Just saying.
I agree.
Hunter, Trump is rated right now.
Stop. I want you to respond to what I said first.
Okay.
Respond to that.
Can you repeat it for me?
Sometimes
you talk and I don't listen. I'm sorry.
What's the difference between the one less baby being killed and you not voting versus a genocide being happened and you not voting for like Trump versus Biden?
Wait, sorry. What's the difference between me recognizing that harm reduction only goes so far and you guys recognizing how harm reduction goes so far?
So
I think that you guys are vastly underestimating the complexity of the situation and vastly able to point to Joe Biden as just this overarching villain that I think is completely unfair. And I think that if you believed the same things I did about the situation, you would say that, yeah, voting for Joe Biden is still a good idea.
Sorry. Okay. He wants us to have.
I said he wasn't a villain. Wait, no. I said he wasn't a villain. I said that neither party seems to be able to control.
No,
so
sorry, stop it. Stop it. He's a fucking villain. I'll do it. Right? Ignore that.
Right.
He's a fucking villain.
Right,
no problem. Right? He sponsored a goddamn genocide. And then what? To deflect from that, Hunter has to pretend he doesn't understand what the word sponsor means. Right? That's how he gets past that. He pretends he doesn't know what sponsor means when we say that. Actually, yes, he's a fucking villain. It's wrong to sponsor. Hey, if I had known, right, that I don't want to put anyone on the spot here, right? But okay, person A, right? I was going to use someone here, but I won't do that. But person A, right, is going to commit a crime, right? He's going to kill some kids, right? I'm like, I'm going to pay for your gun. I'm going to pay for your gun. You're going to kill some kids. I understand this. I'm going to pay for your gun. Yeah, that would be a fucking problem. And he's not going to stop. He's like, hold on. I was wrong. He's like, I was wrong, right? That's why I got to go kill these people, right? I was wrong. Maybe I agree with him. Yeah, I mean, you were wrong, right? But then I'm going to kill and then wipe out an entire family. I'm just going to do that. It would be wrong for me to pay for that gun. That's a fucking problem. Yeah, so I think that's evil, right? I think that, yes, the Nazis were evil, but anyone who paid for the Nazis' equipment, right, understanding what was going to be done with that equipment, yeah, they're fucking evil too. That's my moral compass. It's really complicated, right? Sorry, not too complicated, simple, right? Because I don't understand complex things. Not like Hunter, right? Hunter gets it. But then like misunderstands like the basic facts of everything as we keep finding out. So anyway, yes, a sponsorship. Sorry, I was distracted. Sponsorship equals sponsorship of evil is evil. Simple enough.
Sure.
I mean, arguably, Trump has done more. Hold on, I want to say one thing. Arguably, though, I just want to throw this out there. And there's already rumblings in the Mideast over this. Trump has done more to stop Israel and rein them in than Biden has. He's like said, okay, we're going to go in with Iran because we were forced to because they're our ally. And now he's put forth a deal that kind of undercuts them quite a bit. He said, Netanyahu, you keep bombing people and they go against us. I'm the only one keeping you in there.
Gibbs was able to spin the MOU. What a champion you are. You are the champion of MAGA or Republican or whatever it is. You're their guy.
He called me a propagandist,
I'm
bro.
just saying.
You might be the crown propagandist.
Is the king propagandist. You don't know.
Let's not get distracted, please. Let's move forward.
I just want you to know that.
I'd like to respond.
I want Hunter to respond.
Okay, I'm going to say this really, really quickly. I'm going to say two things. Firstly, I am in favor of an embargo of the weapons that U.S. supplies to Israel. Secondly, I forgot what I was going to say secondly. Secondly, if the situation were as Prime described it, I would find it abhorrent to vote for Joe Biden. I disagree with your assertion. That's all.
Okay. We'll have to leave it there then. Okay.
Cool.
We'll just leave it there.
Agree to disagree.
Okay. So then we've moved past this point back to Grand Platter because we haven't actually really looked at these allegations. That's the other thing. We haven't actually looked at the.
Oh yeah.
What did he do?
He broke into someone's house. Wait, actually, technically,
I heard it was the Iraqi brothel. This is once again. I'm just like
randomly
seeing shit on
my guy. The article is in chat. Like the article.
Is it? I'm here to talk.
I love Ali being the head of the people. Okay,
so apparently, what happened is that there's this woman who he had a relationship with in the past, and apparently she actually aligned with like left-leaning views, which is why she didn't want to come out of it. But the fact that Plattner was trying to make him seem like that he didn't really do anything wrong, she decided to come out and give out the story. So they apparently had a sexual, consensual, casual relationship for about 2 years, and then one night Plattner got really drunk, and even though she told him not to come over, he just went to her house without being told so, just went in the room. And then
the door was unlocked, to be super fair, but also she said explicitly don't come over, and he kind of just went into he sort of came in. She said, I don't want this shit. She repeatedly said multiple times, "I don't want this," and he ejaculated inside of her after she pleaded with him not to.
And remember, he would still vote for this guy.
Oh, this guy needs to go to jail.
100%. 100%.
Now, of course, he's denying the allegation. I'll also say this, that a lot of organizations and political media pundits have came out and said, we have disendorsed, whatever the term is. We have revoked our endorsement. Yeah, we revoked our endorsement from Plattner, like Emma Vigeland, Progressive Victory. So he's losing a lot of support, and we'll see if he drops out. I think the...
By the way, could I just
July 15th to replace him?
Could I say this real quick? I've never endorsed Plattner. If I did endorse Plattner, I would rescind that endorsement. I do not endorse Plattner. I do not think that you should vote for him.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I don't want to fucking stand behind it. If I were at the voting booth, I would probably stand there for 10 minutes and really think about it. And I can't say what I would do, but I might vote Plattner.
Yeah, I think it's okay to say that
I 100% think you should drop out of the race.
I agree. He should drop out, and then Janet Mills should replace him, of course.
I don't think you should vote for him.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you still vote for him?
Wait, I gave
who's saying vote for him?
Just I'm saying like you're saying if you're standing at the booth, you stand for 10 minutes, you might still vote for him.
Yeah.
And it's just because his policy is slightly better than Collins.
No, it's definitely better than Collins.
Hey,
I would say it's better for sure.
Here's how easy it is. I'm going to demonstrate this for Hunter, right?
You don't vote for this guy.
If these allegations,
oh shit, is it that fucking easy?
If these allegations are true, right, and you have to be proven or anything like that, but these allegations are true, I don't support Graham Plattner either. Done. Right? I don't vote for rapists.
Yeah, you don't vote for him. It's right. That's it.
I'm not going to vote for.
Wait until Ollie hears his policies and recognizes that Plattner's actually fucking based, and he.
With like I don't care. Wait, listen. I don't care if his policies are based. I don't think any of these guys get their policy, like the policy that I want done. So it's like it doesn't really fucking matter. When this guy was talking, I heard a story of him saying that like he would. If there was an intruder in his house, he would rape the intruder, but not in a gay way, just in a dominance way. It's like, listen, man, maybe that was maybe when people should have stopped looking at him. And for the record, if most people didn't want to vote for him, particularly Jewish people didn't want to vote for him after him having that the Totenkopf tattoo of finding out, that's absolutely reasonable too.
Of course,
I don't vote for people just because I don't vote for people just because they're Democrat or because I think their policy's sick. If their policies aren't going to do anything, it doesn't really matter, especially if they're a heinous person.
Hold on,
you really the rapist part is the issue, you know.
That and the Nazi part. I mean, those are some pretty.
The Nazi part. I don't think he knew it was a Totenkopf tattoo during the time that he got it. Right. I think he kept it for a while, and then he knew during the duration. I think he was a drunk in Vietnam that got it in whatever. I think that shit happens all the time with art.
I agree. I hate that he lied about it more so than anything.
Yeah, I think he lied about knowing what it was for the duration of time for sure. But I don't think he's like a Nazi.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think
you can't do this double speak. You can't do this double speak. I heard for years, one of the biggest problems with the U.S. military was, they struggle with white supremacy within its ranks. And so for them, we have a guy who can say literal Totenkopf. And the story I heard is also that I read, arguably, is he got an area where they had former Nazi sympathizers there, and he went out with the boys.
He was stationed there, right?
Sure, yeah. And they picked this tattoo. So you're telling me the likelihood is this guy not only picked the Nazi tattoo, but he's anti-Israel. He picked the tattoo that was used by the guards at Auschwitz and Dachau.
I think the conflation between the tattoo.
It's a total coincidence. He got this not knowing, or is it that it's more likely after y'all inside has said the military is the heavy-handed white Christian nationalist?
Well, Gibbs, Gibbs, do you think it's the heavy-handed white nationalist party army? Because your argument right now is that if we think it is, then it makes sense that this guy's specifically a Nazi. However, my argument is that there's probably a handful of There's probably a handful of guys in the army, depending on where they're stationed, right? Parts of Southeast Asia aren't really the
Marines,
the best in terms of like Nazi propaganda, right?
Military guys usually like history and the military history.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Is it more likely they would know what a Totenkopf
the
is?
Totenkopf tattoo thing? Like, I'm sure there was a group of people that looked at this tattoo. Oh, this is badass. Blah blah blah. I'm saying I don't think he got the tattoo with like I'm a Nazi. I think he was drunk in his whatever 20s and was like, let's get this badass tattoo.
So on the tattoo issue, right? Like right here. But again, like to be clear, like if the allegations are true, this is not for me defending him, right? Because if the allegations are very true, I don't really care about the tattoo. But right, addressing the tattoo for a second, right? This is a quote from Rob Gardner. He made this Facebook post. This guy is a he's made like a documentarian, I think you would call him. And he's made like a bunch of content about the Holocaust, right? And
this guy also has text with women saying that he knew what it was. So I mean, there's that.
No,
So,
everyone's
think
agreed that he's known what it is.
No. Oh,
you agree that he knows
the thing that I think
I think he got an edgy tattoo and then lied about it.
Is that people wouldn't necessarily know.
Another crazy white boy in the army,
I said
man.
months ago is that Plattner was lying about when he knew. Right, I think he knew a lot earlier than just when the news stories.
Earlier. I think he knew he got it.
I've been very
we
clear
get it. That's what we're disagreeing with. So you can't use the evidence that the girlfriend
that
texted him and knew about it because we all agree that they eventually that he.
We're using your evidence for the white supremacists being like all in the military.
Let me just read this. I just want to read this. This is like a lot. So let me just read it. But this is a post from Rob Gardner, who you'll understand. I have to make a post about Graham Plattner. This was a while ago, obviously, right? First of all, that stupid tattoo. I have made 3 films about the Holocaust, looked at more than 5,000 still photographs of the Holocaust in the German National Archive in Koblenz, spent 2 weeks in the photo archive at Yad Vashem in Israel, looking at thousands of photographs, did a 90-minute PBS special about the French resistance against the Nazis, and I have an entire book about German military uniforms, and I did not recognize this tattoo as an SS Totenkopf insignia when I first saw it. The actual Totenkopf insignias are small and silver, and when I saw the large black version on Plattner's chest, I did not recognize it. I wish I had $1 for every tattoo I ever saw that was a bad choice. There's more, but that's.
I have a professional opinion, and that guy's a fucking idiot. So that's really.
We all agree to that one.
Everyone thinks Plattner's an idiot.
That's bullshit.
No, hold on.
No, he thinks a historian guy's an idiot.
Yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot.
Has the most.
I've never advocated for someone losing their degrees before. He needs his degrees taken away.
Do you think
that guy's 2 brain cells short of none, and one of them just died gas before
Wait.
That guy's an idiot.
You're proving our point. Okay, great. He's an idiot.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Okay,
the guy obviously got.
Hold on. Is he an idiot or do you not believe his story?
Was he
an
a
idiot or a
liar?
liar?
We're talking about 2 different people.
Plattner, not Plattner. He's talking about the historian.
I know. Is the historian an idiot or a liar?
Well, the historian, both probably.
Yeah,
we see you. Yeah, people can make the mistake, right? You could call him an idiot for doing it, but he is the most educated idiot on this topic that any of us have ever come in contact with. Well, we none of us can come. But you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, he is one of the most educated idiots on this topic, but he still made the mistake. All right. Or he's.
I mean, I really.
Or he's an idiot. Like either one of these.
You're saying okay. Let's say he's an idiot. Okay, great. He's an idiot. Plattner should have known. Okay, sure. Plattner should have known, but he didn't know.
Yeah.
But Plattner, the issue is that Plattner eventually knew and then lied about it.
That's fair, but that's not what Gibbs is saying.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about the old allegations and the new allegations
are moral equivalency of how Democrats should have known this guy was a Nazi.
Everyone agrees that he's. Yes, everyone agreed that he lied about that tattoo
for decades.
Yes, Gibbs, we know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Plattner better drop out.
I agree. Not going to.
Wait, if he drops out, what happens if he drops out?
He also told him to drop out. And the main Democratic Party told him to drop out. So
what happens if he does though?
The mechanisms aren't exactly clear because
there's like a week until like the deadline. Apparently,
July 15th is the deadline.
Okay.
So,
and if he doesn't drop out before, but decides to drop out,
he's going to be on the ballot.
Maybe.
No, he's going to be on the ballot.
Sorry.
You can't include another person in the ballot. It's going to be locked in at Plattner.
The ballot deadline, is just like who gets on the ballot, what the final ballot look like, right? And apparently that's July 15th, so I'll take his word on that. But like, it's like a week away, right? And so, but he doesn't actually have to drop. He doesn't actually have to drop out. He could they could still put someone forward.
You're gonna get somebody else in a week.
They're going to buy.
They could. I mean,
look, it's gonna be shitty either way.
But like,
the
point is like
the best way
he has to drop out.
Maine, by the way, I'm just saying.
I don't.
Hold on. I think we're losing Maine regardless at this point. Regardless of what.
You might be now.
Regardless if we replace them, but if we replace him, at least we get some integrity out of it. At least we go, well, at least fucking sexual assault is a no-go in the Democratic Party.
So
I am secretly hoping you guys double down a little bit. Yeah, because then I can use this.
Right.
I'm gonna
look who you fucking support in Maine.
Hold on.
I think
a congressman versus a president, I think, are different.
Democratic personalities. And a lot of the people further on the left have already condemned Plattner. So nobody's doubling down. If anybody's going to double down, it's him individually.
Once he's the candidate.
Anybody else back.
No. The doubling down I mean is once he's the candidate, if he stays the candidate, which I mean we're a week away.
Everyone's attacking him still.
Sure, I get it. But if for whatever reason he's on the ballot, and then after it's solidified that he's on the ballot, if the Democrats say like, well, we got to vote for him anyway, Senate majority or whatever.
It'll be a hard case to make, but at the end of the day, Susan Collins backs Trump, so it's
hold on.
See, we have it happening right now. Look at this. I'm going to use this as political ammunition. Please do it.
No. Actually,
because the calculus you made with Donald Trump looks more and more fair the more that more time goes on. Because you have explicitly said, look, it's for the Supreme Court justices. I care about ensuring.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't look more fair. It looks. Hold on. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Okay, so like again, if these allegations are true, and I reserve the right to change my mind if we get evidence that it's not true, right? But hold on, I didn't say anything.
Go ahead.
Great.
Sorry,
I believe women.
Right. Like, if these allegations are true, right? I don't support rapists. Fuck it, right? We're done. And Gibbs let it be known, Prime was once again consistent on his morals. Correct?
I hold on. Just to be clear, Prime, I'm not going to be using this against you. Because
I'm going to use it against her.
You have a very different way,
what
method.
The fuck? I've said he should vote. He should drop out. I want him gone.
No. I get it. But
you still vote for him.
Yeah, if it gets
this is not complicated, actually.
Sorry, Hunter, hold on. It's not about you. This wasn't about you. Elected.
Hold on, Gibbs made it about me.
Huh. It could be about Hunter. It would depend. If it comes out that Graham Plattner is going to be on the ballot, I know you wouldn't vote for him, Prime, if you were in Maine and it came out all this stuff, because you have this threshold for when it comes to candidates that is much higher than my threshold for when it comes to candidates, or Hunter's threshold when it comes to candidates, or I think Riddell or really anybody that I'm aware of in this space. But if like the people who say, well, we got to vote for him over Collins, right? We gotta expand the got to vote blue. I'm going to use it against them. This is the political ammunition I'm going to use against them.
I want to examine this. Okay, right?
Yeah.
So
I'll throw in the face.
Okay.
Base.
But
I'm gonna.
I can give my answer.
What's being said here is that Plattner assaulted a woman.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. We're assuming this is true, right? He assaulted a woman, right? Okay. Trump has 40 credible allegations against him. 40 credible allegations against him.
Why is it a numbers game?
So the one that I reviewed,
I from his perspective, right? Not from my perspective.
No, I hear you.
I wouldn't vote for either of these people.
No, I understand, but look, I reviewed the E. Jean Carroll stuff. I think is very suspect. To be frank with you, I haven't reviewed all this Graham Plattner stuff. It could be suspect. It could be that Graham Plattner didn't do this. It's very possible. But the reason I'd be throwing it in your face, or not your face, but the reason I'd be throwing it in people's faces is the amount of people who would say, how could you vote for somebody who is credibly accused of sexual assault?
Right.
When you did. So look at that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's it. Now I will say
No,
there's a
that's
way to
their
outmaneuver
only
this
argument.
really easily, which is just to hold my position, which is I really go aggro on people who claim that Trump didn't sexually assault or won't admit the fact that he wandered into young girls' dressing rooms to see them naked when he was owner of
adults.
USA.
No, they were adults.
You're talking about Team
Weren't
USA.
they Teen USA?
No, well,
Weren't they
it was-
13 or
Team
14?
USA.
No,
No. Team USA is older than that.
no.
Show me that.
This is unironic. Now, if are you saying that he talked about walking into under 18-year-olds dressing rooms and like Miss Teen
On the
USA?
Howard Stern show. Yes.
Yes, you can look this up. This is one of
I
those
would look
things.
at-
Yep,
okay,
look it
cool.
up. This is one of those things where people
Fine.
have a false memory.
Definitely.
He
definitely
did say that he walked into dressing rooms of Miss USA, like the actual adult pageant.
in a way to leverage his position. So that
He
he
said
could
that at
avoid
Howard
talking
Stern.
about it.
He never said about the
Wait a
children.
minute, hon. Hon.
Wait.
Let
What do
me-
you mean?
let me-
Well, I
Keep
think
it more
Prime found the
contested,
source.
no?
Hold on. I think Prime found the source. Prime, were you about to say something?
Hold on. I got to get another source because I think that source must be wrong.
Wait. This
But
is
it could be-
critical.
I
This is
did
critical.
find a source that
What were
there
the
were
contestants'
15-year-olds.
age? Do you agree that they
Yeah.
were 15?
Over 18. Over 18.
Actually, no. It's 4.
Okay.
So it says
I would-
no. Here it says to compete in Miss USA contestants must be between the ages of 14 and 19 years old as of January 1st of competition this year.
Miss Teen USA?
14, 19. Miss Teen USA.
Yes,
This is Wikipedia.
Yes.
he did not walk in on the Miss Teen USA pageant.
Was it Miss America?
It was the adult, it may have been Miss America or whatever the adult one is. That's what he admitted to on the Howard Stern show.
I
He
would
did
be
not-
interested
Um,
in looking into this to see the
I
age.
remember-
I will say it's creepy nonetheless. He was ogling
It's a
them.
little bit weird,
and
yeah.
Using his,
But it wasn't
using his-
kids.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna look into that, and I hope that's fair. It
That time.
needs to be fair because that's
It wasn't kids
Gotta be fair.
that time. Last
I'm
time.
seeing Miss Team USA. So unless you've seen,
and obviously
There
his
is-
fucking
there
grabber
is-
by
there-
the pussy.
There is
there's
collect-
another pageant. Hey,
No,
are you
stop.
telling me there's another pageant?
There is.
Yeah,
what
several
I'm
former
trying to say, what I'm trying to tell you is that the Howard Stern comment specifically, there is a lot of misinformation going on around this. If you look into this specific claim of when he talks about he walks into the dressing rooms, this was very specifically about I forget which exact pageant it was, but it was the adult one. I had a debate on this. We went through the sources. I was correct. It was not the
Okay.
children one.
I'll
So
look into
we
that
can
later.
actually look at this. Teen Beauty Queens say Trump walked in on them changing. Update. After okay, so 4 women. It was 5 women later on after an update, but 4 women who competed in the 1997 Miss USA beauty pageant say Donald Trump walked into the dressing room while contestants, some as young as 15, were changing. I remember putting on the quote. I remember putting on my dress really quickly because I was like, "Oh my God, there's a man in here," said Maria Bellato, the former Miss Vermont Team USA. Trump, she recalled, said something like, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." That's the thing that
Yes.
people were talking about.
No,
But, like,
the thing
okay,
that people were referring to was his
I can
statement on
understand. I
Howard
can see
Stern.
what you're saying. I know. You're talking about that statement.
Yes,
right?
what he-
Fair
what
enough.
he
I don't
admitted to.
remember. I don't remember this particular statement. When I'm thinking about Miss Teen USA, I'm thinking about this, like these allegations.
Sure.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Same. So yeah.
A little
So
less
weird.
pep in your step, Lactoid.
No,
Well,
my position. Hold on. The thing that he said he did was he walked in on whatever, like adult contestants. That's what he said.
No one's talking about what he said. We're talking about the allegations.
No, right, but here's the thing, right? Like, I'm skeptical.
understand.
I'm
Leave
very,
women.
I'm very skeptical. of A lot of the allegations. Okay, I'm
Miss
very
Teen
skeptical.
USA contestants were
A lot of the
Skeptical, but
allegations.
he's walked into
I'm not like you
pageants as a
guys.
4. He's admitted to walking into
I
adult
think he's
pageants.
done. I think he's done that. Yeah.
I know. He's admitted to walking into adult pageants, and then
Yeah,
there are
that makes more
allegations
sense.
of him walking into pageants, and then there were teens in the back. But you're skeptical of those
Of the
allegations.
kids,
But he
yeah,
has
I'm
walked
skeptical
in.
of the
Wait,
kids one. Sure.
wait.
Why
I'm
would
looking
he admit
14
to
to
looking
18
at
is Miss
little
Teen USA
girls?
even when Trump was in charge.
He did not say that he walked in on the Miss Teen USA. Then
Which one did he say he walked in on?
I don't know. It was the adult one. The
So can I
Howard
just
Stern
type
comment.
Miss
Trump
USA?
Howard
Miss
Stern
USA
Yes,
pageant,
the adult
and
one.
will it come up?
Look up Howard Stern Trump fucking women's locker room comment. I'll
Okay.
find it.
sure.
I'll find it right now. I'll look it up. Watch me.
Do it. There we
So
go. That's
we
what I
know
wanted.
that he goes into watching them naked. He says that he's done it for adults. You think he's going to admit to doing it to young girls?
Okay, I've
I mean, if he admits to do it, I mean, if he's like out there blabbing about it, I don't know. It's Howard Stern.
So hold on. I want to
here's what he said. Here's what he said. I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed. No men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in. Oh, it doesn't.
Well, hold on. I want to point out
earlier in the show. He does.
In the Hill, it says it's Miss USA or Miss Universe pageant. It's actually kind of unclear what they're referring to.
Hold on. I want to point out
neither of those are the teen one.
Okay. Well, I would. Okay. Fair.
I want to point out though that like listen, what y'all are saying though is a pretty big jump, right? Like, so yeah, we ever watched like I don't know. Maybe not Eurotrip, but like American Pie, one of these movies where they're like recently going to college, or one of these kind of crazy movies. Y'all remember these kind of movies? There's always like a scene where they have inevitably somebody end up in like a women's locker room or some shit. It was played for laughs, and yeah, it was gross. It's kind of whatever. We've seen it move past. However, I think that it's a vast jump to go from that guy did something like gross, like walked in the women's locker room and the Miss USA pageant where it's some of the most beautiful women in the world. To immediately go, you know what he probably also did? He went there to go watch the little girls in the teen pageants too. Like those jumps don't go.
I don't even think he had to walk in and go.
The allegations came from the women themselves.
Like, yeah, there are allegations that he's looked at young girls too.
Okay, I want to confirm what Lactoid is saying.
Came from the contestants, though.
I mean, he said he would date his daughter if she wasn't his daughter's while she was young.
Yeah, but those are different. Those are different claims than the claim that was being made. And the claim that was being made was specifically that on the Howard Stern show, he admitted to walking in on girls. Lactoid is correct. He was owner of Miss USA and Miss Universe, both of which have over 18
Doesn't he also own Miss Team USA as well?
Not at the time.
Yeah. I'm not sure about at that time, maybe not. But I thought they were all.
Let me validate.
They may be different organizations. But the point is that like those allegations about Miss Teen USA came in later on. Like the public didn't make the jump,
or maybe he did own it at the time, but that's not what Howard Stern was talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So like the public didn't make the jump. Like Democrats or the left didn't make the jump, right?
Yeah, the girls.
It was a contestant make the allegations. So I just want to put that out there. So any which way, right? So like the point is that
can I say something real quick? Yeah, so this is from BuzzFeed. This is where the allegation comes out of. They reached out to 49 at Red Gear. Altogether, BuzzFeed News attempted to contact 49 of the 51 contestants of that pageant. 34 declined to talk or could not be reached. Of the 15 women that were interviewed, none accused Trump of saying anything sexually explicit or making physical contact in the dressing room. And 11 of them, of the 11 women who said they don't remember Trump coming into the changing room, some say it was possible that it happened while they weren't in the room, or that they didn't notice, but most were dubious or dismissed the possibility out of hand. There were so many chaperones I can't even fathom him doing so, said Jessica Granata, the former Miss Massachusetts Teen USA. It was very secure.
You're just proving Hunter's point.
What I'm showing is, remember when I said that I'm skeptical? Like, most of the people they talked to said they don't remember it happening, and they didn't think it could happen. And then a minority of the people they talked to said it happened.
And then y'all are saying this is equal to what Plantner's been accused of.
No, that's not what we're saying.
This came off of Hunter's. This came off of Hunter's
and just to be clear,
saying at least he'll own up to it and saying that the guy did do this, whereas the Republicans seem to dodge every allegation.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. Like when you
the allegation and says the guy is shitty.
Sure,
you guys won't do that.
No, but
you guys won't admit the allegation might be real.
But this is the thing.
Who's you
guys? Like the allegation.
The MAGA, the Republicans. Sure. Like you're like Hunter. Okay. You're willing to say that Plattner is this shitty guy, blah blah blah. But like they won't admit to it. So like the vote thing is different. You can't say look, you voted for a rapist, alleged rapist.
It depends on who we're talking about, because I would say that Lactoid has admitted to a lot of creepy things, and he did vote for Donald Trump. But obviously, I would agree that a severe portion of his audience do not fucking care, do not think that Donald Trump has done anything wrong, and once shown the evidence, they dismiss it out of hand.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
To be fair, Hunter, though, the thing that was initially accused. The thing that was initially all right, and good on you for clarifying. But I think what a lot of people have in their heads is, well, didn't Trump admit to walking in to Miss Teen USA pageants and looking at a bunch of little girls naked? Like this is the mentality. And then we look into it, and not only did he never admit that, but most of the people they talked to said it didn't happen.
Okay.
No. To be clear, right?
You need to wait. No. You are giving so much more rationality to MAGA than it is worth.
There wasn't a breakdown. So there's 11. So there's 15 people they talked to. Yeah. 5 of them, 5 of the 15 said it did happen. Right? As first it was 4, then they updated to 5, I believe. No, at the top of the. Wait a second. Did I misread that? After. After BuzzFeed News published a story, we heard from a fifth contestant who remembered Trump visiting the dressing room. Yeah. So it was an update later on. Okay. So they talked to. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if this fifth person is the 16th person or the 15th person. To be clear, I don't know. Right. And then there was either 11 or 10, right? Because it could have been the 11th person who changed their mind here. But like either 11 or 10 people said they didn't see him. And then of those people, a few of them said that they weren't, that it could have happened. They didn't actually see it, right? And then the majority of this group, right, said that we're dismissive of it. So that could be like 6 people, right, versus the 5 who said that they saw it and happened. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Like if you break it down, because most of the contestants, was the 49 others or 39 others, they didn't even respond, right, or declined. So like among the group that actually said we dismissive of it, it might have been 6 to 5, or maybe, or possibly 7 to 5, right? That's what we're actually looking at. Just making.
Well, no. Hold on. At most, it'd be 5.
There's also anonymous girls.
No. I'm saying that say it didn't happen. Trump. It might be like 5, 6, 7.
I'm confused. What I'm saying is, you're right. Initially, it was 4. There was a 5th one. There's also been people like Victoria Hughes and the Miss Nebraska Team USA and the Miss Massachusetts Team USA. They were all saying that they were rejecting that it happened. The other ones, I suppose, were more just like, yeah, I didn't notice it happening. Which, I mean, if the allegation is he barged in, I would assume they would have remembered that, but maybe not.
Yeah,
there's also some anonymous reporting that some of them did see Trump and didn't want to reveal themselves. They called it shocking and creepy. So it's like my thing here is.
What source are you looking at for that? Above the 5?
Anonymous source said that.
Or was it? Is that including the 5?
I'm just seeing 3 other women who asked to remain anonymous. I'm on PolitiFact right now. For fear of getting engulfed in a media firestorm. Also remember Trump entering the dressing room while girls were changing. So it's like my thing is here, it's not, when it comes down to it, I agree that some people like isolate Trump. The only reason why he's bad is because of the sexual stuff. But also MAGA can't play that moral high ground, and especially if we're talking about allegations. And at the same time, doing the proportionality game when allegations exist anyway regarding underage women is still wild. It's still wrong. It's still weird. It's still creepy. Like, we can't undermine the situation in and itself.
So just to be clear, I'm looking right here. The 3 that you're referring to are included within the 5. So there was 5, and then I guess, or at the time of the BuzzFeed article, there was 4, and 3 of those were anonymous. Only one of them, I suppose, was willing to give a statement while being non-anonymous.
I want to just say we should just concede. Whatever, you guys can do what you want. I want to just concede this point. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he barged in on underage girls, or at least he admitted to it. But other underage girls said that he did. But he also admitted to fucking, I would say sexually assaulting women just because they were actors and they'll let you do that.
I don't think that's what that. Jesus.
Why? What is that not?
Women let me do this. That's sexual assault.
Hold on. It was.
Read the whole quote.
Yeah.
I feel like this has been litigated. And this is why.
Grab them by the pussy and they can say what they don't even say anything.
We're looking for grab them by the pussy, guys.
Yeah, read the whole thing.
They don't even say anything.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Yeah.
But also, I gotta go here, guys. Please. I will see you later. It's about that time.
Peace out, Gibbsy.
Thank you. You'll be good.
Okay, yeah, it is overtime. Anyone, if you want to head out, you can. I'll look at the grab my pussy thing with you guys, and then we can wrap it up. But thank you, Gibbs, for being here.
Yeah, probably got to get going pretty soon.
So real quick, let me read the full thing, and then this is the full.
Yeah,
quote.
I've got it here too.
Quote: I moved on her and I failed. I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, "I'll show you where they have some nice furniture." I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And then all of a sudden I see her and now she's got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss, don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy, you can do anything. I don't see this
So
as
what are we?
I don't see this as admitting to sexual assault.
You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy.
Yeah, what is you could do
Yeah,
anything.
if you're a star, they let you do anything. They let you do it.
Have a good one, buddy.
Catch you later.
What is I just start kissing them?
Women let me
magnet.
kiss them. Women let me fuck them. Is that? I mean, look, maybe I can pull
Like
that
a
in
magnet means that you just do it because it's just instantaneous. If
Yeah,
we're playing these stupid war games, then that's what it means.
No,
Sorry.
stop. You guys are the ones playing the stupid word games. He says, you know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. So he's describing somebody, beautiful women. I just start kissing them. I'm attracted to them. Yeah, no, like a magnet.
I just start kissing them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. This is not sexual assault. This now
Well, there's no room for consent if there's no room for consent if you're just kissing people. You know.
No. Lactoid is correct. Lactoid's correct here. Fine. So he's correct. What he's saying, what Donald Trump is saying is that like I'm attracted to this individual, right, or to beautiful women altogether,
even
right?
when they're married.
He's talking about this one person, yeah. He's talking about this one individual, and he's saying he tried to pursue her, he moved on her like a bitch. Was like one of the craziest quotes, but like it happened. But put that aside, right? And then he's saying that like once you're a star, they let you do it, right?
Yeah.
And like this is something that we all understand. Right, like people who have fame, have fortune, right? More women will consent to that content. More women are willing for those types of people. Hold on, a second. I just want to finish. So that's what he's saying. Now, I think
call him a homewrecker.
I understand what he's saying. I just don't agree with it.
Okay, for 1 second. All right, just to give the other side here, right? Because again, Lactoid, I do believe you're correct here. To get the other side, I think they combine this with everything else, right? With all the other allegations, with a guy who feels entitled, right? Like, I think maybe we can find a little bit of a agreement here. That a guy with that kind of mindset, that, because I'm so famous, women just let me do it, right? That guy will probably get himself into situations, whether intentionally or unintentionally, right? Where he violates the sexual boundaries of others. Does that move that away from Donald Trump? If you have that kind of mindset, do you think that will
think of a
be
frat,
more likely or less likely to get in situations where you're sexually assaulting someone?
Like I want to, like there's part of me that wants to say yes because I understand the logic that you're using. Like this feeling of like, well, of course they want me. Like of course they're gonna want to kiss me and everything, for sure. But at the same time, like if you're like a megastar, right, and you know women want to be with you because of that. On the other hand, I also think that you're probably going to be able to get women to consent to a whole bunch of shit.
But megastars have rape.
Maybe not.
We already know.
No,
that,
I get it. I get it. That's what I'm saying. Like megastars have rape for sure. So like, I get that. But you're asking me like to weigh the likelihood based on like somebody who like struggles with attracting women. Is this person going to be more or less likely to commit sexual assault? I don't know. It's possible. It could be. My understanding from like the kind of the psychological things is that in large part, like for rapists, a large part of the like the psychological drive for them is a desire to establish or regain power. That like in their mind, like there's like I'm going to take power from the situation. I don't know how much that translates to somebody who already has like such a large amount of power. Obviously, we have examples of wealthy, rich, powerful people raping people, like Mike Tyson, Epstein,
Donald Trump seems
possibly
to be
possibly Martin Luther King, right? Depending on some of the allegations
you
there.
could just go like
or it could be a situation where the powerful sees you as lesser than, and is just, applying some like basic urge of just having sex because of the dopamine hit.
Do you find it reasonable?
That's pretty rare, by the way. It's
do you find it reasonable? Do you find it reasonable that like an interpretation of this, especially when he says, "I can't wait," I don't just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. Do you think that there's maybe an interpretation here that could be fair, where what he means here is they don't want to get in trouble and they know I can have access, so they're not going to stop me doing it, and I don't wait to see if it's okay. Do you think that that's a valid interpretation?
I don't, especially when this is immediately within the conversation of I moved on her and I failed. I'll admit it. He's literally in the middle of a conversation talking about how this one Nancy O'Dell rejected him and how he couldn't make
when
it
he
happen
wasn't
with
a
her.
star, then he became a star.
No, this was in 2005. He was still a star.
No. When he moved on her?
No, yeah, of course. No, of course he was a star when he was with Nancy O'Dell.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. This is weird. No. Do you think there can be another reasonable interpretation? I'm gonna accept this, that he said he failed. So he recognizes that because he's a star, some people don't push back and they allow it to happen because they sort of want to get on The Apprentice. I think The Apprentice was going on at the time in 2005. I think so. Could be wrong, but they kind of want to get on The Apprentice, and they know that like they don't really want to disappoint someone like that. But some people are more assertive. Hold on, what?
Yeah,
what?
What are you talking about? How the fuck is that not prostitution? They're trying to get something materially by having sex with somebody or doing something sexual with somebody. I don't see that as wrong. Are you saying? Hold. If a music star, like let's say like take your pick, because this is like every fucking music star, if they like have sex with a groupie or they meet a woman out and have sex with them, how do they know that this woman isn't having sex with them in order to get some kind of favor?
They
to get some okay, so can rich people ever consensually have sex?
For sure. Yes.
Okay.
I think you're muddying the waters quite a bit. Let me clarify, because I just want to be clear. There's obviously some circumstances in which this is obviously a problem. Okay, like what was his name? He was like the host.
Harvey Weinstein.
No, the host of Matt. It was like Matt.
That's a good example, though.
Matt Bauer.
Yes,
I know you're talking about. Lauer,
Matt Lauer. Yeah.
Where he like has a fucking button that like locks
the door. Yeah. That's obvious because they're telling him no, and he locks the fucking door. Like this is fucked up, right?
Well, wait. Do you think that there's probably some nuance in these circumstances where if they really start saying "Get me the fuck out of here," he's gonna unlock the door?
No.
But
just the implication.
There's the implication that gets to exist in this situation where they could be in trouble. They could lose their job.
You can craft me. You can craft me a particular like circumstance in which I look at all the elements of the circumstance and I say, yeah, this is fucked up, right? Like saying, hey, like I tried to hit on somebody and I moved on her like a bitch and she rejected me, and then talking about your prowess and how, look, when you're famous, they let you do anything, right? They'll let you fuck you or anything like that. I don't see this as anything that is contrary to how celebrities have acted since the dawn of time, and especially not contrary to how any like music celebrities have operated.
Like, yeah, they've operated pretty badly. That's like actually a huge thing. That's
there are certain circumstances, but then there's plenty of circumstances in which, yes, it is perfectly acceptable for like a rock star to like if an adult groupie comes out afterwards and it's like, hey, 100%. and then if he wasn't that rock star, she probably wouldn't want to fuck him.
I do think we're conflating a few things here, though. Like, ultimately, yes, we understand there's a difference when a celebrity has a certain amount of fame that people are going to be attracted to that fame or power or whatever. Yep. But we also should note that there is also a situation where individuals have this preconceived notion that this automatically applies to a woman. So their actions are already justifiable because they assume that this woman will be okay with it. And when you say stuff like, she tried to, I'm just going to kiss her. It's like a magnet. That means you're already assuming that she's going to be okay with what you're about to do.
And fame and power works in two ways, right? You're saying the fame and power attracts, but the fame and power also, if you're saying like this is a factor and they're thinking, right? It goes the other way, and that it can scare and intimidate, right? This person is a powerful individual and they're making a move on me, right? Like, should I make a stink about this? Should I fight back? Will my job be affected? Will I end up on the news? Right? Like, will I become a quote unquote rape victim? If all that comes into play for that fame and power too, you would also agree with that.
I mean, the Terry Crews situation.
I'm sorry. Like, this is one of my biggest criticisms of like the Me Too movement. I reject this wholesale. I see it as infantilization to some extent. You're right. People in positions of power can have just by existing can exert a level of social pressure. I understand. But that doesn't mean that when you agree to go along with any of these social pressures, that this means that you are acting non-consensually. If a rich person came up to me and asked me to go on a boat, maybe I'd want to go on a boat. If a rich person came up to me and asked me to do blah blah blah, I might be more inclined to do that. If a rich woman came up to me and wanted to fuck me, like, yes, maybe she has the influence, maybe she has the power to like get me in trouble. Maybe she's like a high profile lawyer in my town, and her recommendation could sink me. But that doesn't mean that she's not allowed to come hit on me.
No, Han. To be clear, you're taking it multiple steps too far, right? Past what I was saying.
Wait, I would say that they're not allowed to hit on you in that circumstance.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Wait. Maybe I misunderstood it. They have the ability.
Hunter, before you do that,
I do want to engage with Hunter on this.
Right? And please, I want to hear you guys do that, right? But like, all I was saying was that it can influence a person in a negative way as well, right? Not that a woman cannot consent, right? Not that women don't often consent. In fact, I agree. I put that forward when I was agreeing with you previously, right? That women are more likely to consent in these situations. Just trying to acknowledge the other way. I'm not trying to infantilize these women, but I am trying to be pragmatic, right? Like as to a person's decision making. That like they can make this calculus. Now in the end, like if if people say yes, I mean it's because if it is true, let's say for these 40 women, right? If it is true that all of them actually did say yes, but then like changed their mind later on, right? But Donald Trump heard the word yes, right? Then likely, unless he was actually they said yes while he was like choking them, right? Like I would say that he's almost completely innocent. And that's real, like just innocent. They told him yes. Well, what is he supposed to go off of? They said yes, right? He can't help him being famous, right? At that point. So I would agree with you there. But like, one, I'm not sure. I don't believe that was the case for all those allegations. And two, just in general, with the way fame works, yes, people get intimidated and coerced. That's just a thing that happens.
I mean, consent. Just to be clear, consent can be like also through body language, right? It's not just like verbal.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah.
Of course, but sometimes they can give yes.
Yeah, but if they're cringe, but on the other hand, right? If I say yes to you, Lactoid, while I'm cringing in the corner, right? That would also mean
I understand.
Okay.
Like there is like a level of like social non-autism that needs to be applied when it comes to like evaluating whether or not somebody's agreeing to something. I don't disagree. That being said, I also like when I read this specific phrase, like I'm not going to assume that it's rape unless there's some right. That's what I'm saying. And by the way, I'm going to give anybody that charity.
Does it need
I think that's fine.
Even Graham Plattner? If that was just the allegation.
Does it need physical contact? Because like in a situation, because generally, in a vacuum, just because there's a power dynamic, I don't think it necessarily means something bad happening. I think that's a lazy analysis. Ultimately, though, in a situation where there is obviously a power dynamic, that both individuals are aware of a power dynamic, and the person with the power leverages their power against the individual, insinuating that you won't get anywhere unless you have sex with me, is that sexual assault to you?
Like if they make it very clear, or like how strong is the implication?
Yeah, they're just saying it. They're not touching you. They're not acting, but they are intimidating you with their power.
They're saying you're not going to get anywhere in this industry unless you have sex with me.
Like how are they?
Can I give an example? Can I give an example? I heard this. I think it was Dr. Mike. I was watching him, and he gave this example of something he saw in the medical industry. He had a supervisor, and some like recent recent girl or whatever was coming in, and he's like, hey, I know you want a promotion. Here's my phone. There's the bathroom. Let's see what happens. And just sort of like goes like, let's like just sort of like casually goes like that.
Fucking hell.
That's obviously we would. I mean, calling it sexual assault is kind of tricky there, right? Because like, is that assault? It's obviously like fire that person immediately, right? But assault is maybe tricky.
It's like sexual.
Is this a good example? I don't know. Is this what we're
It's
talking
sexual
about?
harassment. Can you
Yeah,
at least
definitely
agree for that?
sexual harassment.
I mean,
I
it's,
think, like,
it's
under
sexual
the-
coercion. I'm not sure
Yeah,
we have a law
coercion
that
for
says
sure.
that, but like
You
it's
said that as
yeah.
well.
That's the question, though, right? Because I'm
yeah,
thinking of the
under
most
current
dramatic
law-
example of
No, fair enough.
how
I'll roll
bad.
with it. I think under current law, it's quid pro quo. You can't do it. It's in an employment setting. It's like very obviously sexual harassment, and so don't do it. But if you're asking me like, should it be? I fail to see how that's substantially different than sex work.
What?
From sex
Sex
work.
Because,
Yeah.
because I don't think there's really.
But they're not choosing to be a part of the sex work.
What do you mean by that?
In the situation where someone is leveraging their power against you, you're not choosing
Yeah.
for
But
that to
hold on.
happen.
But aren't all Johns doing that on prostitutes? Because if the prostitute
No.
doesn't sleep with Johns, they're not going to get an income. They could lose their house. They could.
No.
No, that's
No.
not.
I know you're saying no, but
No.
to me the logic.
You
is
know,
that-
I have a-
There's
because-
one person who
Lactoid, I have an expansive definition of sex work, right? Probably the most expansive definition of sex work. This falls outside of my
I'm talking about
expansive
prostitution.
definition of sex work. No, I'm
Hey,
talking
you're
would be
fucking
sex
somebody
work.
for
And my
money. You're
sex
fucking. Are you
work-
Ryan,
not?
this is what I did with
It's way
genocide,
bigger
isn't
than
it?
No,
that, right?
you're being convinced to
Please
fuck
not- please
somebody
not-
for a
Low
job.
key,
That-
yeah,
No, you're hold on. And the
This-
reason for the
I thought-
job
I
is
thought
for
it was
money,
a
right?
video.
Career advancement, shit like this.
Yeah, wait. If you have a manager, if you have a
Something
manager
material.
if you have a manager at a store, you need a job, but the manager says you have to give me a blowjob once a month. She's
Yeah.
a prostitute, or is he
Yeah.
coercing her? He's
How
not
is that?
coercing
How
her.
is that different than a prostitute?
She needs the job. She
Yes,
needs the
prostitutes
job.
are jobs. They have jobs. They're called hookers. They do sex for money.
if she doesn't do that, she loses her job.
Listen, I know you got.
That's
stop-
not part of her
stop
qualification
freaking
for
out.
being
Stop-
like
stop-
a waitress.
Yeah, there's no qualification for prostitution. So stop freaking out for a
Just
second and
fucking.
just follow the logic, right? Like,
I am.
so if
I'm not freaking out.
you're telling me that if I go to a hooker and I say, look, blow me once a month, and then I'll give you this amount of money per month, that's fine, according to the pro sex work people, okay?
Yeah.
But if I go to a hooker and I say, blow me once a month, and I also want you to do
No,
my
you're-
taxes.
no.
Stop,
no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
wait,
change it.
wait. I'm not changing anything. This is
You are.
like,
Weird
changing the
interpretation.
order is irrelevant. Because I could, if you want to just like, if it's order dependent, then all you have to do is just make the jobs require sex first up front. Then you're okay with it. And that,
Wait,
and that
the
is
first one-
and that is
wait,
what
no,
these
no, I'm
people
not
are
okay with it.
doing. That is what,
No. So someone goes and applies for a job, right? They
Yeah.
need this job, and
Yes.
then the manager goes, well, yeah, the only way to get this job is if you give me
that's
head
part of the
once
job
a month.
description. Yeah.
That's prostitution.
Yes, of course.
Not
Why would it not
coercion.
be? Why would that not be prostitution?
Why is it not coercion?
Stop. It's coercion.
Why
in
is
the
it not
sense-
coercion?
It is coercion in like the ultimate commie sense in which all labor is coercive.
Commie sense?
Yes.
What?
In which
Wait,
all,
where are
in
you
which
lost? Why
I,
are you guys lost on this?
I don't know. Thank you,
I'm not
Hunter,
lost.
for understanding. Even if you disagree with it, which is fine.
I
Thank you for
obviously,
understanding.
I would
Hunter,
actually,
you
I would
agree,
take the
Fum?
negative in both cases. I
Yeah,
would
you're
agree
okay.
with
You're
it.
anti-sex work. Fair enough.
Yes.
That you can be consistent
So,
the other
Hun-
way around too.
Hunter, you agree with
Well,
his
I
logic
understand
here?
your logic. I
hold
just
on.
think the logic is
Obviously,
stupid.
he's saying that in some sense, you can look at all labor as some form of coercion. In that you need to do work in order to get a job.
It's all sex work.
In
I'm
order to
selling my
survive,
body
in
for
order to
money.
buy a house,
all
or to-
jobs.
Yeah, it's all sex work. I'm
to
selling my
some
body for
degree-
money at the
to
end of the
some
day.
degree optional because you can buy in to any industry that you'd like. And
Hunter,
he made it
I just don't
upfront.
under.
Hold on, I don't agree with this argument either. I'm just
Then
saying.
why are
this is
you
what Lachlan is
rationalizing
saying.
it?
Because it's
understand the
irrational.
ration-
Because it's a
I
rational
understand,
argument.
I understand the rationale. I'm saying he
What is-
doesn't even
what is
agree with the
irrational
rationale.
about this
It's
argument?
perfectly
Your
rational.
rationality is one, intent,
What do
and
you mean?
two,
Wait, what do you mean?
The intent is money for sex.
the intent of the individual that is being forced
It's money
to do
for
work
work.
that is
What do you mean?
beyond
What
the
is the
boundaries
intent and
of
what's
the
the
job
distinction?
that they are trying
Money
to do.
for
What is the
access to
intent and
work.
what's the
It's not money
distinction?
for sex.
The
Or I'm
intent
sorry,
is
it's
the
sex for access
job,
to work.
application. Whether it's
Hey.
you being a nurse versus you choosing to do work aligned with sex.
What if they're a sexy nurse that also fucks on the weekends?
Hey Hunter, you agree with that too? You rationalize it?
No, Hunter understands my point.
Hold on. Let me be.
I understand your point
Let
too.
me
I
be
just think
really
it's
clear.
wrong.
Let me be really clear. Okay.
It's not a populist.
You need.
I think I am. You know what? I think I'm going to own this populist.
You
thing
need.
now.
Let's
you
let
need
Hunter get his
of
point
course,
out. Hunter,
you
go
need a
ahead.
competitive market for this argument to make sense. If you're a nurse and there's really only a couple job options going on, and you're like, I just want to be a nurse, and then you go to fucking school, and then you go to this place, and basically everywhere you go, they're like, you kind of need to give head to your boss. That is coercion, right, Lactoid? Because you really don't have an option.
No, but if the only jobs available for a certain person is prostitution, they don't have the qualifications for anything else. Come on, that doesn't change anything.
Wait, no.
Yes,
no. I would. Okay, well then
hold on. You're really saying that if like
no.
Stop, the economy in an area.
Stop. I'm defaulting back into my belief system.
I know you are.
Right, which is
yes.
like
don't default to that for a second.
Wrong.
Yes, if we roll with the assumption that sex
or
work
the consistency of the argument, it does make sense.
If we roll with the argument that sex work is just like any other kind of work, you wouldn't possibly argue that just because an economy in any given particular area only has one set of job openings, that would necessarily mean that working there is coercion. If we assume sex work is just like any other kind of work.
I'm gonna hire this argument because it's so in the opposite direction.
Obviously. I know, yeah. You're against the prostitute, but for me, who I am in favor of legalizing sex work because your body, your choice, or whatever. I think it kind of fits. I don't know.
So right now in law, if let's just say if to work at your law firm and any law firm in your area, you had to engage with sexual intercourse with your male law partners, whatever it may be. You just wouldn't be a lawyer, or
hold on. You know the real red pill to take here? Isn't this how a lot of acting works? That you might have to work in a movie position where you have to do nudes and you have to maybe make out with your coworker.
But
and you're signing up for that, and you're okay with that.
Wait, you're signing up for it as long as it's up front.
The intent is very clear. You are choosing to do a job, an actress position where you will be nude. That's a choice you make.
Yes, and it's a choice that you make when you go. Hold on.
No, you did not
choose as an access to work.
You did not choose to be a nurse who fucking suck someone's dick.
Dude,
this is a terrible argument.
That's a requirement of being a nurse in that place.
What are you guys doing?
Hold on. What if you're an actress who you're like, all I want to do is work, but the only job.
I mean, what if you're a student and you really want to be in the class? And you really want to be in the class, and the teacher was like, "Hey, if you blow me, you'll get a B." I mean,
I would obviously say that's wrong,
but professors not getting college women is a notable but often underspoken about loss in professor compensation.
Okay,
like it used to be the case, they would just get all these fucking rockets, 10 out of 10s. Now they don't. Now they get paid shit. And now they're losing professors.
I think that if a woman or a man offers to fuck their boss, right? If a woman or a man offers to fuck their boss, right? That's sex work. To get ahead or whatever. That's sex work. If I
ask a prostitute, it's wrong.
And by the way, I have had sex with my boss, and it's awesome.
So,
I just want to throw that out there. It is awesome.
I'd fuck a boss.
And she wasn't in charge. She wasn't in charge of my paycheck,
made it my job dependent
but she was like in charge of like what the fuck I do during the day. And
you guys very heavily disregard that it's a she that you were fucking. Now, what if it was a he?
That's
it would depend on the it would depend on the compensation package.
It's a bit creepier, right? When it's the male boss and the woman worker.
So I want to answer your question.
They have not bridged the intentionality.
Is it?
I don't get the intentionality.
Is it a problem?
It's not a good argument.
You guys are not.
Is it a problem?
I don't get it. I'm saying I don't.
Lactoid.
That's why your rationale doesn't make sense.
Go ahead.
I'm saying I don't get it. Can you explain it?
Nope.
I can't.
It'll happen afterwards. So, I have your answer. If the other person is open to it, right? Open to that transaction, right? This is a transaction they're willingly going into. Yes. If they are coerced into it, if this is a matter of coercion, then no. Right, we can go into any business transaction, right? Like an exchange of money, right? Like without sex. Let's remove sex from the
let's remove sex entirely. Right? Let's talk about an employer-employee relationship for a second.
So
say I'm a coal miner. Okay.
Yeah.
Would I mine coal if I didn't have to?
We can have Lactoid, you and I can have a business transaction, right?
Sure.
I can initiate it, or you can initiate.
Yes, employer-employee.
But if I'm initiating this transaction with coercion, Lactoid, is that a crime?
Stop.
Wait. Do they have two jobs or one job? The job as a prostitute. The job as a prostitute, and the job that they're fulfilling.
Stop.
You're
No. Okay, hold on. I got to respond. I got to respond to both.
Is the sex?
I got to respond to both.
Prostitute,
Oh my
which means
God.
they have 2 jobs technically.
Stop, Ali. Can you have multiple tasks
Labor
that you have to
laws.
do? Could you have one job
Labor
in which you
laws,
have
baby.
multiple tasks that you have to get done?
Unquestionably.
Stop.
Nope,
Okay.
not if they're 2 different jobs. And
Really?
Not if I'm not getting paid. Not if I'm not getting paid for multiple
Weird.
jobs.
So when I worked at Subway, I had to make sandwiches and sweep the floor. Should I have got 2 different jobs for that?
Did you have to manage
make
the
cookies.
subway? Did you have to manage the subway?
No, I didn't. I know. I had to work the cash register. I had to sweep the floor. I had to make sandwiches. I had to clean the
Not
restroom.
swear
Yeah,
out
but
the
you said
customers.
wait, no, but you
jobs.
said that
You
this
couldn't
person is
scream
a
at the
prostitute if
customer
they're
zones for
if they're
No,
engaging in sex.
You're failing. You're failing. You see that.
I'm not
Hold on.
failing. If they're,
Stop.
no, I'm not
Ali,
failing.
did I have 4 jobs?
No, you didn't.
Why not?
Why?
Because those fall under your qualification under that job.
What qualification?
You being
It's
a
a
subway
Subway.
worker.
Yeah,
You being a
fine,
subway
yeah.
worker.
I
Sandwich
had
maker,
one more
yeah.
task to the job of
Yeah.
being a subway worker, and that's sucking
Okay.
dick. How's it different than sweeping the
I hear you.
floor, working the
hear you.
cash register, or
Because there's
selling?
no benefit. Because
sucking
there's
the
no
dick?
benefit to there's no benefit to the business. There's no
And
benefit
the
to
manager's more
immediate
relaxed.
person, right?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
more
yeah.
relaxed. He's gonna be better to the customers.
Wait.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
I
Let me
make
fix
my
that.
manager
No,
happy
no,
all the time.
No.
agree,
Lactoid, you fucked up.
You-
You fucked
I
up.
did
You
not
fucked up.
fuck
Hold
up.
on.
I
No.
did
Okay,
Listen,
pleasuring
listen.
your
I'm
manager
talking.
can't be a qualification of your
I'm going.
job. It's
I'm
just
going.
not part of your job
You
description.
can have
Sorry, but
tasks.
It isn't.
You can have tasks in your job that don't necessarily
That's
make
also
your fucking
true.
job better.
Yeah.
I've had mindless tasks where I go, why the fuck do I need to do this? And it's
True.
because my boss just wants me to do it, and he thinks it makes me more efficient. I have to show up on time. I can't be 5 minutes late, even though what the fuck I'm doing could obviously just been pushed 5 minutes. And he doesn't fucking care. He's like, you have to show up. It actually doesn't even matter to the efficiency of the business and the tasks.
Correct.
You just have to do shit.
The
and
boss sets the job sets what the
Yes.
job qualifications are. The boss
Yeah.
sets what the job tasks are, and there's no inconsistency of
I
along
agree.
with sweeping the floor, working the cash register.
Agree.
There could also be sucking the boss's dick. That could be a perfectly legitimate
I agree.
task that the job has
so funny.
for Subway.
This is so
This is the
good.
free market. If you don't like the free market, go to fucking communist Russia.
I agree.
The only-
I
The
agree.
only way
I
this
agree.
logic
Okay.
applies is if there's a agreed upon understanding before taking the job.
Great.
period.
Okay,
Yes!
so there's an agreed upon
So-
understanding.
So,
So we put it in
ultimately,
the job
no, you guys are changing the scenario. What we're talking about
No.
is
Wait, that's not even true.
non-consensual-
Bosses can change what your tasks are.
That is also true.
But my boss tomorrow could change what my tasks are, and without any notice to me.
They
And there's
can,
nothing
but it has
illegal
to
about
still
that.
be within
Let's bite
the
the bullet.
boundaries of the
Let's-
occupation itself.
No,
Yes,
this is not true.
Yes. There's
No.
a reason why workers have rights. There's a reason why you can't do
Okay,
certain
I
things because it'll be illegal.
I hate to big.
You're
I
doing
hate-
it.
Hunter and
stop.
Lactod are against people's rights.
I hate to big bro.
They're
this.
against rights
This
for the
is- like,
people.
This is my
So-
profession.
We're gonna big
I'm
dick
trying.
here.
What
We're
I'm
gonna
trying to tell you,
big dick here.
if tomorrow my boss were to say part of your job is to I don't know, go pick up potatoes and deliver it here every third Friday. This is now part of even though it's entirely unrelated to what I've been
I
doing.
don't know your job, so I can't speak on.
I'm
whether
a
or not
lawyer.
that falls
I'm
under
a
the
lawyer.
You
I'm
can
a lawyer.
understand
So
this.
they can make that part of my tasks, and that is now part of my job. And if I don't deliver those
But
potatoes, I can get
There
fired.
are boundaries.
If you don't want to, you can quit.
Your boss cannot tell you to go outside and beat the fuck out of a homeless guy.
Because
He
it's
can't tell you
illegal.
to.
It's illegal. What are we talking
If it
about?
was
So is
legal, he can make me do
prostitution.
it.
So is prostitution.
Forcing
Correct.
someone to suck your dick is also not illegal.
Also coercion.
I
It is
agree.
illegal.
We agree.
Exactly.
Those are the same.
Coer-
Because they're the
coercion
same.
is
thing.
illegal.
What are you arguing now then?
Oh my
They're
God.
the same thing.
Stop,
They're the
Hunter,
same.
Hunter,
What are you arguing?
Stop. What the thing?
Are you retracting legality to make
Stop.
your stupid ass
Stop.
rationale work?
The point
Well,
that
now
you're
you're taking them to way
the
too
point
serious,
that
I'll tell you that for sure.
you're failing to realize here is I think sex work should be legal. Okay, right
And
now.
I think sex work should be illegal. We
right.
are actually
We're opposing
We're
it.
talking about the current system.
Hold on.
still fun.
Under the
Conversation
current
started.
system, hold on. Under the current system, quid pro quo is illegal. You're right. It is considered sexual harassment. I started my whole point by saying this. Yes, currently you cannot do this. Agreed. I thought the question was normative.
Should it? Ought it?
Ought it be the case that I
Yeah.
morally condemn this? Do I think that this is a broader problem other than just
Should
the
we
laws
change the
of man?
law?
No, I
I'm
don't.
with you, Lactoid.
Right.
Lactoid.
So under the current law, your boss can make you do anything as long as it's not illegal, unless there's like very specific certifications or qualifications that you need for it, like trucking perhaps. He couldn't make me go drive a truck because I don't have the certifications for driving a commercial truck. But picking up potatoes in my personal car, yes, if my boss tomorrow said, that is a new task for you, I have to go do it. Now, and if sex work was legal, if it was legal, that and didn't require a license or something, then he could also put in the job description that I got to suck his dick. And that's also part of the job, just as consistently.
Okay. So are you now trying to make an argument that in this hypothetical world, your job boss can tell you to do with anything that can tell you to do whatever they feel like telling you?
This is currently the case with exception to sex work.
Yes, legal. No, not exception.
Or anything that is legal.
What argument we having?
Anything that's legal.
Sorry.
So no.
Country.
You argued in this hypothetical
Here,
universe.
let me ask you this:
In
Do you think should hooking be legal? Do you think sex work, should somebody be able to agree to pay somebody to suck their dick? Should that be legal? Do you think?
Should someone be able to pay to suck your dick?
Yeah. Should I go up to somebody and be like, "Hey, here's $50, suck my dick," and they say, "Okay"?
I think the prostitute should be arrested.
I think if it's like
it's good for society,
a proper kind of like established profession, potentially. I don't have a hard stance on that one though.
Okay,
I don't
can
have
you
a
just
hard
choose a hard stance for this conversation?
Okay, no, I'll take my hard stance. So,
No,
because my hard stance is actually antithetical to what Hunter's position is. So Hunter's position is it's bad for society. We should criminalize prostitution. Am I right, Hunter? Is that more or less correct? Okay, my position is the opposite.
Yeah.
I think that prostitution should be legalized. I think, along with most drugs, I think people should be allowed to engage with their body as they so desire within the free market, as long as they're not directly aggressing upon other people. And that includes, in my opinion, prostitution being legalized. And so if I am okay with prostitution being legalized, okay, I have already stated that I am okay with somebody who has money going up to somebody who might not have any money, and they need this money to survive, and offering to give them some of that money for sex. I've already said that I'm okay with this because this is how labor works. People with no money go to people who have money to like work a coal mine, to work at Subway. They do shit they don't want to do because they need money to survive. That's how like economies work, right? And so sex workers, most of them don't really want to have sex with the Johns. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, like they just don't, right? They're only doing it because they need money to survive. This is why they're doing it. So if I'm already okay with people having sex with people they don't want to in order to get money to survive, why would I not be okay with somebody's job description, including like blowjobs or whatever? It seemed to me to be like perfectly consistent.
You know what the Joker said?
What did Joker say?
If you're good at something, you never do it for free. It's possible they really enjoy it, and they're like,
it's possible. It's possible, but I would bet rare. But it's possible.
So
in your
hold on.
I'll let you go ahead, bro.
Sorry. There are countries where so to be clear, I'm with Lactoid when it comes to legalizing prostitution
and everything else I said.
Drugs,
true,
right?
No,
nothing.
Yes, everything.
We stopped there. Period.
I'm editing that part out. You can't stop me. I'm editing it again.
That's the free market, boys.
Shout out to my friend Lactoid. But like, there are countries, right? Like Canada. Canada prostitution is legal, right? But like, I just Googled it.
Prostitute, not for the John.
No. I don't think. Maybe I'm incorrect about Canada, but I'm pretty sure Canada.
The demand is illegal,
don't have that. That's
no, in Canada,
don't have the Swedish model.
It's in Sweden. I'm pretty sure Canada does have the Swedish model because I know this for a fact because I actually talked with a Canadian prostitute where she said that she was in Canada. And
she said she was too overpriced for Lactoid.
The cops came. I would not be interested, but the cops came and arrested the John.
She was too
according to Google AI, prostitution law in Canada follows the Nordic model, where sex work is illegal, but sellers have legal immunity, with purchases being prosecuted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Purchasers being prosecuted.
So they go after the Johns, but not the actual. Prostitutes.
Okay. So let me. Then I was incorrect.
By the way.
It's so based. That is so based.
Model is awful.
So cucked,
it's awful.
Amsterdam model.
Shout out the Nordic model.
Sorry to say, it's correct.
Alone.
Here, let's go to the Netherlands. That's a better example for you. Or Germany.
Okay, sure. The Netherlands or whatever. Any place that doesn't have the Nordic model, right? But it's legal, right?
Yeah.
Like within those countries, they still have like employment-based sexual harassment, right?
Yeah, they just have
an employer could coerce.
Yeah.
How would that be possible?
They just have they just have an inconsistent exception. That's really what it is.
They have an inconsistent.
Yep. So in these countries, what they do is they just like, generally speaking, a lot of the same laws apply. Sometimes they're even a little bit stronger. But like they just have this like exception they throw out there, which is like, with exception to regulated brothels, and
Right.
the
In the
Netherlands
exact
has
same
them,
way-
Germany has them.
In the exact same way, discrimination is not legal or illegal in America. Discrimination is actually very legal as long as you're not going after a protected class. There are
Specific
exceptions
protected
that we write in.
That's fair. That's
That we
fair.
go,
So
you
then-
can't do military
so then-
status,
Right.
race.
So what I'm
etc.
wondering is, so what I don't
Which
understand
I'm opposed
here
to
is
as
that
well.
like, so again, your world, I'm fine with your. I agree with you that like an employer can add new task, right? The difference is
hot, I'd say,
whether
too.
yep. Whether this is for sex work, whether they should count for sex work, is whether they are coerced. If you and I enter into a transaction and we both agree that's then we're all good. If one of us is coerced, right? If I use some sort of intimidation tactic, right? That I have something over you, then it's not the same. We can,
Wait, but
like, we understand
Possibly.
that.
No, but no, not necessarily, because the question is, what is coercion?
Yes.
Is coercion where you're dangling money in front of them and you say you can get this money, yes or no? It's not violence, but it is money.
I would say it's not coercion. I would say that's not coercion. An example
Right.
that
So
I
I'm
would
going off
consider
of your
coercion is like
example.
if he pulled a gun, if he like threatened to burn down their
Right.
house,
Right.
blah blah.
And then, the example I'm going in my mind is the one that our friend Hunter brought up.
Okay.
That was, I think that's clearly coercion.
What's
like,
what's
So
the
then,
example?
why is prostitution legal? Because aren't they coercing prostitutes every
No,
day?
no, he keeps
Why?
saying that, and
You're
I
dangling
disagree
money
with
in
that.
front of them.
No.
You're saying you get to
That
have,
is-
you have
They're
sex
They're
with me.
dangling money in
No,
front of them.
wait a minute. No.
Explain
They're
why not. I'm
offering-
confused.
they're offering a service. Those prostitutes are offering a service.
It's the
That's
same
different.
exact service.
They're doing the
it's
service
not.
in front of
Trevor,
the people
I don't
with the
know.
money.
Hold on,
You're
Hunter's so right on
amazing.
this.
You're
What are we
liberal.
Wait,
cuck.
Latoid
It's
Hunter.
literally how, like,
Sex
you're
in
such
both
a liberal
circumstances.
cuck in all
Do you-
ways. It's amazing. You keep finding more ways to cuck yourself.
Why are you mad at
It's
me and not
amazing.
Lactoid? We're
Hold
saying
on,
the exact
hold on.
same thing.
Like,
Because you're agreeing.
the scenario that you fucking gave, right, specifically was where this woman did not offer sexual services, right? She said, or she was told
asked.
by her supervisor. She was told by her supervisor.
She said
with
no.
with clear intimidation, right? The intimidation come from
What's the intimidation?
being denied.
I say that I
being
think that that's
denied
You're
bad.
losing your
employment
job.
advancement, right?
I
But-
think that that's
They
bad.
created a
being denied
hypothetical
employment
world
advancement.
without
That
legality. and
that's not
becoming-
offering a
Prime,
service.
no, Prime.
We
I
understand
know,
that.
Prime. I know that you get this. So if I go up to a prostitute and I say, "Hey, will you suck my dick?" and then I dangle money, is this coercion? Because now I've come to her, I've presented her with something that she wants, and I've said
task.
I've said she's not gonna get it unless she sucks my dick.
Unless she performs the
Hey,
service
hold on,
that
hold
her
on,
job
wait,
is
wait, wait,
that
wait,
she
no,
asked
wait,
them
wait,
to
wait.
do.
This very specific thing.
I can do it.
I just want to we'll keep it baseline. I go up to somebody, I have something that they want, and they have to do something
No.
for me in order to get it.
Yeah. And now you just changed it, right?
Oh, that's
You
the
just
same thing?
changed it. No, hold on a second.
Wait,
Look,
what did we
I can
change?
tell you how to change it. I can tell you how to change it, right? First, you said prostitute, and then you said someone, right? If you're talking about a prostitute, which is what you just originally said,
The
right?
label doesn't matter. A prostitute is whoever
Yes,
does
it
this.
does matter. Hold on. Yes, it does.
It's
Yes,
a
it
job
does.
title.
Wait.
Yes,
Why?
it does.
Wait.
Yes, it
Wait.
does.
Wait.
Because it's a job title.
You're saying it's a
I
job
swear
title
to
like
God.
there's a
Swear to God.
resume you
Don't
fill
tell me
out.
it's a job title. Hey guys, I got it.
I've
I
never
got
gotten
it.
a
I can do
resume
this
from a
myself.
street
I don't
hooker.
need anyone's help.
Yeah,
with
what
this.
the
I got it.
fuck is it?
I don't need anyone's help for this. Hey, if they are prostitute, then by definition, they are offering those services, right? That's what it means to be a prostitute, is to
What?
offer those services. Yes. I don't know how that's crazy.
Okay,
To
well,
offer
wait.
services
I think I
that
get
are
it.
not
I get it.
offering
I
those
think I get it. I think
No,
I
it's
get it.
who's approaching.
So hold on.
you.
I get it. So you're saying that if I go up to somebody who prior is like has offered these services, then it's okay. But if I go up to a woman who maybe has not
currently
who has not
offering those services.
at this point in time, I go up
It's
to a
not a
woman at this
prostitute.
point in time, she has not been accepting money for sex, or she's not been accepting money for sex. She just hasn't been doing that. And then I say, here, I know you don't usually do this, but here's $500. Will you suck my dick? You're saying that is coercion because she's not a prostitute?
No.
So you
No,
can't
That's
start being a
harassment.
prostitute.
Not
That's
necessarily,
being.
no,
It's
not
But she's not a
ethical to be
prostitute.
prostitute. It's
Hold
ethical
on,
to
hold
be
on,
a prostitute, but it's
hold on,
unethical
hold
to
on.
start being a
Hold
prostitute.
on, stop, Hunter. I don't need you here to do this, right? Don't worry. I got this with Lactoid. You're not helping Hunter.
I get my
right?
back
You're
up too,
completely
okay?
lost
I
in the
know.
sauce.
Yeah,
You're
no, wait, hold on.
completely
I'm on
lost,
Lactoid's
Hunter.
side.
Right? Stop trying to confuse the situation. I got it. Okay. So
I'm not trying to help you.
You're not helping.
I know. I'm not trying to.
Back me up, Hunter.
Okay, shut up. Like you're confusing the situation here. Like I got this with Lactus.
You just want to bully me. The three of you just want to bully me. That's why my friend Hunter. My friend Hunter standing up for me.
I'll have it one-on-one. Don't worry.
Go. I know. Go ahead, Prime. Go ahead, Prime. When have I ever backed down from a fight? You know me.
You don't. You're cool at that. Okay.
Okay.
So there are multiple situations that we're breaking down here. One, if they're a prostitute, right, who are currently offering those services. Two, if they're not a prostitute, right, who are still willing. And then three, a person who's not a prostitute who's not willing. These are three entirely different situations. One, there's a clear likelihood, I guess I should say, right? Because a prostitute can still turn you down. You can, I hope, like,
they can still turn you down.
Ask this question. I hope we can agree that prostitutes can be raped, right?
Of course.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure, but okay, good.
Can I change sure to of
stop,
course?
No, it's not for you, Hunter. Don't worry.
I said of course.
You're guaranteed.
I said sure.
I had the more woke answer. Get fucked.
True.
Yeah.
Fucking chud.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So the prostitute, she's almost certainly assuming you're meeting her rate. Going to say yes. All right. Okay.
Sure.
With the random woman,
can I haggle with her?
I mean, you can. It's not a good idea, but you can.
Okay. No, because if they say no at like $20, can you just keep increasing it until they say yes?
I mean, I don't know. You can engage in hacking if you want.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Remember that.
I will.
I don't know. I don't know where this comes in.
No, keep going.
We'll bring it in. Don't worry.
Sure, no problem. Then there's the willing individual, right? You don't know, right? And you're approaching them, but they're like, "Oh yeah, I've been waiting. Oh shit, Lactwood's coming with me. Yeah, why not? Yeah. $20. I was gonna do it for free, Lactwood. You're so handsome. But yeah, I'll take the 20. And then the other person who doesn't want to do it, right? But some man is approaching her and saying, "Hey, I'm dangling that." Yeah. That can feel like a coercion. She did not offer this, right? But you are saying, "Hey, you gotta suck my dick." Yeah, that could be coercive. Actually, yes.
Okay. So
I have a question.
Well, okay.
No question.
Let me respond. Let me respond, I guess, to the general proposition, which is I do think there might be some fundamental disagreement here, but in my mind, autonomy is freedom to negotiate. And oftentimes in a negotiation, oftentimes both sides are unhappy to some extent. I don't want to do my job. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to do any job. I just want money. Hold on. My boss doesn't want to pay me, and I don't want to do any work. The only reason why I do any work whatsoever is because I get money. That is the only reason. I actively wake up every day and say, I do not want to go to work today. I hate it. I do not consent. I reject this. Every day, every morning, I hear you. Vigorously say this.
Sounds like your boss is taking advantage of you.
And then but I reluctantly, tears in my eyes, go to work every day because I have to for the money. Tears in my eyes often because just for the money. That's the only reason I do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. We're there. And that's not particular my job. That's just all work. Okay. I hate having to wake up and get up to go to work.
Identifying is a coercion spectrum. Everything's a spectrum, right? You know that. You understand that? That's going to be my response.
I guess that might be your response, but my clarification is I do not think I would never say that I am being enslaved because to say that I'm a slave would mean that I have some
taxed.
I have some kind of true, I'm being enslaved by the government, but I'm not being in this very specific relationship. I'm not being enslaved because I don't have a right to their money. I'm not. In fact, I'm not being coerced at all. I'm not being coerced at all.
You're on a
No. Hold up.
In
no sense am I being coerced, because
that's still in the coercion spectrum.
I know you think this. This is why it's at the beginning. I think there might be just a fundamental disagreement. I don't think that I can be coerced out of something that was never mine to begin with. People don't owe me their money just because I happen to be here. My boss doesn't owe me money unless me and him come to a specific agreement where I do something that I hate to do, which is work, and that he does something that he hates to do, which is give me his money. That is the agreement we have. I don't see that relationship as fundamentally different than a prostitute who, or a woman, or I guess for any job, who doesn't want to do something but gets paid to do it anyway. That is the essence of labor. That is the essence of work. People have to do shit they don't want to do. Now, like the hardcore communists would say, like, well, this is why all work is coercive, and this is why everyone should be a poet. Nobody should like shovel shit. Okay.
Yeah. So any which way, the easy response is that there is a coercion spectrum. Everything is a spectrum. This is part of it, right? Lactoid is on one end of that spectrum. He's not actually coerced, right? He's happy to go to his corporate job. But you want to know why? Because they get to give him the opportunity to throw out single mothers from their apartments, right?
That is a brief respite from the general agony. That is a brief respite from the general agony of having to go into work every day.
He gets to crush labor unions, right? And he is so excited to do so.
These are tadpoles of joy in a pond of misery, Prime. You don't understand my daily suffering.
Okay. I think we're getting distracted from the point.
I'll be honest. One thing I don't understand is like we agree that there are jobs that you do certain things, and those things you do in that job doesn't apply to all jobs,
right?
Despite the job you're doing, what you're doing as legal. For example, being a UFC fighter. Just because you're a UFC fighter, you can legally fight, get your ass beat, and beat someone else's ass as much as you want.
Let me. Oh God, I had 2 super chats.
Okay.
As long as they consent to it.
Echo 83. Lactoid just doesn't understand consent. Agreed. $5.
I understand consent more than anybody.
I'm not sure if these are coming into me or someone else. Sometimes, like, I don't know who they're coming in with.
I'm the king of consent.
And then D-T says €6. Is Lactoid still advocating for his future daughter to get doggy styled for job access?
Only if she wants to.
What if she wanted to be a porn star? Are you rejecting her dreams? You don't know what my future daughter might want to do.
Dude, this is such a good dismantling of like leftist beliefs. It's I feel so like I'm pocketing this shit so hard.
Hey, crazy. But hold on. To finish my point. So if we realize that in those situations where these tasks cannot be applied to just any other job, why are you not holding that same principle to sex work, especially unconsensual sexual activities, to jobs that are not requiring sexual activities? Why do you not hold the same principle?
Hold on.
There are jobs.
What principle? Okay, let's start with
there are jobs where you can beat the shit out of people.
Okay.
If you're about to do a doctor job, you, as the boss, will not tell this person to let me beat the shit out of you, right? Okay. What I'm asking?
No. Yeah, I think people agree they should be able to beat the shit out of each other.
Right.
Whether they're
using everything to Lactoid.
Even if they're not UFC, if you and I want to agree to a fight,
the reason why it's illegal is because you can't beat the shit out of someone who doesn't want to get beaten the shit.
Yes.
Wait. I have one. I have one that isn't prostitution or beating the fuck out of people.
That's the point.
Bum fights.
Your boss, your boss can't come and ask you to give him a massage.
You can do whatever you want as a boss. That's what you're basically
Lactoid is saying that should be the case.
That your boss can ask you for a massage.
As long as they agree. As long as they agree to it.
This is not hard to follow.
As long as they agree, as long as they consent to it, yes, you should be able to do whatever you want.
Yeah, and if they don't consent, they lose their job. What you're saying is any task that's given by your boss is.
You have no right to a job, just like you have no right to your employer's money, just like your employer has no right to your labor.
Right now, it's not illegal to get massages. Your boss can ask you for a massage. There is no real law except for it's sexual harassment.
True.
It's just that now you're saying that sexual harassment should be permitted at the workplace.
Yes. I wouldn't call it harassment.
You want anarchy.
Well, it is harassment. If you're going up to someone who's at their job, right? You're just throwing in a new task, and it is of a sexual nature. That is sexual harassment. So it's not so much that it's prostitution. So even if prostitution was legal, sexual harassment is still a thing.
Okay, so I'm
currently they call what I would define as prostitution sexual harassment in many cases. This is like I understand.
No, prostitution is a specific job that you are doing. Versus what you're saying
You're
is someone that's
obsessed with
doing
this, like,
someone
job
that's
idea.
hired to do a
Again,
specific job is now going to get asked burdened with a sexual task. That is sexual harassment. If prostitution is legal, that doesn't make what?
But he doesn't believe in the concept of jobs. He just believes the concept of transaction.
I know.
Just like you can do just like you can do a single act of plumbing.
But prostitution being legal doesn't make sexual harassment not a thing.
You agree? I agree.
And that's what I'm saying.
Not all cases, but some that like right.
No, so like right now, asking
Ali, yes, the current example that you gave, the massage, currently that could be construed as sexual harassment. I don't think it should be.
So is
Hunter, do you think? Wait, Hunter, do you agree that it should be sexual harassment or not?
I'm gonna give you guys a cheat sheet.
Just answer that. Answer that one. I don't want to cheat sheet. I don't want to cheat sheet. I want to be. I want to be ignorant and figure it out on my own.
What's your question?
So like, sexual harassment, right? Yes. Should that now not be a thing because prostitution is a thing? Like massages.
I think that neither massages from your boss nor sexual nor prostitution should be legal. I think both of those should be illegal.
No. Well, prostitution in the world that like right now you're saying that like sucking a dick is just as much of a task as like sweeping the floors, right? That's kind of the argument you're making with Lactoid.
No, I really don't think you get what I'm saying.
That's the argument that I'm saying from like a sex worker.
We are not identical. Me and Lactoid understand the consistency.
Yeah. So Hunter is basically saying that Lactoid, you're consistent, but here's the fundamental reason for our disagreement. I think that sex work should be legal because I think it falls under people's personal bodily autonomy to choose to engage in certain things within the market. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Hunter, but reading kind of your position, you think that sometimes like autonomy needs to be restricted if it has if it has massive like social like costs.
Exactly.
And
utilitarian calculus, you need to restrict autonomy, and I very rarely care about bodily autonomy.
Okay, so Lactoid, explain to me how prostitution allows for sexual harassment. If prostitution is legal, how is sexual harassment not a different thing from prostitution that's being enacted at the workplace, where like you're a waitress or a subway worker or whatever, now you have to suck your manager's dick? How is that not sexual harassment?
Because it's
Wait, do you think that? Wait, hold on. Do you think that prostitution should be legal, Ali?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, why should it be legal? Why should it be legal to dangle someone's money in front of someone and go suck my dick and give me $20?
Stop doing that thing where it's like dangle money.
Wait, why? Why not? Why can't I dangle money?
If you think that prostitution is
legal, why can't I do that?
Well,
why can't I?
Wait, why can't
do the Johns not do that?
Why can't you
do this or you don't get paid?
That's every job description.
Yes, our point.
That's every job description. Yes.
He got it.
Yes.
He got it.
I'm saying, like, I'm much more open when it comes to allowing people to have all sorts of jobs.
And I'm much more restrictive.
Yes, because of his fucking commie shit. That's his perspective, but I understand where he's coming from.
Because at least we're both consistent.
Overall, I don't think it's consistent at all, unless we fall in the framework where you can, as a boss, can tell your employee to do anything, then I can't do anything. That's just a ridiculous world that I don't want to live in.
Okay, dope.
Oh, no. Hold on. Under the, this is what I thought the initial argumentation was, where it was very strictly, if sex work was legal, at that point, it should be applied to a job that is unrelated to sex work. And that's why I brought in the argumentation.
It's not unrelated
Are there tasks you can do that is legal here, but illegal there? Of course there is.
Name one.
Hold on,
wait. Name one.
Fighting.
Both parties consent. That is legal.
Consented. It's legal.
Yes. It's
legal to fuck. Your boss can't tell you to go beat the fuck out of someone.
You guys are missing it.
Hold on. I think a UFC fighter should be able to offset without being part of it. Like even if they're retired from the UFC, even if they've never even been in the UFC, I think they should be able to go
in their living room.
Even if the living room. I think they should be able to go up to their brother or their best friend or anybody and say, "Hey, you want to fight?" And the other person says, "Yeah, I want to fight." They should be able to deck each other until they break their noses off. If they so chose,
kill each other.
Possibly.
Are you saying
dueling? We should bring back dueling.
Can your boss make you and your coworker fight?
A boss.
Yeah, what if you don't like it?
Hold on. So a boss could a boss can not only force you to fight,
not force,
but he
could
also beat. He also
you and your coworkers
shit out of you.
No. No, because you have to agree.
No,
you have to
no. Hold on,
Hunter.
Hunter.
Otherwise, you don't have a job.
No. I'm not changing it. You're saying that
he said no.
No. Hold on. I think he misunderstood what you're going for when you said the word force. If you're saying, do I think that a boss should be able to go up to somebody and say, I've had a hard day, let me punch you in the face, otherwise you're fired? That's your question?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that should be allowed. That's
So,
UFC.
again,
That's UFC fighting. What's wrong with that?
Yes, exactly.
I can't argue with a structure that allows the boss to do whatever the fuck
Freedom.
they want.
You can argue with freedom.
That is completely different.
Here's where you're fucked.
No, that is completely different from the original premise. It was very isolated.
Riddell.
Translating
Riddell. This is a very simple argument.
These are different arguments. You're having a different scenario.
I'm going to reframe it.
Go ahead.
It is perfectly acceptable to both me and Lactoid for you to say, no, you can't fucking do that to your coworkers. You can't fucking do that to the people around you. It's actually a form of intimidation. It's a way it disintegrates society. Sure, whatever. Freedom. That's not my ultimate fucking metric for whether a society is functioning. I want to make sure everyone's okay. Actually, I want to make sure everyone's not dead. No, I'm not. I'm actually way more pro-life and yes. Well, I am consistent. I am totally.
Consistent. I apologize.
Hunter's a conservative.
All right. How the fuck can you be voting Democrat? What the fuck?
I told you.
You're a pro-life utilitarian. You are a pro-life utilitarian who votes Democrat.
He's a conservative.
Can we have a conversation about this? I'm way more nuanced about this.
Mass genocide. I'm just gonna vote. Oh my god.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What was I saying about this guy the entire time?
I would love to have a conversation about pro-life.
Okay,
I'm way more nuanced about this.
Okay.
And it makes a ton of sense under my
it's complex. You're probably not going to understand.
I've got a lot of
very complex. Very complex.
This is why.
I'm sorry, Hunter. I will have a
nuance and context.
I do want to have a conversation.
Only Lactoid is capable of having this conversation.
I do want to have a conversation.
No, because we can't understand it. We can't understand it.
I agree. You genuinely
can't get it.
You genuinely can't get it.
I feel like Hunter has this problem with a lot of people not being able to understand him. It's a problem with everyone but him. He doesn't have the problem. Everyone else has the problem.
Okay, Riddell. Let me explain. Let me explain briefly.
Wait, no. I wanted to do it. Wait, real quick.
Okay.
It is perfectly consistent for you to go, it's fucked, by the way, to just say to another person, yo, I want to fucking fight you. And then the boss can dangle that over you. Obviously, that's wrong. But if you think that that's wrong, it makes zero sense for you to say that sex work is okay. That is the consistency position. And I'm saying, guess what? Sex work isn't okay either. I would also
is UFC fighting okay?
What?
I would love to have, honestly, I don't know. I would maybe.
This motherfucker will single away UFC. This is where the left wing.
Is boxing okay, Lactoid?
I'm okay with all of it. I think dueling. I unironically think dueling should be legal. I think unironically,
I am following
there should be professional paintball, but with real guns, and it should be broadcasted on a stage. Yes, I'm fine with that.
The Hunger Games was valid.
So this is why I feel like there was a
Korean show. What was it called?
There was two different arguments being made. Lactoid, your universe, I don't want to live in. Now, when it comes down to it, Hunter. This is my issue. This is why I don't think inconsistency applies.
Go ahead.
So when it comes down to the argumentation, if you just because you are pro sex work being legal, if you deem it as a very specific type of action, similar to violence of beating people up in the UFC, that means that this is an action that won't be applied to a workforce, especially considering if someone says, hey, you're leveraging your power, I can't do anything about it. So at that point, the only way for you to move ahead is harm, either physical harm or sexual harm, which is why in both scenarios, we don't want to apply this to other workforces where it's not consensual.
Obviously, hold on. Obviously.
But that's why there's two different arguments.
Riddell, you don't understand what I'm saying. Obviously, you can make the law the case
one understands
in that circumstance. That is the current laws that exist right now. Obviously, we can do that, but it makes no fucking sense from a principled standpoint. It makes no sense. We are completely inconsistent on our principles if we allow that to occur.
So No. Oh, it was Squid Games, not Battle Royale. That's why.
Yeah.
Squid Games. That's what I'm thinking about.
Squid Games, like, what's the problem?
Like, up until the Civil War, like dueling was very popular in the South. You'd have 2 pistols. You would walk like 15 feet, turn around. That's how you resolve differences.
In fact,
I'm okay with that being legalized.
In fact, not only is Squid Games okay, Squid Games is. Have you seen Squid Games, Lactoid?
I have parts of it.
They make such a clear point that actually they can all go home at any point.
Oh my God, that's so
ethical.
And
they continue to go into
for the money
because they recognize.
How is this different than what Mr. Beast does? This is like exactly the same thing.
Yeah, okay, I'm not doing the Mr. Beast argument right now. Yeah. I will say this, Hunter,
and I find that morally destructive. I think we got to ban it fucking anyway.
I completely disagree with your sentiment. I don't think there's a principle inconsistency, especially if you establish proper institutional structure to ensure that you limit the of course like the harm that is taking place. Which is why the UFC. Because at this point, if this argumentation is anytime harm is being conducted in any work field, or for the most part in work fields that have no intrinsic value of protection or, of course, some type of enforcement,
but you can opt
that job would have to be disbanded in every single circumstance.
Hold on. That's not even true because people get fucking brain damage in the UFC all the time.
Exactly.
You get brain damage at the NFL.
But your argumentation is because you think there's a principle inconsistency.
There is a principle inconsistency.
The UFC would have to get disbanded.
I agree, and it should.
Then that is there's no
radical changes to the safety of the individuals being involved.
Because people choose to be in this field, and this field is, of course, ensured that there is a level of safety and there's a level of understanding. Of course, it still needs to work
much lower level of safety than a prostitute.
Obviously. The people are not being harmed.
They are being harmed. Hold on, they're obviously being harmed. They're obviously
harmed in a way that leads to immediate death.
You're saying immediate. You're saying immediate.
Let me ask this question: What do you between these two professions? Which do you think has a lower standard of in terms of? Which of these two professions do you think has a higher risk of injury?
Okay.
A coal miner. Or a subway worker who has dick sucking put into their job description. Who is more likely? Who is more? One of them is legal. The other one's not. So if it was based on safety, the subway worker would be legal, and the coal miner would not be legal.
Right. Because that would be a consistent society that would fucking make sense.
That took place in the conversation. Because ultimately, when the reason why Hunter brought up this idea of principle inconsistency is he thinks that sex work is bad in general for society and it shouldn't be expanded
worse than coal mining.
Yeah, and then he would have to hold the same principle to like just fighting in general. So boxing,
which he does.
UFC,
I do.
It has no intrinsic value to society at that point in your stance.
I agree.
So,
yeah.
That would be.
I like the testosterone of just like people punching each other sometimes. He doesn't.
If both of them fucking want it, why do
there's no principle inconsistency because of course the situations are completely different. One, the intentionality of willing to engage in the field that we're talking about. Again, two different scenarios. Two, ensuring a proper institutional structure so the people who engage.
Stop fucking saying institutional structure. That's an Izot fallacy. You keep shifting into
institutional. No, it's not because that's something that would have to be established if something becomes a legalized profession.
Hold on, we can make it. Hold on. We can make it illegal to have a book that starts with the letter T, but all other letters in the alphabet are fine. Okay.
Institutions can also be awful. Like you can have institutions that are like brutal.
I can have inconsistent rules that can be followed.
Plenty have been horrible.
Of course, but that's an argumentation of what the quality of the institution in the situation that we're talking about right now. Establishing an institutional structure around a field that's already illegal.
Who fucking cares?
Make sure that
you can. Of course, I've already conceded that.
We don't need to put an
I've conceded that obviously you can have an institutional. You can have institutional barriers around inconsistent ideals. Of course you can. We have it right now.
It's not an inconsistent ideal when it comes down to one, you choose to be in a field that ensures that you are not individually getting harmed for something you did not.
Yeah, and you choose to be at the subway job to get your dick sucked.
You can leave.
No, you didn't.
You can quit.
You can quit. You can leave at any point.
Never been said.
You can walk out at
you not involved in a job that had
a coal miner can quit at any. Yeah, and you can quit. The coal miner can quit. The commercial fisherman can quit.
You can
quit at UFC. You quit any of these jobs. You can leave
the exact same situation.
If you no longer consent to what the job description is, you can stand up and leave.
All right. I would like to have that one-on-one. This keeps getting confused, but my arguments keep getting confused with others.
Lactoid,
Hunter has like
literally. Wait, what'd you say to me?
I'm muting.
Lactoid, your stance makes more sense to me than Hunter's.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got.
This is usually the case. Okay, I'm gonna throw Hunter under the bus right now. No,
I
Hunter, yours is terrible.
I agree with Riddell. No one understands Hunter.
Fine, just
Hunter. What the fuck were you talking about, Hunter? I don't understand what you're talking about, Hunter.
Just have people shooting each other in the middle of the White House, Andrew Jackson style. It's gonna be awesome, dude.
Back when men were free, boats were made of wood and men were made of iron.
No, men literally weren't.
Well,
free,
some men were free. Okay, there were some asterisk. Okay. Juneteenth was a long time ago. Okay, we're on July 4th now. I'm sorry, brain.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, you have to rework your brain. You're like Donald Trump's president. Hold on.
I'm just gonna raid some lady.
Lady.
Like I would like to have that.
It seems pretty coercive, really, when you think about it. That you're like choosing,
and so that we can have a
consent because you're dangling your viewers to her.
So, to Lactoid,
thanks, Feder.
Like I feel like you and I usually have some level of a consistency or able to. Sorry, we can bridge bridges on these types of discussions. You and me, right? I think we can do that. I don't think we can do this on this panel. I've been trying to. I keep getting in the fucking way. So I just can't do it. Yeah, you're part of it. Yeah, Hunter, you're one of the main culprits.
I look. I'll say this. I appreciate Hunter. I appreciate Hunter.
I bet you do.
But here's the thing. Like I do sincerely believe that he understood what I was throwing down, and that gives me the energy to continue the conversation. Okay.
Right. Because if I weren't here, they would just keep going. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. And I'd be like, oh my god. Yeah.
You just don't get it.
I didn't think it reached a level of insanity where we're basically taking away a lot of.
I think Riddell might be like fully understanding where just to be clear, Riddell, just where my position is. Like I am a libertarian fundamentally. I think human beings,
I should have like clicked.
I think human beings. I think fundamentally have a right to their own person. They have a right to their own life. They have a right to their own property, and like they have a complete right to this, to the point where they can negotiate and exchange whatever they so choose. My line is you don't get to fuck over other people without their consent, right? And we obviously need a police force to stop.
I've met a lot of fake libertarians, so it's not often that I see one that holds completely to the principle.
Yeah, fucking fake libertarians that vote for Trump. It's like, how does that even work?
Fabian Liberty Scott, in other words. Look, I'm wearing a pineapple shirt. Clearly, I'm a libertarian. Anyway, I appreciate you guys.
We should talk more about my pro-life stance because it's wild. Unique. It's genuinely unique. God. I've never heard it.
Can you do a quick breakdown?
Yeah, like a 1-sentence breakdown so I can chew it.
Yeah. I think that that abortion comes down to all arguments boil down to when life is valuable. It's a philosophical question on when life begins. Every other question about autonomy makes no sense when you break down the
when
argument.
do you think life begins?
Probably as early, like very, very early. Like I think it could be conception. It could be conception.
Okay,
but this is a fully intuitive sense that I have because that's all that we have to go off of whenever we make these philosophical claims. And I have to reconcile the fact that many people share different philosophies on when life begins. Like, for example, my wife has had a fundamentally different experience on when she felt like that life began. Because as soon as I found out that there was a kid, I was like, that's my child, unquestionably. But she was like, this is a fucking parasite in me. And then like second or third trimester, she's like, no, this is a baby for sure. She felt a kick. She's like, it's a person for sure. Like she felt it a lot later.
So you and I might actually have like a somewhat similar, we're on the same wavelength on a few things, I think fundamentally. You and I think we have some similar I guess definitions of or guesstimates of where life begins, but here's a question that you can prepare for when we have this discussion. Look up what bill Tim Walz passed in Minnesota.
No, I know. Yeah. No, but I'm reconciling the fact that I'm going against the society. I don't have the hubris to make these claims because it's fully intuitive. There are no real.
But you think it's a human life, though, right? Like, I intuitively believe you're alive, and I would
Yeah.
vigorously oppose any effort to, like...
Yeah, but I think that that's unquestionable in society.
Do you think all humans have the same amount of
Yes, it
value?
is. It is.
You think it's unquestionable in society, but there are societies in which this was questioned.
No, it's
Especially-
not.
especially
It
with-
really
hold on.
hasn't.
Nazi Germany with your ethnicity? Yes, there were certain people who questioned that.
Wait, hold on. We have said this before. And you have agreed to this because people are like, well, don't they think that slaves used to not be human? It's like, no, we all kind of knew that they were human. They just didn't fucking care.
No, they put them under the category. Well, I've actually read 1800s race science, and they put them under the category of human, but it was of a different kind,
like a subhuman.
Yeah, there's a biblical justification, and then there was like a
right.
biological. Yeah, it's pretty wacky when you really start.
I think I have. I'm kind of developing. I know this sounds so pretentious. I'm kind of developing this philosophy on intuitions that like. It sounds so pretentious. I do have a philosophy degree, so I don't think I'm like completely unqualified, but like it's not really. It's kind of novel. Where I do think that there is like there's like a hierarchy of intuitions, and at the very base level, we all kind of know and understand that like human beings are human beings and they shouldn't be killed.
Well,
and like
it depends on
maybe I'm sort of fleshing it out right now. I haven't really gotten to the bottom of it, but I do genuinely think that I believe people earnestly do not think that is a human life, like a fetus. And I trust that is what their intuitions are.
I promise you. I'm sorry. Like I'll look into this. I'll even bring fucking citations. I will find you people who didn't believe black people were humans. I will find you. In fact, I know off the top of my head one author who specifically argued that they weren't in the 1800s.
Yeah, but
I can find you somebody from Nazi Germany who said Jews were not humans. I can find you these people.
It's not.
Gypsies.
Yeah,
gypsies.
Sure.
All these people. Yeah.
Roma people. You fucking bigot. Cancel him. Cancel him.
Is that a new slur I'm not aware of? I mean, it really depends on environmental factors that determine whether or not their intuition can really understand what they're perceiving in real
doing
time.
a bit there.
I know. No, but some people actually think that. But I looked into it, and most gypsies don't care. They're fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna get on someone's ass, but I'm also just not gonna say it because like who fucking cares? Yeah.
Okay. I won't say it just for you, man.
So
but I do think that the.
Here's the thing.
Wait, hold on. There's a story here that I think you're going to find really interesting because I remember. I can
still hear you. Just give me a second.
Okay, I fought with my philosophy professor so much on this, and the more I think about it, the more I think she might have been correct, and I think you're going to hate this, Lactoid, because I think you were initially on my side. I was talking to her about we were talking about Francis Fanon, or Frantz Fanon. He's like a very radical member of. It was some Burkina Faso. Like he was, or I could be wrong about the specifics, but basically he was advocating for overwhelming violence from victims to perpetrators, right? Like that's just allowed, guaranteed. And I immediately pushed back because I'm like, how the fuck do you know if you're the victim or if you're the perpetrator? Right? Like there's a ton of circumstances in which you ask Nazis in Nazi Germany, who's the victim and who the perpetrator. They're like, they're fucking stealing our money. They're ruining our economy. They're looking into like, they're destroying us. Look at what this Jew did to me.
Yep.
Like I'm the victim here and I can enact as much violence as I want to against this perpetrator. So making some sort of principled decision does seem correct that we should be doing this. And she responded with something that I found so infuriating, but the more I think about it, the more I think she might be right. Because I was like, because I grew up Christian and I was like, dude, people are gonna I grew up thinking that like people were gonna ban me from being Christian, or like, like that there would be some stand and I would have to go there and I'd say I deny Christ or something, and then I would say I accept Christ and they'd hang me for it, right? A lot of Christian delusions that occur. And she goes, yeah, but I think you would know. You know what I'm saying? She said, I think you would know if you're the victim. You would know if you're the victim.
No.
And you know,
argument.
I know. I hated it in the moment too.
No, but I hate it. I hate it like every fucking, like the Japanese have themselves as a victim with the fucking the bridge incident. Like everybody.
But I'm saying I think that they didn't know.
Of course, but this is the problem. Like,
no. I understand.
I get it. Like everyone's gonna friend. Like, there's such like a psychological urge to frame yourself as a victim. I get it.
Yes.
Like, this is a very easy like thing, and people can, and if you, I'm sure we've all met people. Like, and unfortunately, many of us have had interpersonal relationships potentially with some people who they managed to twist everything into your fault, right?
Yeah,
I mean, this just can happen. So I hate that. But then. Before, I guess, the discussion as well, I mean, look, Tim Walz signed a bill that allows abortion all the way up until the day of birth for no reason at all.
I know, yeah.
This means 9 months in.
Yeah.
For me...
Wait, you're dead ass?
I'm dead ass. For me, a 9-month-old, in my very strong opinion, child, like, to me, this is, like, so hyper-intuitive. Like, you're telling the day before... But then you have people like Peter Singer, who's like, well, they're not really a full human until 2 years of age. They're okay with post-birth abortions. He's a famous philosopher.
I know Singer.
Yeah, and so like and I think he says like they're human, but like they're like of lesser human. There's like gradients of human, and so even within like what we define here as human, there's still disagreement as to what does a human mean in terms of, because I think we all agree that like really at conception it's a human. The question is like, at what level of development is it worthy of life, et cetera, et cetera.
Because
I
as
just
someone
think
who's
that,
had 2 children, fucking, they really don't become human until like 6 months.
Don't,
like,
Hunter. No.
No.
I don't think anybody's.
Hold on. You don't. No. I'm arguing in the opposite case. That obviously we can't use these intuitions. Because I'm saying, look, I would say this is like, I'm really not like, they really start having personality and like doing things other than just sleeping and crying and pooping at like 6, 7, 8 months. Like, my daughter's 8 months, and like I'm now like really seeing her personality. And when she was like 1 to 5 months, there's nothing. She's really just sort of there.
They're looking. They're studying.
And I'm saying, and I use that as an argument against looking at looking at the intuitive nature of like when as a human is like, we got to back this the fuck up, because how does this not extend into a 2-month-old, which
that's what Peter Singer
argued.
Right,
which is a pretty psychotic position that I think we all intuit is incorrect.
See, here's the thing though. Like, this is you like, and maybe you'll explain this more. But like, here, let me bring up the list of states real quick. Give me a second.
Wait, I have a quick question for maybe a little bit more lactoid, but it seems like there's a little bit. Do you guys think like semen, like if you masturbate, that's pre-life, that you're kind of just like giving away, like the potential for life that's being wasted?
It's a potential for life, but I wouldn't call it.
Which is why like masturbation is maybe like a sin in like religions and so on and so forth.
I would say that intuitively, and that's all I have, conception makes the most sense.
Okay.
That I would certainly say that masturbation is not killing people, for sure. I would definitely say it might be after conception, but conception is the earliest that I can go. But sometimes the way I describe it is I feel like I'm going into reverse and just slamming the gas down until I hit a wall. Does that make sense? Masturbation doesn't make any sense, so I can't go that far back. But like, conception doesn't make a ton of nonsense, right? Like, there's maybe some complications. Maybe I got to push it a little bit further. I don't know, but like, I'm really going as early as I genuinely can. That's where I intuit. Like, the moment I find out that a baby is in someone's uterus, I go, that's a baby. Like, I refer to it as a baby. I don't say fetus.
Of course. So I'm gonna quickly before, just so we're clear. So the states of Alaska, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, New Jersey, and Vermont. All these states allow abortion all the way up until the day of birth.
Yeah, something to clarify is that obviously this is something you're going to need to concede, which is that
like
less than one
emergencies.
No medical.
No. Bodily autonomy. That's the rationale.
Oh, that's the only.
Yes.
No, because there's exceptions for hold on. There's exceptions for medical emergencies, even in fucking Texas, the most restrictive pro-choice. Now, obviously, they go a little overboard, and I recognize the nuance to these conversations because sometimes you have to get like fucking 3 doctors' approval before you get it. There's a lot of hoops that you have to go through.
Wait. In what states? In what states?
Texas, I assume.
Oh, okay, in the states where it's banned.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Because the states. Just to be clear,
talking about like. The exceptions for the emergencies are not as easy to obtain, and people.
Yeah. But there are medical.
But I understand.
There are medical exceptions in every single state.
Yes.
Now, some I do think are so restrictive that they're basically not medical exceptions. They're like,
yeah,
whatever. I can quibble, but like, it's obviously going to be more difficult, and it's going to be more horrifying.
Right, but sticking with the specific states that I referred to, though, where it's like you have
my
1,
position.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
what's the spirit of the law versus the word of that law? Are we've had this argument. They didn't pass it because a majority, like even a high minority of women are going to go get like third trimester 9-month abortions, right? But they probably passed or wrote these things into law after the removal of Roe v. Wade, so that the states can have a constitution that allows for abortion. Right, and then they had to probably go to an extreme because Roe v. Wade getting repealed is an extreme.
What a crazy! What a
well, my understanding.
How does that make any sense?
I'll give you Tim Walz's specific statement. Tim Walz's specific statement was, like, we're going to leave it up to the women to choose when to do this. Like,
right, bodily autonomy.
It was purely right in Minnesota. In fact, it is within the Constitution of Minnesota now. It is a right guaranteed. So there's some argument that they might have to like find you an abortion if you, like, for whatever reason you can't get a hold of one. Like the state might have the obligation. It's a little bit unclear. But
yeah, I'm saying, but why did they write it into their constitution, like the state constitution?
Yeah, because
of the repeal of Roe v. Wade.
Well, yeah,
no,
I agree. The Democrats.
They didn't need to go. They didn't need to go third trimester. They could have gone.
Yeah, the Democrats.
I know. I think they went third trimester for like the furthest extreme, so that if they were even to ban like medical abortions potentially in the third trimester, that within their state constitution it's still allowed up until the third trimester. I don't like if the federal government.
Well, if the federal government bans it, it doesn't matter what the states say. Fed over state.
Well, I mean, if they're fighting for their the state right to have an abortion up to a certain point.
No, it doesn't matter. So if the federal government illegalizes it,
I could be wrong on that.
I'll explain. So a state can enshrine it in their constitution, like right now in Minnesota, it's enshrined in the Constitution. Right. If tomorrow the federal government bans abortion countrywide, it's going to be banned. It's banned in all of Minnesota. Federal law trumps state.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade overturned a federal obligation. You can do whatever you want in your state. Right. You pass each explicit law.
Yes, there's no federal ban.
Before it was actually guaranteed. So even though Texas didn't want to, they still had to allow abortion.
Correct. All Roe v. Wade, all the removal of Roe v. Wade did was allow the states that didn't want to have abortion to ban it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I thought, Ollie, you were going down the line of argumentation that the reason why they did a third trimester, which is insane. I don't agree with third trimesters. I'm once the baby's conscious, it's probably not okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
someone in my chat,
I thought the argumentation would have been more like they're utilizing such an extreme to articulate that maybe a federal policy would be preferable over a state by state based one. But that's just like before the chess. Like higher politics that they're trying to play. Ultimately, I think this is a dumb idea. I don't really understand.
I think it's dumb. I don't agree with like 9-month abortion. I just think that the population of women that are going to get an abortion at 9 months is so extremely low, probably like less than 1%. That it seems to me that it's like a political.
I'll be honest, it just takes one person to make this a political issue.
Can I say? Wait, hold on, real quick. I'm seeing someone in my comment. I just want to correct some misinformation.
Oh, you're still alive?
Someone said, yeah. Sorry, just to let you guys know. Someone said the U.S. should not have the highest maternal mortality rates in the developed world. This is one of the funniest stats of all time because they're flipping it. Because maternal mortality rates should be relatively high. Should be relatively low, but in most cases, stats should be high. So they look at the numbers, and we're relatively low on the numbers, but that's because our maternal mortality rate is relatively low. Like it's actually we're pretty decent in terms of we're not great, like nothing crazy to write home about.
Compared to our own history, or compared to other developed nations?
Other developed nations.
Oh, okay.
Who has better mortality? Who has better rates than us?
Plenty of countries, but I'm just saying we're not the stat puts us at like 180 where like there's 20 countries above us or below us, and that sounds fucking crazy, but it's not. It's flipped. It's that there's 20 countries better than us, not 20 countries worse than us. So there are like we're still not great. We should be doing better, but like
I'm glad especially I think a lot of people when they kind of perceive the overview of what the United States provides, they look at it the lens that the United States should be the best at these kind of more liberal principles.
No. Sorry, I'm gonna disagree with you. the clip. What was it? It's the
which part are you disagreeing with exactly? So I know exactly what you're.
That it's not just about U.S. exceptionalism. It's the fact that the stats look like we're 200th or 180th.
Well, I'm not speaking about this stat in general. I'm just saying that people's like general perception is that the United States should be higher in these rankings, which is why your last statement that this is not perfect. I mean, it's okay, but we can be better.
Those aren't the claims being made. The claims being made aren't, hey, it really sucks that there's 20 countries above us. It's we are the last in the world. We're 180th in terms of the 200 countries. The specific it was the newsroom clip. You know that one? Maternal mortality rate. Because have you guys seen the newsroom clip where it's the pilot and the dude's like, the US is not the greatest country. Here's all the shit that we're bad at. And he goes through all of the stats. He fucks up the maternal mortality rate.
Right, I'm getting out of here, guys.
He says 178th in infant mortality. There's like 200 countries. We're actually 22nd. We're not 170.
Yeah, so that's just
sounds a lot worse.
Yeah, it does. It's a bad statistic. I was talking more like general perceptions of how people view America and its current standing, but that is an example of just not reading the stats correctly. I would agree. Last thing I'll say before I head out, but when it comes down to the abortion thing, because I'm not really a big abortion argument. That's what I say pro-choice purely because I don't care to have the argument, to be honest. When it comes down to it, do you think all human life is equal? And I think this is a very fundamentally important question.
I do think so, yeah.
To the point where...
What do you mean by equal?
In terms of do you think all human life's value is equal? That's a better way to phrase it.
You're going to have to clarify I'm going to say intuitively yes.
Here's what I'll say. I will say all human life is equal in that all human life has rights. All human life has equal rights. I'll say that.
Equal rights. Okay. So the reason why this argumentation is obviously important is because there are certain instances of people and their purview of that person's value is lesser than, therefore their life being lost is not as big of a deal to the totality of what's going on in society or their own individual life. So I do think that's what happens typically when it comes down to like the coma conversation or the fetus conversation. There is, I would agree, an intuitive understanding that human life currently exists, but their value is minimal to nothing to the point where the life being lost has actual no meaning to them intrinsically.
Yeah, I think that's pretty psychotic.
You gotta be careful with that too, because I mean, again, this is like what every repressive regime has always done with like minorities, right? Like,
yes, 100%. And also, you would have to clarify that, like, is there a threshold that like once it's 22 weeks, it just leaps from 0 to 100%, or is there like a gradient that slowly shifts and that like at birth they become 100%, or like maybe even at 2 years they become 100%? Like how does that shift work?
I do think it's something that generally probably would not be the best because people's perception of how they determine value will be so hard to determine in general. But I do think generally that this just applies. Like, of course, I would say consciousness, of course, is like when that's my indicator of that's a baby or that's a human or whatever. But it's like the trolley problem where someone's like, okay, this person's gonna cure cancer, and then this 98-year-old that lived their entire life, are their lives the same at that point? Do they have same value?
Wait, sorry. In which circumstance? Give me the.
It's more of a question. There's no right answer.
No. Give me the circumstances. Give me the. Yeah, for sure.
A person, 20s, has the cure for cancer.
Yeah.
Let's make it simple.
Okay.
98-year-old lived their entire life. Honestly, piece of shit. Not much more they're going to provide for society. Trolley problem.
Well, yeah, obviously intuitively, I'm going to go for, you did a weird thing there where you added the cure to cancer. So obviously I'm going to be saving more lives.
So is that
don't kill the cure for cancer? I'm a pretty aggressive utilitarian.
So that would make me think that their value is in determination of what they provide for society. From your point of view.
I'm happy to say that I'm
not saying that's wrong, by the way.
No. Sure. Here's what I would say. Would I make a distinction? Sure, but I think society shouldn't. Does that make sense?
I would agree. I don't think society's capable to make that distinction.
Yeah. I don't think it's good for doctors to sort of go, well, this one is young and this one is old. So this one was mean to me. This guy wasn't. Let's change. Yeah. So I think that society should be structured in a way. I think this should be structured in a way to facilitate. I don't know how to explain it. Equality. But like, even if I don't inherently believe in equality, I think that society should at least strive for it.
I would generally agree. I'm one of those.
I don't know how consistent that is, but
It's very consistent. Striving for something that is maybe beyond the scope of reality, but you want to move towards a better kind of society is something that I always strive for. Mm-hmm. Be like Jesus, but never be Jesus. Basically, is the premise.
So I'm gonna bounce, but I wanted to just quickly say a lot of my argumentation, I think, Hunter, against you is going to be like, it seems crazy to me how you can have this position that abortion is wrong, especially wrong at 9 months, and to the point where I'm guessing, if I'm following along the lines of logic, that it's killing a human being at 9 months, but you would still vote for a ticket in which the vice presidential candidate for that ticket quite literally passed the bill to legalize it in the state of Minnesota, and it's not localized in Minnesota. Yeah. It's generally supported across, I think, 7 states across the whole country.
Yeah, I think some nuance that's kind of required for this circumstance is, I think, threefold. The first is that, sorry, I came up with 3 points and then I had to track each individually. Firstly, hubris. Oh, no. Firstly is the fact that 99% of abortions are not third trimester abortions. And even those, a slim fraction are elective. It is crazy. It's legal, but also we shouldn't understate how rare they are anyway. Now, I'm still of the opinion that we should make it illegal regardless, because like everyone agrees we shouldn't be having elective third trimester abortions. That's fucking crazy. Like 2 days before they're going to give birth. How is that any different from it being inside versus outside the body? That feels insane. The second thing, though, is the hubris of the situation, which is I don't think that it's fair for me to assert so dramatically something that is so impossible to like reason out. It's fully based off of our own intuitions, and it's very clear that people have very different.
That's the point I hate the most. The first one was better. This one is, because again, I just failed to see, like, I've sat, if I sit face to face with a Klansman who's like, how can you think these are like people like you? How could you think this? I mean, yes, there's going to be some people who I think are psychotic. There's going to be people who are evil. There's going to be people who look at a 9-month-old child and say, that's not a real person. These people should be shamed at it, shamed.
What if it's like 40% of society? Shouldn't that be something we reckon with? Like, isn't there a distinctive percentage that occurs where you go, shit, I might actually be wrong on this one?
So there will never be a time in which a certain percentage of the population like believes something that would make me agree with them, or to even think that it's up for debate potentially. Like,
really? That's crazy to me.
I may operate like there's a pragmatic reality that I may operate in. Like, for example, if there was like if 1% of the population believed that like a 9-month-old fetus was not a child, like I would probably be much more aggressive with like dismissing them, right? And I would laugh at them and be like, "Hey, you fucking crazy lunatic."
Right.
If 40%, like I'm gonna be, I'm obviously gonna have to like adapt, but I'm gonna politically oppose them. Like just because, like, even if it was 90% of people, like if I lived in the South during like slavery, assuming that I have my current ethics that I do now, I would vote against the slave owners. I would lose probably, but I'd vote against them.
No. I agree with you. And I will say that sometimes it's understated how massive the abolition movement was, where it's like, well, everyone fucking thought that slaves weren't really people. Like those are, I would say, way more than like, it's around like 1% of the population, I believe. And I could be wrong on my historical facts, but like when like 12 Years a Slave got published, and like when Frederick Douglass started talking about the horrifying nature of slavery, and when the fucking Union soldiers went down to the Confederacy and I saw what actually was happening, they were stringing slave owners up. They're like, what the fuck is this? This is insane. Like, I really don't think there was a lot of this. Like,
I don't think it was as bad as you think. Like in terms
maybe,
of like,
maybe,
think,
and maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle.
In large part, from what I read, so the Confederate, especially leading up to the Civil War, because the slavery was being challenged as an institution, the Confederacy actually became more emboldened and more strident with their defense of slavery. It was only a few years beforehand that the different individual states were putting depictions of slaves on their banknotes in order to defend the idea of slavery. Because this is one of the things. It's also kind of similar with guns, or really any kind of thing that people find a property interest in. If that thing becomes threatened, they become defensive over it. And this was exactly what was happening over slavery. And the reality is, most people in the South, yes, were most people heavily invested in slavery and the fact that, like, did they own the plantations? No. But the majority of the South, they supported slavery. They saw it as their way of life. And the Northerners, the Union, they didn't like slavery by and large, but they weren't these progressive, fucking like utopians. They were pretty racist, and
New
York had massive draft riots because there was a lot of Confederates,
100%.
Confederate sympathies in the North.
Yeah.
And the slave owners, oftentimes, the South was devastated because they were seen as traitors. But once the Union troops left, a lot of those same slave owners kind of went back into the positions of power they were in, became sharecroppers. They started kind of moving into their positions of power. I actually have read like the books that were being like distributed in the South at the time, like I think it was 1962 or 1862, or no, one of them was 1862 during the war. Another one was, I think, 1858. There was a book I read. I can't say it on stream because it's got a graphic title. But this, I mean, it was. They have a religious justification. They have a biological justification. I mean, this is what the people believed. Like, it was very the sons of Japheth, the sons of Ham, the sons of Shem. I mean, it was the Japheth, the children of Japheth were white, of Shem were copper colored, Ham were black, and they tied it back to, well, Ham was subservient, et cetera, et cetera.
No, sure.
All that stuff, and there was also like skull shapes, all phrenology.
No,
one of the funnier claims was actually like one doctor claimed that the reason black people had woolly hair was because when they headbutted each other, they needed to absorb the impact. This was what he argued, which is crazy. But
no, for sure.
This is just the beliefs they held.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I do want to get the philosophy of intuitions. I've been trying to really structure well, and it's just sort of like been something I've been thinking of. I don't know. I do think that I do have this intuition, this feeling that they didn't really think that it was a way to justify a way of life that really benefited them. And I could be wrong on this.
I think that's you can. But here's the thing: a vegan's going to argue the same thing that you believe. The
same thing but I would probably say that the vegan's right.
You would say the vegans are right? That the meat industry is also murder?
Yeah. Well, not murder, but like certainly obviously bad, and something I shouldn't be eating meat.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty obviously bad for the environment. It's pretty obviously.
Life.
No, I agree. It's something I just go, maybe you're a better person than me, and then I kind of move on from my I continue to eat meat. But like, yeah, ethically, I think it is probably true that like I shouldn't be eating meat. And like my wife was pretty vegetarian for a while. Like I think that it's a fair. Obviously, I wouldn't say murder, but like, is it bad? Duh. Holy shit, we're just throwing like chickens into. I mean, I'm gonna be dramatic with the language, obviously, but like, we rape cows for milk. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't really think that you can really ethically justify that. But another thing that I was going to bring up, a lot of the calculus that I'm also making, if it's between a pro-life and a pro-choice candidate, I do think I would choose a pro-life candidate, but that's not the candidates that are being chosen. Candidates are being chosen a Republican or Democrat, and Republicans come with a whole swath of other policies that I vigorously disagree with.
But how does abortion not like rank near the top?
because of the hubris situation, I do feel like that immigration is such an open and shut case that it's so obviously beneficial and it's so obviously good to bring people in, and it's so obviously better for diversity. And economists agree with me, and like I have so much data to back this up. And with abortion, it's just like this is just kind of a feeling I have.
What's the feeling about what could be murder in 9 months?
What do you mean?
Like, okay.
No, pretty certain. No,
yeah,
sure.
Right. And so like my kind of the thought process is like,
no, but I might vote for a more moderate governor in Michigan.
I get what you're saying. I feel like I feel like we're getting a little bit of deja vu here. Maybe we've had like some part of this conversation before. For me, if you are convinced that it is murder of a child at 9 months,
I don't think I'm convinced of it.
Okay, well, I am. I'm
okay.
convinced at 9 months it is.
Oh, sure. I think I'm pretty convinced that at 9 months it is.
At 9 months, yeah. I think that anybody that would support that, to me, it's like it is so obvious a disqualification, more so than anything Graham Plattner's done. Like, to me, Graham Plattner,
sure,
if he was pro-life, would be like a more ethical pick, and I wouldn't be giving people nearly as much shit as when they supported Tim Walz.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like the real truth of it is I've talked to Nazis and I've talked to pro-choice people.
Nazis are also usually pro-choice, by the way.
And I think Nazis tend to lie a lot. I think I remember this conversation. I'll never forget this conversation. I'm blown away it didn't blow up on TikTok as much as I thought it should. I was talking to this like person who's like, we have to restrict immigration. It's a problem. They're coming in here. I'm like, why? And they're like, they have a completely different culture. I'm like, what religion are you? And they're like, Catholic. And I'm like, yeah. What the fuck? Right? Like these guys are way more Catholic than we are here. And then I'm like, well, what's your issue? And they're like, economy. And I started talking about the economics. He's like, yeah, fair. But they're brown. And he said it at the very end. Like it took a couple sections to break down their line of reasoning that clearly that was their reasoning. And like, they were actually building off of like, oh, it's bad for the economy, it's bad for whatever. And they were building on top of it to justify their true beliefs. It's all ad hoc.
Sure.
And I do think that I talked to the problem with the ad hoc fallacy is it is based on vibes. I was talking to my wife. She's like, how can you figure out if something's ad hoc? And it's like, there's not really a way. You just kind of have to vibe it out. Does this feel arbitrary? Does this feel like an arbitrary distinction that you're sort of making that doesn't sort of make sense? And the more I talk to pro-choice people, the more it does feel like something that they adamantly believe. And I do trust them.
I think so much of it's ad hoc. I think it's especially ad hoc when you think about the
9-month abortions. I might agree.
Especially, but I think it's very ad hoc. Well, I think across the board, some of the most ad hoc arguments I hear are from pro-choicers when they're challenged. So
do you remember the first argument? What was his name? I saw someone on Tim Pool? What the fuck? Tim Pool. Yeah, Tim Pool. And he was like, why the fuck do you think this is okay? It's like bodily autonomy. It's like, what about a baby who needs to be suckled to breastfed? And he goes, well, that's different. And it was so clearly, he's like, I don't know, actually.
Yeah. The biggest, here's the thing, like you can watch these debates and like very rarely do you get somebody who like you hear the exact same thing, justifications go all the way throughout. Like the first one, the worst argument is, well, you don't have a uterus, so you shouldn't be making a decision,
right?
And then you say like, what about like in cases of rape or incest?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just kind of go down the list of like all the top arguments, and you know, all of them have like pretty easy defeaters. And for a lot of them, at least the debates I've seen, or a lot of like the street debates I've seen, they just kind of stop and they're just walk away and with it mind unchanged. And I think that a lot of times, you know, when you look at the justifications that women give for getting an abortion, when they've reported on this, I think the Guttmacher Institute has reported on this. The number one cited reason by far is work education, right? That is what most of the time it is. It's not any of these other things, right? But these other things are the things that are constantly referred to. They're constantly appealed to.
I agree with this. I do think this is fair. I do think that arguments about, you know, when life begins at like consciousness, those are a lot more earnest, or like heartbeat, that's a lot more earnest.
Those are, but
9 months feel fucking crazy.
Yeah, but even like autonomy, I think is not earnest for most people, because here's the thing.
That's so interesting for you to say.
Well, no,
because you believe so. Because you believe so strongly in it, and
Right.
you see the inconsistencies.
They don't give a fuck about it, really.
Right, and I don't give a fuck about bodily autonomy.
Fair enough. I love it when people just fucking say it. Okay, fair enough. But here's the thing: why I think most of them don't actually care about bodily autonomy, right? When you look at the justifications given for having an abortion, the number one justification by far is work education. When you look at the other justifications that are, you would think would be more related to like bodily autonomy, like I think quite literally one of the reasons listed, like really low down the list, is like kind of this nebulous desire to control my own body. There's also like a concern about like a physical health issue, which is very low, by the way. To these people, like if you could invent a way for them to have the child without it being in their body, this would be a disaster for these people. Because the reason they're getting an abortion is not because it's in their body. The reason they're getting an abortion is because they don't want to be a parent. And so if you could just teleport, like let's we invent a teleporter that can teleport the fetus out and then grow it like in an external womb, and then once it's like a child, like a full like infant or whatever, you hand it back and say, here you go, now you can be a mother now.
What the weird thing is, in some ways that does kind of exist. You can have a C-section birth at like 25 weeks. I mean, obviously it's going to be crazy fucking risky, but like you can have a NICU baby be there for like 3 months and be very preemie. Like that's not the craziest situation. Obviously, well, I don't think you can do that electively though.
Yeah, I don't know all the details on that. All I'm saying is that
maybe you can't just choose, get the fuck out of my body, just have the C-section.
Yeah, it would seem to me that the motivation, when the motivations don't fit the argument, I think that there's a potential there for not always, but there's a potential here that the person is not being fully earnest because.
No, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So. That's just kind of how I feel on.
It's tricky, and I understand the criticism of me supporting Tim Walz, and it does. I do really resonate with it. Like I really do have. I have thought about it a lot, and I have been like, this is fucking crazy. Like,
and I resonate about the criticism of Trump bombing Iran. Okay, so
right, no, totally.
I get it. I understand the feeling.
Yeah. And yeah, like, and again, someone in his chat is just talking about all the like terrible knock-on effects on banning strict laws about abortion. 100% agree. Like, it really does become like a Kafka-esque situation where you're like, dude, this baby is dying inside of me, and I need to get it out because it's killing me too. And you have to go through like, no, sure, but so are third trimester abortions.
Not nearly as rare as that.
I don't know. I would have to see that.
If you look it up, I mean, you were kind of close to right when you said 99%.
Yeah.
So, but the amount of abortions in total that happen in America every year, it's crazy high. So, I mean, that's still thousands of abortions.
No. But even that, even 1%, it's also a smaller percentage of that because elective abortions.
I attempted one time because part of the problem here is the data is not really kept super well. And there's a lot of estimates that are given. And I remember there was an estimate that's like some sizable chunk were elective. It wasn't all of them, and it wasn't even most of them, but it was still like a sizable chunk that still came out to like several hundred a year or something along those lines, which is still like, assuming even that low of a number, it's still like wildly larger than like numbers of like other kinds of death that we do care a lot about, right? Like the amount of unarmed black men shot by police in 2019 was like 34, the highest estimate, and this was like a national like emergency. This was a national news kind of like in the cycle constantly.
Well, I do think that often gets misunderstood. Obviously, I think the situation was not that unarmed black men were getting shot by the police officers. It's that they were getting shot by the police officers, and then they continued to have a job, and like it wasn't really being investigated, and until like severe backlash. Like Derek Chauvin, I believe, went back to work the next day until fucking. Like he
got arrested though, I think long before or well before most of the rioting was going on, right? Because those riots lasted a long fucking time, all the way up past his trial. I thought.
Past his trial feels crazy to me.
Well, when was his trial? Hold on, I'm pretty sure like because BLM riots went on.
No, when was his conviction? Not just his trial. Oh no, but I guess that shouldn't really matter because it's like, isn't this what we fucking want? No, I don't know. I disagree with that because like. You saw fucking conservatives be swayed into like, oh, he died from fentanyl poisoning. It's like, fuck off. He died from a fucking boot on his head or a knee on his neck. Obviously.
Yeah. So hold on. So Derek Chauvin, the George Floyd, May 25th, 2020. Then he was arrested on May 29th. So it was a couple days afterwards.
No, but when was conviction?
April 20th, 2021.
Someone in chat, by the way, she's a nurse. She's saying it's becoming more and more common because women are having babies at older ages now. So complications are actually more common, which does make sense. It does resonate with something that I've seen. Like my wife works in works in the international. Yeah, just like
abortion used to be more common. It's actually gone down as people are getting pregnant less.
That obviously makes sense. Anyway,
also real quick, this is the pro-life pro-choice thing is interesting because we've actually moved as a country as ultrasound technology has been developed, we've actually been moving much more pro-life than we used to be. Back when Roe versus
that's so funny.
Yeah,
it's like now that we see it, it's like that's a fucking baby
for sure. Back when Roe versus Wade was decided, like I think over 80% of American, both parties, majorities, over 80% agreed with like the pro-choice position pretty strongly. And since then, over time, it's gotten more and more and more pro-life.
Well, I will say that like having children really pushed me in this direction. I was kind of already there. I mean, I grew up pretty religious, and that was definitely like a belief system that I haven't really discarded. But like, I was blown away when I saw the baby because I was like, "How do you know if it's a boy or a girl this young?" And they're like, "Look it's got a penis." And I go, "It's 20 weeks old." How the hell? Like, it was crazy how developed it was. You know, like I don't know.
Yeah, by the way, for me, my line on abortion would be not late term. I think anything really after, like, I would have it be illegal with very, like, limited exceptions. Like, I would have an exception for, I guess, like, severe health complications.
And you square that circle because you're very pro, you're very bodily autonomy, but the baby can't consent, and you still agree it's a life.
Yeah. For me, I'm on the same wavelength in terms of, for me, the question is when is it met the minimum standard to be considered a person, and then once like a human person, and then once it's that, at that point is granted protection. It is granted moral subjectivity, and so for me, I mean, that line is has been really tied to like the bare minimum of like brain development. I mean, I think what was it like? What did I have it at? Like, I don't know, 12 weeks, I think. Something along those lines.
Are you in favor of child labor? I'm just curious if you're...
Only in rare circumstances. So I'm okay with kids working only if the labor is good for the child. And good for the child in the sense that, like, the adults of society determine it to be good for the child. So, like, I'd be okay.
Like babysitting's chill.
Yeah, babysitting's fine. Limited work hours. I'm generally okay with like work restrictions on children because children can't consent, and so we have to make
curious where
we have to make decisions for their well-being, which is the same for all children, right? And so
including
so after 12 weeks, I mean that's what the 3 months, I think, that's from I think I read somewhere that's like when the frontal cortex like kind of becomes a thing, somewhere around there. I can be moved, but for me, it's like once it hits that line.
What happens in 12 weeks?
I'm pretty sure the frontal cortex becomes a thing. Like it becomes a distinct part of the brain.
The frontal cortex? I don't know shit about how brains work. Isn't it the frontal lobe? Isn't that, or is that a different thing?
Same thing, sort of. Maybe.
Okay. I'm just sort of curious. I know. I've heard the. I guess it is the same. Okay. I've heard consciousness be a line that a lot of people use.
There's some philosophical problems with that one though, like sleeping comas. There's some questions as to like what do you mean by consciousness, and like how.
Yeah. Consciousness is a really hard thing to determine, and obviously it probably exists in some sort of gradient. But like, I think that's okay though.
Well, but even if we agree that exists some gradient, that would still fit my definition, which is, by the way, I go back and forth between this 12-week kind of like frontal cortex development, and just conception. Like it is.
Sure.
I'll hear an argument one day where it's like, oh, that's a good point, I guess. Like there's some.
One that.
Argument.
one that convinces me is IVF apparently uses a lot of fetuses that are like right at conception and then like see if they're viable and then they sort of discard it. And it's like, are they murdering children? And most of the time I say no, but then sometimes you catch me, I'm like, maybe it is.
Maybe.
Low-key.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? So like on the days in which I'm more like it's life of conception, yeah, that would be murder.
Right.
But like I'm definitely firm in the sense that like yeah, I might oscillate between those two positions depending on what argument is most convincing most recently at the time. But like 9 months to me, or 8 months, or 6 months, or 5, like to me these are so outside of the realm of like obvious to me. Like yeah, I understand there's some gray gradient perhaps that you can argue over, but when you start getting into that level, to me it's just like black and white.
Something I've always hated is like, if you earnestly believe that, why aren't you like blowing up Planned Parenthood centers? Because it seems like you don't earnestly believe it, and I feel like that can be pivoted into any political position ever. Because I would probably say that the dismantling of USAID probably killed like I forget the estimate. The estimate is overestimated. It's like, and it's in the future, but it's like still like 500,000 people or so. And I do think that happened, and I don't think we should kill Elon Musk.
Yeah, there's a way to argue this. So there's two main arguments, but they're sort of interrelated. So there's a study that you can find, actually. It's a really interesting study that analyzed like societal change, whether it be through reform or revolution, over the past like 100 years. And they took a whole look at a whole bunch of different societies. And consistently what they found is that movements were more likely to be successful, and they had less disruption if they were done through reform as opposed to revolution.
I would love to see that, because I agree with that intuitively, but I never really have the data to.
No, I have it. I'll find it and send it.
Yeah, send it to me.
So overwhelmingly, it is the case that working within the system is better than working outside the system in terms of accomplishing longer lasting change. And so, like taking this philosophy, I have a lot of beliefs. Like I've got beliefs that like taxation is theft. I have belief like there's all sorts of things that I believe are like really wrong. But the reason why I'm not like going out and doing crazy shit is because I just
doesn't work.
It's going to be counterproductive. It's going to be counterproductive to my overall goals. It's not pragmatic. It's going to more often than not galvanizes opposition. It's not effective. Like the best thing you 100%. Can do is have your position, advocate for it peacefully, advocate for it within the system as much as you can. Only my line for violent action, because everybody has a line. But for me, my line is pretty strict. It needs to be a sufficient threshold of like a totalitarian kind of policies, combined with a inability to change the system, like through some kind of systemic roadblocks that are put into place that prevent democratic mobilization from even being possible.
Yeah, so I would also probably throw in like an immediacy or directness of the policies to inflict harm on you.
I'm sort of factoring that in with the like totalitarian nature of it. So like for me, like if let's say we had like a dictatorship, but it was like I could still mobilize to like try to get voters to defeat the dictatorship, then I wouldn't go revolution.
Like pre-enabling act, you don't need to kill Hitler, because they still
possibly if we could vote him out, right? If we have an opportunity to try to remove him peacefully, then yes, that's what I'd be working towards.
Yeah, because
then on the other hand, like if you had like a dictator that like abolished all voting but didn't implement any kind of totalitarianism, then I also wouldn't launch any kind of revolution against him. But if you have both repression and inability to change, that is my line.
Yeah, I really like Eliezer Yudkowsky talked about this a lot, where he said, it seems like there's a way to abstract violence such that the state is inflicting violence. This is a very classic libertarian and communist talking point, right? The monopoly on violence. I don't know if you subscribe to it, but I certainly don't. I think that there is a huge distinction between the violence enacted from an individual to a system or against an individual, and a system perpetuating it onto an individual, which is I forget what it's called, but he says he basically like refers to the avoidance of it, that it's predictable, that it, like there are rules that we all can sort of understand and avoid. And with meaningless violence, like there's no fucking way to predict whether or not you're just going to be, if you're going to be a United Healthcare employee and just get shot in the middle of the street. Like there's no way to know if that's going to happen, but you do know if you can be arrested. You do know that you can specifically prevent those actions by doing these very specific actions. Not even very specific, just fucking don't break the law and you won't be arrested. And that is really important in a functional society, is the predictability of it. It makes people feel like there are guardrails that sort of, and I find that very valuable. You're muted.
I do as well. And I think that that's like another kind of factor is I think people underestimate societal stability oftentimes.
Yes.
And anybody from like an unstable nation will tell you like, no, like it's
right.
critically important to have these kind of like norms and understandings and guardrails in order to effectuate change, in order to effectuate like rights even in many cases, and prevent like dissension into corruption and anarchy and all the shit that we kind of agree is bad. And so, yeah, I think that there's definitely factors in all of that is in my mind, and I'm pretty firmly convinced now, like especially seeing the empirical evidence and also just experiencing things during my lifetime, right? Like you can like see the poll results from BLM. Like, yeah, we just talked about BLM, right? Initially they had a large support. As the rights continued, their support continued to be eaten away until by the end they were unfavorable. They were unpopular.
Well, because they started fucking advocated for deranged shit, like completely abolishing the police.
Well, it's not just that.
Burning
people
down
saw
cities.
videos. Yeah, people saw videos
no,
of people
of
burning
course.
shit down. That's what they saw. They
and
saw people getting attacked, and they said, "Fuck that."
Right, and I don't know if you ever heard of the "A Can't Wait" policy, but it was a subsection of Black Lives Matter that was like so fucking perfect. I advocated for it every fucking day. I'm like, why aren't we talking about this? It's 8 specific policies that every city should enact, and it's like, you might, if you had the ability to stop something and your partner did it, you could be liable too. We got to increase the amount of, no, you can't shoot at cars. You can't fucking, what's it called? We restrict someone's breathing. Stuff like that. Just like very basic policies that not every city has enacted. Fight for those changes. And like some cities really did get the memo, but like because the energy wasn't shifted in that way, we lost all the momentum, and it sucks. But we did get fucking body cams, and it's so good. It's so good, especially because it's so perfect for like my position. All the commies are like, let's see all of the cops consistently break laws, and what it is almost always shown is how deranged people are. How justified cops are in almost all circumstances.
Yeah, I'm fine with the body cams. Yeah, I think I've also saw a study that showed that like another consequence of the Black Lives Matter is in the cities where there were unrest and specifically riots, you saw like a significantly increased homicide rate, just generally across the board.
Wait, sorry, what? Say that one more time.
Generally, like a significantly increased homicide rate.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you
where?
Like within the cities that had like large scale BLM protests.
Oh, okay, sure.
And in large part, the study attributed it to was a less police enforcement, less police, because police actually are like pretty effective at deterring crime, and if the police just aren't showing up or aren't making themselves visible or aren't caring, or maybe they even feel like that they're unappreciated, even though yes, police brutality is bad and they do occupy
no for sure. That's what's so aggravating about it. It's like, shouldn't we hold them to a higher standard? Yes, duh. And also we should treat them with respect too, duh. Both need to exist.
Right.
And like the cops need to fucking deal with the fact that some people are going to be disrespectful to them. Yes. Like it's I don't know. That's always so aggravating. Like it depends on who the fuck you're talking to. And if you're asking some random civilian, you should be nice to police officers. You shouldn't hit them when they move forward. But also cops got to fucking calm down. I don't know.
Sure. All right, brother. Well, I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
Good chats.
All right. Yeah. See you, brother.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Feder. Thank you, Gibbs. Thank you, my comrades. I really appreciate you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and we just got a few people hanging around, so we're just going to log on out. But hey, really appreciate you guys. And I will see you guys next week. Have fun.